Differential Action upon the Sexes of Forces which tend to Segregate the Feeble-minded. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TriciaG. Differential Action upon the Sexes of Forces which tend to Segregate the Feeble-minded by Leda S. Hollingworth. Teachers College, Columbia University. First published in Journal of Abnormal Psychology and Social Psychology, Volume 17, pages 35 to 57. 1. Previous observations. It has been often stated that among individuals of the lowest 2 or 3 percentiles in the distribution of human intelligence, there are more males than females. This statement has been based chiefly on the census of state training schools for mental defectives, and of special classes for subnormal children. Such enumerations practically always show a preponderance of males. Kuhlman Kuhlman F., the part played by the state institutions in the care of the feeble-minded, Journal of Psychoasthenics, 1916, gives figures, which may serve us as fair samples, collected by him in 1915 as the result of a questionnaire returned from 7 states in this country. In the state schools for feeble-minded were 4,046 males, 53.5%, and 3,518 females, 46.5%. The United States report for 1910 showed in institutions for the feeble-minded 11,015 males, 53.8%, and 9,716 females, 46.2%. Special classes for subnormal children in local school districts also show more boys than girls on the registers. The reports of the Inspector of Ungraded Classes in New York City show a ratio of more than 2 boys to 1 girl. Recent reports from England show 3 boys to 2 girls on the records of the Special Schools After Care Committee of the City of Birmingham. Report of the Education Committee, City of Birmingham, England, quoted in School and Society, October 22, 1921, a ratio, "which is frequently found in the various special schools for the mentally defective." From reports of which those cited are fair samples, inferences like the following are drawn. "Idiocy is almost everywhere recognized as more common in males than in females." Ellis H., Man and Woman, 1909 edition. "There is no doubt that there are more feeble-minded boys than girls. There are more boys in the special classes in London, and in the Helfschulen in Germany, and in the special classes so far found in the United States, and everything agrees with this." Goddard, H. H., 2,000 Normal Children Measured by the Binet Measuring Scale, Pedagogical Seminary, 1911. In working among the children in the special classes for mental defectives in Philadelphia, Sylvester R., The Form Board, Psychological Monographs, 1913, noticed that when mental tests were made by him, the girls of these classes were revealed as more defective than the boys, though fewer in number, and he commented as follows, "For reasons not of interest here, a relatively small number of girls are placed in the special backward classes. It is a matter of observation, confirmed by these results, in mental tests, that the girls of these classes as a group are more backward than the boys. Obviously the girls of a mental grade corresponding to the brighter boys in the backward classes were left in the regular classes." Reference should here be made to the findings of the Royal Commission of Great Britain of 1904. Treadgold, A., Mental Deficiency, William Wood & Company, New York, 1920. This commission sought to enumerate the feeble-minded outside of institutions by sampling certain sections of the country and applying a social economic criterion to the inhabitants. The definition of feeble-minded person which they adopted was, "one who is capable of making a living under favorable circumstances, but is incapable from mental defect existing from birth or from an early age, A. Of competing on equal terms with his normal fellows, or B. Of managing himself and his affairs with ordinary prudence." Upon application of this criterion, the Commission found more feeble-minded males than females, but there is every reason to suppose that this criterion applies unequally to the sexes. The same supposition holds for their definitions of imbecile and idiot. Within the last 5 years, fairly large samplings of school children, chosen as nearly as possible at random, have been measured objectively for intelligence, with results which are not consistently the same. Terman, L.M., The Measurement of Intelligence, Houghton Mifflin, Boston, 1916, found no sex difference in numbers of the very stupid identified in measuring 905 school children selected at random. Pressey, L.W., Sex differences shown by 2,544 school children on a group scale of intelligence with special reference to variability, Journal of Applied Psychology, 1918, In testing a random sampling of 2,544 school children in Indiana, found boys to be more variable, and to preponderate among the very stupid. In another sample of 1,408 school children, the same investigators found a similar result, while in a sample of 787 children, limited to the ages of 12 and 13 years, no sex difference in variability was found, but boys preponderated among the very low scores, girls preponderating at the opposite extreme. Fraser, G.W., Sex differences in mental traits and in school achievement, Master's Essay, Stanford University, 1919, In mental tests of 1,550 unselected school children in California, found no sex difference in variability and no preponderance of inferior intelligence among boys. Studies by means of educational and mental measurement made previous to 1914, which bear upon the question of sex differences in intellectual deviation, have been reviewed elsewhere by the present writer, Hollingworth, L.S., Variability as related to sex differences in achievement, American School of Sociology, 1914, and will not be noted here. In general, these studies were based on inadequate samplings, and yielded no conclusive results. 2. Aim of the present investigation. The present investigation proposes 1. To throw additional light upon the question of the frequency of extreme deviations in intelligence as related to sex, 2. To pass upon the validity of the census of the segregated as a measure of sex differences in mental variation, and 3. To give an account of the extent to which segregation may be differential as it affects boys and girls. The method is to analyze large samplings respectively of those who are brought for mental examination because they are thought to be deficient, and of those who have been actually segregated. As preliminary to the collection of data, the following specific questions were formulated. 1. Are males and females brought in equal numbers from the general population for examination as suspected mental defectives? 2. Are males and females committed in equal numbers to institutions for mental defectives? 3. Are males and females brought for mental examination as suspected mental defectives, and those committed as such equally distributed in birthday age? 4. Are males and females so brought, and those so committed, of equal birthday age, mental age for mental age? 5. Are males and females so brought, and those so committed, equally stupid, age for age? 6. What inferences are to be drawn from a census of the segregated regarding the relative frequency of extremely low intelligence as related to sex? 3. Material of the present investigation. The present writer undertook the investigation of some of the above propounded questions first in 1913, and in that year some of the data here included were published. Hollingworth, L.S. The frequency of amentia as related to sex, medical record, 1913. End footnote. The material was, therefore, gathered in two separate parts at two different times as follows. 1. In 1913, 1,000 consecutive cases of suspected mental deficiency were transcribed from the files of the Clearinghouse for Mental Defectives at the Postgraduate Hospital in New York City. This was a public clinic from which children or adults, if found to be feeble-minded, might be officially committed to appropriate institutions. Individuals of any age from any borough of Greater New York, if suspected of inadequate intelligence, were admissible to this clinic for mental examination. Measurement of intelligence was made at that time by means of Goddard's revision of Binet's measuring scale. The mental examinations were made by psychologists duly appointed to serve on this clinic, among whom was the present writer, who made about 1/3 of the measurements recorded here. Of the 1,000 consecutive cases tabulated, 117 had no record of mental measurement, because of sensory defect, language difficulty, non-cooperation, and so forth. 2. In 1921, 1,142 cases were taken from the official files of the Psychological Laboratory in the institution maintained by the Department of Public Welfare of New York City, called the Children's Hospital of Randall's Island. This is the municipal institution for the detention of the feeble-minded. The mentally defective of the city are received here without limitations as to age, and receive training in the schools conducted there, though the institution is called the Children's Hospital, the great majority of inmates being children of school age, as will be seen from the data presented. The data here used were obtained by transcribing all commitments, resident at any time since the establishment of the Psychological Laboratory, alphabetically by surname, through A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. All cases falling under these categories were transcribed in order, both those who were inmates at the time of transcription and those who had been inmates, except epileptics, and those whose mental tests were incomplete. The latter were cases either just admitted to the island or too ill to be brought for mental examination, and were distributed in chance proportion between the sexes. The method of mental measurement was the Stanford Binet in about 90% of cases, the remainder having been measured by Goddard's revision of Binet's scale, by Pintner's scale of performance tests, or by Kuhlmann's extension of Binet's measuring scale. The last named was used in grading cases under 3 years mentally. The mental measurements were made by the psychologists duly appointed to serve in the Psychological Laboratory after civil service examination, or by assistants directly under their supervision. These two distinct collections of data may be regarded as check samples for each other. In each case, the date, 1913 or 1921, refers to the year in which the transcription of cases was made. There are certain reasons for supposing that the results here obtained from the study of segregated cases might differ somewhat from those obtained from a study of all segregated mental defectives in the state. The institution studied is located in a city, and there probably is a tendency to send boys and men to country institutions where they can work upon the land. More males than females are transferred to upstate schools, as the files show. It seems highly probable that more males may be sent to the country in the first place, since that is permissible. Again, the state maintains a separate institution for feeble-minded women of childbearing age, and this may affect somewhat the number of women of that age found in this study of inmates. 1921 data. These possible selective influences do not, however, affect the data from those brought for examination 1913, as these cases were uncommitted at the time of examination. 4. Comparative incidence of males and of females in the samples studied. Are males and females brought in equal numbers for mental examination as suspected mental defectives? Are males and females segregated in equal numbers in an institution for mental defectives? Of the 1,000 consecutive individuals examined in the Clearinghouse for mental defectives, 568 were males and 432 were females. Of the 1,142 cases listed in the Randall's Island institution alphabetically, 603 were males and 539 were females. The preponderance of males brought for examination is greater than the preponderance of males actually segregated here, probably for two reasons. The first of these is that already mentioned, namely, that there may be a tendency to commit males to state schools where agriculture is possible. The second probability is that considerable numbers of the males presented are not committed, because they are found on test to be of a status higher than that where commitment can be justified. It is true that more males than females are born, in a proportion of about 106 to 100. Footnote: Williams, J.W., Obstetrics, D. Appleton and Company, New York, 4th edition, 1917. Rauber, A., Der Überschuss an Nahrungsgeburten aus seine biologische Bedeutung, A. Georgi, Leipzig, 1900. End footnote. Statistics of mortality, however, show a somewhat higher death rate among male infants, so that by adolescence the numerical equality of the sexes is usually considered to be established. No statistics are available to the present writer from which the exact numerical ratio of the sexes at each birthday age in New York City over the decade studied can be learned. The federal census in 1910 gave a proportion of 1,029 males to 1,000 females in New York City, and in 1920 gave the proportion as 998 males to 1,000 females. The preponderance of males examined and the preponderance of males segregated in New York City is greater at any rate from the preponderance of males born or living in New York City during the time studied, as follows. 5. Comparative age of males and females in the samples studied. Are males and females brought for mental examination as suspected moral defectives and those committed as such equally distributed in birthday age? Proportion of males to females born, 106 to 100. Proportion of males to females living in New York City 1910, 1,029 to 1,000. Proportion of males to females living in New York City 1920, 998 to 1,000. Proportion of males to females examined 1913, 130 to 100. Proportion of males to females committed 1921, 112 to 100. This question is answered in the tables and graphs immediately following. Table 1, Parts 1 and 2, showing the distribution of males and females by birthday age examined consecutively in New York City as suspected mental defectives, 1913, and as detained in an institution for mental defectives in New York City, 1921. Birthday age years. 0 to 1. Presented for examination, 1913, males 3, females 1. Segregated, 1921, males 0, females 0. Age 1 to 2. Presented for examination, 1913, males 5, females 5. Segregated, 1921, males 3, females 0. Age 2 to 3. Presented for examination, males 12, females 7. Committed, males 5, females 6. Age 3 to 4. Presented for examination, males 13, females 10. Committed, males 14, females 7. Age 4 to 5. Presented for examination, males 19, females 12. Committed, males 20, females 11. Age 5 to 6. Presented for examination, males 20, females 13. Committed, males 25, females 14. Age 6 to 7. Presented for examination, males 22, females 13. Committed, males 23, females 7. Age 7 to 8. Presented for examination, males 25, females 16. Committed, males 27, females 20. Age 8 to 9. Presented for examination, males 33, females 18. Committed, males 29, females 21. Age 9 to 10. Presented for examination, males 32, females 18. Committed, males 34, females 14. Age, 10 to 11. Presented for examination, males 46, females 21. Committed, males 39, females 21. Age, 11 to 12. Presented for examination, males 46, females 17. Committed, males 27, females 21. Age, 12 to 13. Presented for examination, males 52, females 39. Committed, males 33, females 33. Age, 13 to 14. Presented for examination, males 57, females 25. Committed, males 43, females 22. Ages 14 to 15. Presented for examination, males 59, females 24. Committed, males 43, females 43. Age 15 to 16. Presented for examination, males 46, females 34. Committed, males 43, females 33. Age 16 to 17. Presented for examination, males 17, females 29. Committed, males 22, females 33. Age 17 to 18. Presented for examination, males 15, females 21. Committed, males 18, females 27. Age 18 to 19. Presented for examination, males 10, females 15. Committed, males 18, females 17. Age 19 to 20. Presented for examination, males 5, females 17. Committed, males 9, females 24. Age 20 to 21. Presented for examination, males 6, females 7. Committed, males 6, females 20. Age 21 to 22. Presented for examination, males 3, females 13. Committed, males 11, females 13. Age 22 to 23. Presented for examination, males 1, females 7. Committed, males 11, females 7. Age 23 to 24. Presented for examination, males 1, females 6. Committed, males 7, females 10. Age 24 to 25. Presented for examination, males 2, females 5. Committed, males 7, females 13. Age 25 to 26. Presented for examination, males 2, females 5. Committed, males 9, females 9. Age 26 to 27. Presented for examination, males 3, females 0. Committed, males 4, females 5. Age 27 to 28. Presented for examination, males 2, females 1. Committed, males 3, females 5. Age 28 to 29. Presented for examination, males 2, females 5. Committed, males 4, females 9. Age 29 to 30. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males 4, females 4. Age 30 to 31. Presented for examination, males 1, females 3. Committed, males 4, females 9. Age 31 to 32. Presented for examination, males 2, females 2. Committed, males 4, females 4. Age 32 to 33. Presented for examination, males 1, females 4. Committed, males 4, females 5. Age 33 to 34. Presented for examination, males 0, females 3. Committed, males 4, females 4. Age 34 to 35. Presented for examination, males 0, females 1. Committed, males 4, females 3. Age 35 to 36. Presented for examination, males 1, females 4. Committed, males 7, females 3. Age 36 to 37. Presented for examination, males 0, females 1. Committed, males 2, females 5. Age 37 to 38. Presented for examination, males 1, females 2. Committed, males 2, females 5. Age 38 to 39. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males 5, females 3. Age 39 to 40. Presented for examination, males 1, females 2. Committed, males 3, females 3. Age 40 to 41. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males 3, females 0. Age 41 to 42. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males 1, females 2. Age 42 to 43. Presented for examination, males 0, females 1. Committed, males 1, females 4. Age 43 to 44. Presented for examination, males 1, females 1. Committed, males 6, females 3. Age 44 to 45. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males 2, females 0. Age 45 to 46. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males 2, females 6. Age 46 to 47. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males 1, females 3. Age 47 to 48. Presented for examination, males 1, females 0. Committed, males 0, females 4. Age 48 to 49. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males and females 0. Age 49 to 50. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males 1, females 2. Age 50 to 51. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males 1, females 3. Age 51 to 52. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males and females 0. Age 52 to 53. Presented for examination, males 0, females 1. Committed, males 0, females 1. Age 53 to 54. Presented for examination, males and females 0. Committed, males 0, females 1. Age 54 to 55. Presented for examination, males 0, females 1. Committed, males 0, females 0. Age 55 to 56. Committed, males 0, females 1. Age 56 to 57, committed, males 1, females 0. Age 57 to 58, committed, males 1, females 0. Age 58 to 59, committed, males 1, females 2. Age 59 to 60, 0. Age 60 to 61, 0. Age 61 to 62, committed, males 0, females 1. Figure 1, presenting graphically the facts recorded in Table 1, Part 1, showing the comparative frequency of males and females among 1,000 consecutive cases of supposed mental deficiency by birthday age. Figure 3, presenting graphically the facts of Table 2, Part 1, showing that females of a given mental status escape mental examination longer than do males of the same status. Figure 2, presenting graphically the facts recorded in Table 1, Part 2, showing the comparative frequency of males and females among 1,142 individuals segregated as mental defectives by birthday age. From the data, it is clearly seen that the preponderance of males is due to the presence of boys under 16 years of age. Males are brought for examination and are segregated at a relatively early age. Girls escape the pressure that brings about identification longer than do boys. It is obvious that many women who were in childhood of a status warranting segregation escaped until the age of 20 or 30 years, or longer, in ways which are not open to boys and men in question. Since many die before the age of 16 years, it follows that many females escaping examination and segregation at the ages when males are most frequently examined and committed never come under those influences which cause the curves of distribution to cross at 16 years, because they have died in the meantime. Also, there is no reason to suppose that factors which finally become operative to bring feeble-minded girls for examination and commitment after 16 years of age are equal in pressure to those which bring feeble-minded boys before 16. Even if all the feeble-minded live to be just 70 years old, let us say, there is no reason to suppose that as many females as males would be ultimately identified by present social pressures. Our second question relating to comparative age is this: are males and females brought for mental examination as suspected mental defectives, and those so committed, of equal birthday age for mental age? Table 2, Part 1. Showing that females are older chronologically, mental age for mental age, than are males, brought for examination as suspected mental defectives in New York City, 1913. Mental age years, 0 to 4. Birthday age at examination, males, average, 7.1, absolute deviation, 3.2, cases 92. Females, average, 8.1, absolute deviation, 3.8, cases 65. Mental age, 4 to 5. Males, average, 9.2, absolute deviation, 2.4, cases 29. Females, average, 11.4, absolute deviation, 4.3, cases 16. Mental age, 5 to 6. Males, average, 12.6, absolute deviation, 4.2, cases 25. Females, average, 13.2, absolute deviation, 4.3, cases 32. Mental age, 6 to 7. Males, average, 11.4, absolute deviation, 2.9, cases 42. Females, average, 15.8, absolute deviation, 6.0, cases 40. Mental age, 7 to 8. Males, average, 13.5, absolute deviation, 2.9, cases 76. Females, average, 15.0, absolute deviation, 4.6, cases 45. Mental age, 8 to 9. Males, average, 12.9, absolute deviation, 2.5, cases 82. Females, average, 17.2, absolute deviation, 5.1, cases 56. Mental age, 9 to 10. Males, average, 14.0, absolute deviation, 2.7, cases 70. Females, average, 17.3, absolute deviation, 4.3, cases 53. Mental age, 10 to 11. Males, average, 15.2, absolute deviation, 2.7, cases 57. Females, average, 18.5, absolute deviation, 5.4, cases 46. Mental age, 11 to 12. Males, average, 14.2, absolute deviation, 1.0, cases 20. Females, average, 17.7, absolute deviation, 2.5, cases 27. Mental age, 12 plus. Males, average, 13.0, absolute deviation, 0, cases 4. Females, average, 16.8, absolute deviation, 2.9, cases 6. Table 2, Part 2. Showing that females are older chronologically, mental age for mental age, than are males committed to an institution for mental defectives in New York City, 1921. Mental age years, below 3. Birthday age as examined in institution-committed cases, males, average, 11.3, absolute deviation, 7.6, cases, 154. Females, average, 11.7, absolute deviation, 6.7, cases, 111. Mental age, 3 to 4. Males, average, 14.0, absolute deviation, 8.5, cases, 66. Females, average, 16.5, absolute deviation, 9.6, cases, 47. Mental age, 4 to 5. Males, average, 13.0, absolute deviation, 6.0, cases, 51. Females, average, 16.7, absolute deviation, 7.6, cases, 38. Mental age, 5 to 6. Males, average, 18.7, absolute deviation, 9.4, cases 42. Females average 19.2, absolute deviation 9.1, cases 52. Mental age 6 to 7. Males average 18.0, absolute deviation 8.7, cases 66. Females average 21.5, absolute deviation 8.6, cases 95. Mental age 7 to 8. Males average 16.2, absolute deviation 5.5, cases 72. Females average 22.7, absolute deviation 9.3, cases 64. Mental age 8 to 9. Males average 16.2, absolute deviation 5.0, cases 74. Females average 19.7, absolute deviation 7.0, cases 64. Mental age 9 to 10. Males average 15.7, absolute deviation 3.0, cases 35. Females average 20.1, absolute deviation 7.0, cases 37. Mental age 10 to 11. Males average 17.6, absolute deviation 5.7, cases 22. Females average 20.6, absolute deviation 6.3, cases 26. Mental age 11 plus. Males average 18.0, absolute deviation 6.1, cases 21. Females average 19.8, absolute deviation 4.2, cases 5. Figure 4. Presenting graphically the facts of Table 2, Part 2, showing that females of a given mental status escape segregation longer than do males of the same status. From Table 2, Parts 1 and 2, it is clear that females who survive in the ordinary schools and in society till past the age of adolescence do not do so because they are of better mentality than the corresponding males. Females of any given mental age escape examination and segregation longer than do males of the same mental age, this difference becoming very marked above the mental age of 6 to 7 years. A female with a mental age of 6 years has as good a chance to survive inconspicuously in the educational, social, and economic milieu of New York City as does a male of mental age of 10 years. That a greater age of females at each mental age does not result simply from greater longevity of females is clear from the distributions in Figures 1 and 2. 6. Comparative stupidity of males and females in the samples studied. Are males and females, brought for mental examination as suspected mental defectives, and those so segregated, equally stupid age for age? In seeking the answer to this question, the IQs have been distributed by sex and by birthday age, and the average IQ under each birthday age has been found for each sex separately. Also, the IQs have been distributed by sex, disregarding birthday age. IQ is here taken to mean the ratio between birthday age and mental age, by whatever scale of measurement was used. In almost all of the cases here distributed, the scale was either Stanford-Binet, 1921, or Goddard's revision, 1913. In these tabulations, a difficulty arises through the lack of exact measurement below the level of 3 years. As before stated, a few cases testing below 3 had been measured by Kuhlmann's method, and the IQs for these can be included. All who remained unmeasured, being listed in the records simply as below 3, were omitted from the distributions. Very few of the children sufficiently stupid to be presented or segregated early register as high as 3 mentally by their 6th birthday. Not enough children under 7 by birthday age registered 3 or more mentally, so that distribution of IQs under that age would be worthwhile. The calculations begin, therefore, with the 7-year-olds. There is no reason to suppose that the comparison would result differently if all individuals below 3 mentally could be included in the distribution of IQs. More males than females are below 3 in mental age, but this does not mean that there are more very low grade intelligences among the males. Inspection of Table 4 will show that more of the males than of the females below 3 mentally are relatively young children, so that their IQs, when they have developed through the period of growth, may be relatively high. By methods at present known, it is, of course, not possible to calculate the lowest existing IQs. It is an interesting theoretical question as to how low IQ can run in the human species, and as to what "just not any intelligence" or zero intelligence would be. The tables and graphs which follow show the facts with respect to the comparative stupidity of the males and females in the samples here studied. In making the graphs in Figures 5 and 6, all individuals over 16 years of age have been grouped together as adults, because after that point the cases at any one age are so very few that comparison from year to year has practically no reliability. It will be seen that at the points which include the great majority of cases, namely among children of school age, the females have less intelligence than the males. After the age of 16 years, the difference disappears. For cases presented for examination after that age, the average IQ is 52 for both males and females. Among segregated cases, the average IQ for adult females is 43, and for adult males 45, with a large measure of unreliability. It is interesting to see what the differences are between the presented and the finally segregated. The IQs of those presented run about 10 points higher on the average than the IQs of the actually committed. The difference in stupidity between the sexes is much more marked among those actually segregated than among those presented for examination. A girl must be relatively more stupid than a boy in order to be presented for examination, in the first place, and she must be still more stupid, comparatively, in order that she may be actually segregated as unfit for social and economic participation. Table 3, Part 1. Showing the relative stupidity of males and females presented for mental examination as suspected mental defectives, omitting cases of mental age below 3, 1913. Birthday age, years, 7 to 8. Males, average IQ, to the nearest 0.5%, 69. Absolute deviation, 17.8. Cases, 17. Females, average IQ, 75. Absolute deviation, 9.3. Cases, 11. Birthday age, 8 to 9. Males, average IQ, 65. Absolute deviation, 14.5. Cases, 21. Females, average IQ, 58. Absolute deviation, 15.9. Cases, 16. Birthday age, 9 to 10. Males, average IQ, 70. Absolute deviation, 15.4. Cases, 30. Females, average IQ, 70. Absolute deviation, 16.2. Cases, 14. Birthday age, 10 to 11. Males, average IQ, 71. Absolute deviation, 14.8. Cases, 41. Females, average IQ, 67. Absolute deviation, 12.6. Cases, 18. Birthday age, 11 to 12. Males, average IQ, 70. Absolute deviation, 14.3. Cases, 43. Females, average IQ, 66. Absolute deviation, 12.5. Cases, 16. Birthday age, 12 to 13. Males, average IQ, 66. Absolute deviation, 10.2. Cases, 52. Females, average IQ, 57. Absolute deviation, 12.6. Cases, 38. Birthday age, 13 to 14. Males, average IQ, 67. Absolute deviation, 11.3. Cases, 52. Females, average IQ, 67. Absolute deviation, 11.0. Cases, 24. Birthday age, 14 to 15. Males, average IQ, 61. Absolute deviation, 11.5. Cases, 55. Females, average IQ, 60. Absolute deviation, 12.4. Cases, 22. Age 15 to 16. Males, average IQ, 53. Absolute deviation, 9.9. Cases, 45. Females, average IQ, 57. Absolute deviation, 8.0. Cases, 33. Age, 16 plus. Males, average IQ, 52. Absolute deviation, 9.4. Cases, 70. Females, average IQ 52, absolute deviation 10.3, cases 150. Table 3, Part 2. Showing the relative stupidity of males and females detained in an institution for mental defectives, omitting cases of mental age below 3, except a few such cases examined by Kuhlmann's method, 1921. Birthday age, years, 7 to 8. Males, average IQ 60, absolute deviation 14.5, cases 14. Females, average IQ 62, absolute deviation 18.3, cases 17. Age, 8 to 9. Males, average IQ 53, absolute deviation 13.0, cases 21. Females, average IQ 51, absolute deviation 9.2, cases 15. Age, 9 to 10. Males, average IQ 64, absolute deviation 14.1, cases 30. Females, average IQ 64, absolute deviation 10.7, cases 9. Age, 10 to 11. Males, average IQ 61, absolute deviation 15.7, cases 34. Females, average IQ 52, absolute deviation 13.6, cases 20. Age, 11 to 12. Males, average IQ 60, absolute deviation 13.4, cases 26. Females, average IQ 50, absolute deviation 11.2, cases 17. Age, 12 to 13. Males, average IQ 61, absolute deviation 11.5, cases 29. Females, average IQ 51, absolute deviation 14.3, cases 29. Age, 13 to 14. Males, average IQ 60, absolute deviation 14.9, cases 37. Females, average IQ 48, absolute deviation 14.9, cases 18. Age, 14 to 15. Males, average IQ 56, absolute deviation 11.1, cases 39. Females, average IQ 55, absolute deviation 10.6, cases 41. Age, 15 to 16. Males, average IQ 55, absolute deviation 9.2, cases 41. Females, average IQ 50, absolute deviation 13.6, cases 28. Age, 16 to 17. Males, average IQ 47, absolute deviation 14.8, cases 20. Females, average IQ 44, absolute deviation 8.7, cases 33. Age, 17 to 18. Males, average IQ 33, absolute deviation 10.9, cases 13. Females, average IQ 51, absolute deviation 8.7, cases 24. Age, 18 to 19. Males, average IQ 44, absolute deviation 13.4, cases 18. Females, average IQ 44, absolute deviation 7.5, cases 15. Age, 19 to 20. Males, average IQ 53, absolute deviation 15.0, cases 9. Females, average IQ 50, absolute deviation 14.3, cases 22. Age, 20 to 21. Males, average IQ 38, absolute deviation 9.1, cases 6. Females, average IQ 43, absolute deviation 8.8, cases 15. Age, 21 to 22. Males, average IQ 44, absolute deviation 10.9, cases 9. Females, average IQ 47, absolute deviation 7.4, cases 12. Age, 22 to 23. Males, average IQ 37, absolute deviation 11.4, cases 11. Females, average IQ 41, absolute deviation 11.3, cases 5. Age, 23 to 24. Males, average IQ 52, absolute deviation 13.4, cases 5. Females, average IQ 55, absolute deviation 12.3, cases 8. Age, 24 to 25. Males, average IQ 47, absolute deviation 9.3, cases 6. Females, average IQ 45, absolute deviation 8.3, cases 12. Age 25 plus. Males, average IQ 41, absolute deviation 1.2, cases 64. Females, average IQ 43, absolute deviation 9.7, cases 103. Figure 5. Presenting graphically the facts of Table 3, Part 1, showing the comparative stupidity of males and females brought for mental examination, age for age. Figure 6. Presenting graphically the facts of Table 3, Part 2, showing the comparative stupidity of males and females segregated in an institution, age for age. Table 4. Showing the distribution of persons measuring below 3 years in mental level from 7 years through adult, both those presented, 1913, and those segregated, 1921. Birthday age, years, 7 to 8. Examined, number of males 7, number of females 5. Segregated, number of males 13, number of females 5. Age, 8 to 9. Examined, males 9, females 2. Segregated, males 9, females 8. Age, 9 to 10. Examined, males 1, females 4. Segregated, males 5, females 6. Age 10 to 11. Examined, males 5, females 3. Segregated, males 7, females 1. Age 11 to 12. Examined, males 1, females 2. Segregated, males 4, females 4. Age 12 to 13. Examined, males 0, females 0. Segregated, males 5, females 8. Age 13 to 14. Examined, males 1, females 0. Segregated, males 6, females 4. Age 14 to 15. Examined, males 2, females 0. Segregated, males 4, females 2. Age 15 to 16. Examined, males 0, females 1. Segregated, males 2, females 6. Age 16 plus. Examined, males 1, females 4. Segregated, males 34, females 28. Table 5, Part 1. Showing the distribution of IQ among persons presented for mental examination as suspected mental defectives by sex, omitting all cases under 7 years of age and all cases under 3 years of mental age, 1913. IQ, 15 to 25. Males, frequency, 8. Percent of total, 1.8. Females, frequency, 6. Percent of total, 1.7. IQ, 25 to 35. Males, frequency, 20. Percent of total, 4.6. Females, frequency, 21. Percent of total, 6.1. IQ, 35 to 45. Males, frequency, 32. Percent of total, 7.5. Females, frequency, 33. Percent of total, 9.6. IQ, 45 to 55. Males, frequency, 64. Percent of total, 15.0. Females, frequency, 71. Percent of total, 20.7. IQ, 55 to 65. Males, frequency, 99. Percent of total, 23.2. Females, frequency, 81. Percent of total, 23.6. IQ, 65 to 75. Males, frequency, 103. Percent of total, 24.1. Females, frequency, 80. Percent of total, 23.3. IQ, 75 to 85. Males, frequency, 61. Percent of total, 14.3. Females, frequency, 36. Percent of total, 10.4. IQ, 85 to 95. Males, frequency, 29. Percent of total, 6.8. Females, frequency, 13. Percent of total, 3.7. IQ, 95 to 105. Males, frequency, 10. Percent of total, 2.3. Females, frequency, 2. Percent of total, 0.5. Table 5, Part 2. showing the distribution of IQ among inmates of an institution for mental defectives by sex, omitting cases under 7 years of age and cases under 3 years of mental age except those measured by Kuhlman's method, 1921. IQ, 15 to 25. Males frequency 29, percent of total 6.7. Females frequency 24, percent of total 5.4. IQ, 25 to 35. Males frequency 47, percent of total 10.9. Females frequency 49, percent of total 11.0. IQ 35 to 45. Males frequency 66, percent of total 15.2. Females frequency 117, percent of total 26.4. IQ 45 to 55. Males frequency 90, percent of total 20.8. Females frequency 107, percent of total 24.1. IQ 55 to 65. Males frequency 83, percent of total 19.2. Females frequency 81, percent of total 18.2. IQ 65 to 75. Males frequency 72, percent of total 16.6. Female frequency 41, percent of total 9.2. IQ 75 to 85. Males frequency 27, percent of total 6.2. Female frequency 17, percent of total 3.8. IQ 85 to 95. Male frequency 9, percent of total 2.0. Female frequency 5, percent of total 1.1. IQ 95 to 105. Male frequency 9, percent of total 2.0. Female frequency 2, percent of total 0.4. Figure 7, presenting graphically the facts of Table 5, Part 1, showing the comparative distribution of IQ for males and females brought for mental examination as suspected mental defectives. Figure 8, presenting graphically the facts of Table 5, Part 2, showing the comparative distribution of IQ for males and females segregated in an institution for mental defectives. 7. Speculative interpretations. The data here collected show that the pressures which bring about segregation of feeble-minded schoolchildren are differential in their action upon the sexes, but they do not tell us what the pressures are. So far as the present study is concerned, interpretation of the nature of these pressures remains in the state of conjecture. Girls segregated as mentally deficient were more stupid than boys segregated as mentally deficient. Fewer girls than boys are segregated, and the girls who are segregated escape longer than do the boys. These phenomena may possibly arise because 1. Parents are more interested in their daughters than in their sons, and are more reluctant to part from them. 2. Parents and other relatives are more interested in boys than in girls, and counsel is, therefore, more readily sought for deviating boys than for deviating girls. 3. Girls and women have legal and customary means of economic survival which boys and men do not have, and which require a low minimum of intelligence. 4. Intelligence is not so important an element in the social economic survival of girls and women as it is in that of boys and men, so that girls who are extremely stupid do not give concern and are not noticed to the same extent as are boys of the same degree of actual stupidity. 5. Boys, because they are less restricted, come more often into conflict with the law than do girls, and are thus scrutinized and referred more often by courts. 6. The subjective notion as to what constitutes intelligent behavior is different in the case of girls from what it is in the case of boys. 7. Factors not included in any of these conjectures may be operative. Data showing the social economic status of the feeble-minded over 16 years of age among the cases presented for mental examination are given herewith. They are suggestive as to a line of research which might prove fruitful in an attempt to determine what are the forces the differential action of which has been demonstrated. Vocational status of persons over 16 years of age presented as suspected mental defectives, 1913. Vocation: housework at home, Males 1, females 28. Housework for wage, average $4 per month and board, males 0, females 19. Married. Footnote. Marriage is listed as a vocation, since these women all did housework and were in turn supported. End footnote. Males 0, females 16. Prostitute. Males 0, females 15. Still at school. Males 0, females 5. Nursery maid. Males 0, females 3. Engaged to be married. Males 0, females 2. Common law marriage. Males 0, females 2. Factory hand, unspecified. Males 0, females 2. Transfer from an institution. Males 5, females 2. Scrubbing in hospitals. Males 0, females 2. Feather worker. Males 0, females 1. Cabaret singer. Males 0, females 1. Bottle filler. Males 0, females 1. Paper worker. Males 0, females 1. Bookbinder. Males 0, females 1. Laundry hand. Males 1, females 1. Soldering lamps. Males 0, females 1. Chambermaid. Males 0, females 1. Cigar maker. Males 0, females 1. Manicurist. Males 0, females 1. Errand boy. Males 3, females 0. Porter. Males 1, females 0. Candy worker. Males 1, females 0. Delivery boy. Males 1, females 0. Gardener. Males 1, females 0. Rag picker. Males 1, females 0. Plumber's helper. Males 1, females 0. Janitor. Males 1, females 0. Umbrella mender. Males 1, females 0. Helps father. Males 1, females 0. Music student. Males 1, females 0. Newsboy. Males 1, females 0. The above tabulation shows that there is certainly a sex difference in the occupations followed by the feeble-minded. Housework is the basis of survival for a very large percentage of feeble-minded women. This may be for relatives, as paid domestics, as married women, or as common-law wives. On the other hand, housework accounts for the survival of but one boy over 16 years of age. Prostitution appears to offer the next most favorable basis for economic survival among the feeble-minded girls here found. There seem to be no occupations which support feeble-minded men as well as housework and prostitution support feeble-minded women. Data showing the social economic status of feeble-minded women have been gathered and presented elsewhere. Footnote. Schlapp, M.C., and Hollingworth, L.S., An Economic and Social Study of Feeble-Minded Women, Medical Record, 1915, end footnote, and are in harmony with the tabulation here made. It is a matter of common knowledge that girls, as a group, are not expected continuously to follow competitive careers for a living. It is expected that their work will be in the household, domestic work and child rearing, performed by the majority non-competitively, as wives or daughters, and without a stipulated wage. Men, on the other hand, form a competitive group, working in rivalry with each other for a wage. This is true of even the simplest work that men do, such as digging with a pick or loading sand on carriers. It would be expected a priori that the boy who cannot compete would become an object of concern. The girl who cannot compete mentally need not become an object of concern to the same extent, because she may drop into the non-competitive vocational life of the household, where she naturally performs many routine tasks requiring but rudimentary intelligence, such as peeling vegetables, washing dishes, scrubbing, carrying fuel, and so forth. If physically unobjectionable, as may be the case, she may marry, thus fastening herself to economic support in a customary fashion. Or she may become a prostitute, for survival is possible in that pursuit at a low intellectual level. Thus feeble-minded girls fit in with the existing folkways in a relatively inconspicuous fashion. It should be worthwhile, from the standpoint of school and society, to determine just what the forces are which act to bring about differential segregation, and what the relative weight of each force is. A question of incidental interest arising from the graphs in Figures 1 and 2 concerns the infrequency of individuals over 30 years of age. Why are there so few old people in the samples studied? Of those who are inmates at 12, at 13, or at 14 years of age, but few are left 2 decades later. Whether they die or find adjustment elsewhere by that age, our present study does not inform us. It may be that most of the persons as low-grade mentally as those here studied have perished by the age of 40 years. Another question of interest, not answerable from the data at hand, arises from Figures 5 and 6. Why should the IQs become lower as the birthday age of the individuals studied increases, so that adults have the lowest average IQ of all? It may be that the higher IQs among the children win discharge from the institution by the age of maturity. This would not, however, explain the same phenomenon in the 1913 data. The slight and gradual decrease in IQ among the very stupid during the course of development may enter as a factor. Footnote: Kuhlmann, F. The results of repeated mental examinations of 639 feeble-minded over a period of 10 years. Journal of Applied Psychology, 1921. End footnote. By intensive study of complete histories, these questions could doubtless be answered. 8. Conclusions. From the foregoing study, the following conclusions are drawn. 1. More males than females are brought in New York City for mental examination as suspected mental defectives. 2. More males than females are committed to the Municipal Institution for Mental Defectives in New York City. 3. Males and females brought for mental examination as suspected mental defectives and those so committed in New York City are not equally distributed with respect to birthday age. From 0 years to 16 years of age, there is a decided preponderance of males. From the age of 16 years, the reverse is true. The frequency of cases after 16 years is greatly reduced, and almost no cases past the age of 40 are involved. 4. Males and females brought for mental examination as suspected mental defectives and those so committed are not equally old, mental age for mental age. At all degrees of stupidity, females survive longer without examination or commitment than do males of the same mental status. 5. Males and females suspected of being mentally defective and those segregated as such are not equally stupid age for age. The females are of lower grade than the males, up to the age of about 16 years. Among the adults here studied, the segregated males have an average IQ of 42.6, and the females have an average IQ of 45.0, while among the adults presented for examination, both males and females have an average IQ of 52. Since the great majority of all cases falls under 16 years, the central tendency of IQ is lower for males than for females. 6. Institutional statistics, showing merely the numerical ratio of the sexes to each other among inmates, are invalid as an index of sex differences in frequency and amount of mental deviation for the population at large. Such institutional statistics serve merely as an index of the extent to which it is comparatively easy and convenient for females who are extremely unintelligent to survive in the performance of their functions in ordinary society. 9. Implications. The implications of this study are of interest for school and society. Among public school children, there are probably more feeble-minded girls than boys, since the girls corresponding to the higher grade boys under institutional supervision are evidently left in the population at large. Yet the registers of special classes for mentally deficient children show more boys than girls in such classes. Feeble-minded girls will doubtless continue to drift with the regular classes, unless selection for special classes is made in a rigidly objective manner. From the standpoint of society, it is of interest to know that feeble-minded girls fit into the existing social and economic order more conveniently than do boys of the same mental quality. Extremely stupid girls thus survive, and presumably reproduce their kind, more easily than do extremely stupid boys. The social order is such that survival for the former depends less upon intelligence than it does for the latter. Insofar as the preponderance of males among segregated feeble-minded persons has been thought to support the theory of greater male variability in intellect, it must be said that a mere census of such persons is without validity as evidence. 10. Acknowledgments. Acknowledgments should be made of the courtesy and cooperation of Dr. M. G. Schlapp, Director of the Clearinghouse for Mental Defectives, the Postgraduate Hospital, New York City; of Dr. John S. Richards, Medical Superintendent, the Children's Hospital, Randall's Island, New York City; and of Dr. Luis E. Poole, Psychologist, the Children's Hospital, Randall's Island, New York City. They facilitated in every way the collection of data on which the study is based. Table 1, Part 1, Table 2, Part 1, and Figure 1 are here reproduced by courtesy of William Wood & Company, publishers of the Medical Record. End of Differential Action upon the Sexes of Forces which Tend to Segregate the Feeble-Minded. Read by TriciaG.
A laboratory study of fear. The case of Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marc. A laboratory study of fear. The case of Peter, by Mary Cover Jones. First published in Pedagogical Seminary 31, 308-315. As part of a genetic study of emotions, footnote, the research was conducted with the advice of Dr. John B. Watson by means of a subvention granted by the Laura Spelman Rockefeller Memorial to the Institute of Educational Research of Teachers College. End footnote. A number of children were observed in order to determine the most effective method of removing fear responses. The case of Peter illustrates how a fear may be removed under laboratory conditions. His case was selected from a number of others for the following reasons. 1. Progress in combating the fear reactions was so marked that many of the details of the process could be observed easily. 2. It was possible to continue the study over a period of more than 3 months. 3. The notes of a running diary show the characteristics of a healthy, normal, interesting child, well adjusted except for his exaggerated fear reactions. A few descriptive notes show something of his personality. Remarkably active, easily interested, capable of prolonged endeavour. A favourite with the children as well as with the nurses and matrons. Peter has a healthy passion for possessions. Everything that he lays his hands on is his. As this is frequently disputed by some other child, there are occasionally violent scenes of protest. These disturbances are not more frequent than might be expected in a 3-year-old, in view of the fact that he is continually forced to adjust to a large group of children, nor are they more marked in Peter's case than in others of his age. Peter's IQ at the age of 2 years and 10 months was 102 on the Coleman revision of the Binet. At the same time, he passed 5 of the 3-year tests on the Stanford revision. In initiative and constructive ability, however, he is superior to his companions of the same mental age. 4. The case is a sequel to one recently contributed by Dr. Watson and furnished supplementary material of interest in a genetic study of emotions. Dr. Watson's case illustrated how a fear could be produced experimentally under laboratory conditions. Footnote: Watson, J.B. and R.R. Studies in Infant Psychology, Scientific Monthly, December 1921. End footnote. A brief review follows. Albert, 11 months of age, was an infant with a phlegmatic disposition, afraid of nothing under the sun except a loud sound made by striking a steel bar. This made him cry. By striking the bar at the same time that Albert touched a white rat, the fear was transferred to the white rat. After 7 combined stimulations, rat and sound, Albert not only became greatly disturbed at the sight of the rat, but his fear had spread to include a white rabbit, cotton wool, a fur coat, and the experimenter's hair. It did not transfer to his wooden blocks and other objects very dissimilar to the rat. In referring to this case, Dr. Watson says, We have shown experimentally that when you condition a child to show fear of an animal, this fear transfers or spreads in such a way that without separate conditioning, he becomes afraid of many animals. If you take any one of these objects producing fear and uncondition, will fear of the other objects in the series disappear at the same time? That is, will the unconditioning spread without further training to other stimuli? Dr. Watson intended to continue the study of Albert in an attempt to answer this question, but Albert was removed from the hospital and the series of observations was discontinued. About 3 years later, this case, which seemed almost to be Albert grown a bit older, was discovered in our laboratory. Peter was 2 years and 10 months old when we began to study him. He was afraid of a white rat, and this fear extended to a rabbit, a fur coat, a feather, cotton wool, etc., but not to wooden blocks and similar toys. An abridgment of the first laboratory notes on Peter read as follows. Peter was put in a crib in a playroom and immediately became absorbed in his toys. A white rat was introduced into the crib from behind. The experimenter was behind a screen. At sight of the rat, Peter screamed and fell flat on his back in a paroxysm of fear. The stimulus was removed, and Peter was taken out of the crib and put into a chair. Barbara was brought to the crib and the white rat introduced as before. She exhibited no fear, but picked the rat up in her hand. Peter sat quietly watching Barbara and the rat. A string of beads belonging to Peter had been left in the crib. Whenever the rat touched a part of the string, he would say, "My beads," in a complaining voice, although he made no objections when Barbara touched them. Invited to get down from the chair, he shook his head, fear not yet subsided. 25 minutes elapsed before he was ready to play about freely. The next day, his reactions to the following situations and objects were noted. Playroom and crib. Selected toys, got into crib without protest. White ball rolled in, picked it up and held it. Fur rug hung over crib, cried until it was removed. Fur coat hung over crib, cried until it was removed. Cotton, whimpered, withdrew, cried. Hat with feathers, cried. Blue woolly sweater, looked, turned away, no fear. White toy rabbit of rough cloth, no interest, no fear. Wooden doll, no interest, no fear. This case made it possible for the experiment to continue where Dr. Watson had left off. The first problem was that of unconditioning a fear response to an animal, and the second, that of determining whether unconditioning to one stimulus spreads without further training to other stimuli. From the test situations which were used to reveal fears, it was found that Peter showed even more marked fear responses to the rabbit than to the rat. It was decided to use the rabbit for unconditioning, and to proceed as follows. Each day Peter and 3 other children were brought to the laboratory for a play period. The other children were selected carefully because of their entirely fearless attitude towards the rabbit, and because of their satisfactory adjustments in general. The rabbit was always present during a part of the play period. From time to time, Peter was brought in alone so that his reactions could be observed and progress noted. From reading over the notes for each session, it was apparent that there had been improvements by more or less regular steps, from almost complete terror at sight of the rabbit to a completely positive response with no signs of disturbance. New situations requiring closer contact with the rabbit had been gradually introduced, and the degree to which these situations were avoided, tolerated, or welcomed at each experimental session gave the measure of improvement. Analysis of the notes on Peter's reactions indicated the following progressive steps in his degree of toleration. A. Rabbit anywhere in the room in a cage causes fear reactions. B. Rabbit 12 feet away in cage, tolerated. C. Rabbit 4 feet away in cage, tolerated. D. Rabbit 3 feet away in cage, tolerated. E. Rabbit close in cage, tolerated. F. Rabbit free in room, tolerated. G. Rabbit touched when experimenter holds it. H. Rabbit touched when free in room. I. Rabbit defied by spitting at it, throwing things at it, imitating it. J. Rabbit allowed on tray of high chair. K. Squats in defenseless position beside rabbit. L. Helps experimenter to carry rabbit to its cage. M. Holds rabbit on lap. N. Stays alone in room with rabbit. O. Allows rabbit in playpen with him. P. Fondles rabbit affectionately. Q. Lets rabbit nibble his fingers. These degrees of toleration merely represented the stages in which improvement occurred. They did not give any indication of the intervals between steps, nor of the plateaus, relapses, and sudden gains which were actually evident. To show these features, a curve was drawn by using the 17 steps given above as the y-axis of a chart, and the experimental sessions as the x-axis. The units are not equal on either axis, as the degrees of toleration have merely been set down as they appeared from consideration of the laboratory notes, with no attempt to evaluate the steps. Likewise, the experimental sessions were not equidistant in time. Peter was seen twice daily for a period, and thence only once a day. At one point, illness and quarantine interrupted the experiments for 2 months. There is no indication of these irregularities on the chart. For example, along the x-axis, 1 represents the date December 4th, when the observation began. 11 and 12 represent the dates March 10 a.m. and p.m. From December 17th to March 7th, Peter was not available for study. The question arose as to whether or not the points on the y-axis, which indicated progress to the experimenter, represented real advance and not merely idiosyncratic reactions of the subject. The tolerance series, as indicated by the experimenter, was presented in random order to 6 graduate students and instructors in psychology, to be arranged so as to indicate increase in tolerance in their judgment. An average correlation of 0.70 with the experimenter's arrangement was found for the 6 ratings. This indicates that the experimenter was justified from an a priori point of view in designating the steps to be progressive stages. The first 7 periods show how Peter progressed from a great fear of the rabbit to a tranquil indifference, and even a voluntary pat on the rabbit's back when others were setting the example. The notes for the 7th period, see A on chart, read, Laurel, Mary, Arthur, Peter playing together in the laboratory. Experimenter put rabbit down on floor. Arthur said, Peter doesn't cry when he sees the rabbit come out. Peter, no. He was a little concerned as to whether or not the rabbit would eat his kiddie car. Laurel and Mary stroked the rabbit and chatted away excitedly. Peter walked over, touched the rabbit on the back, exulting, I touched him on the end. At this period, Peter was taken to the hospital with scarlet fever. He did not return for 2 months. By referring to the chart at B, it will be noted that this line shows a decided drop to the early level of fear reaction when he returned. This was easily explained by the nurse who brought Peter from the hospital. As they were entering a taxi at the door of the hospital, a large dog, running past, jumped at them. Both Peter and the nurse were very much frightened. Peter so much that he lay in the taxi pale and quiet, and the nurse debated whether or not to return him to the hospital. This seemed reason enough for his precipitate descent back to the original fear level. Being threatened by a large dog when ill, and in a strange place, and being with an adult who also showed fear, was a terrifying situation against which our training could not have fortified him. At this point, B, we began another method of treatment, that of direct conditioning. Peter was seated in a high chair and given food which he liked. The experimenter brought the rabbit in a wire cage as close as she could, without arousing a response which would interfere with his eating. Through the presence of the pleasant stimulus, food, whenever the rabbit was shown, the fear was eliminated gradually in favour of a positive response. Occasionally, also, other children were brought in to help with the unconditioning. These facts are of interest in following the charted progress. The first decided rise at C was due to the presence of another child who influenced Peter's reaction. The notes for this day read, Lawrence and Peter sitting near together in their high chairs eating candy. Rabbit in cage put down 12 feet away. Peter began to cry. Lawrence said, Oh, rabbit! Clambered down, ran over and looked in the cage at him. Peter followed close and watched. The next 2 decided rises at D and E occurred on a day when a student assistant, Dr. S, was present. Peter was very fond of Dr. S, whom he insisted was his papa. Although Dr. S did not directly influence Peter by any overt suggestions, it may be that having him there contributed to Peter's general feeling of well-being, and thus indirectly affected his reactions. The 4th rise on the chart at F was, like the first, due to the influence of another child. Notes for the 21st session read, Peter with candy and high chair. Experimenter brought Rabbit and sat down in front of the tray with it. Peter cried out, "I don't want him," and withdrew. Rabbit was given to another child sitting near to hold. His holding the rabbit served as a powerful suggestion. Peter wanted the rabbit on his lap and held it for an instant. The decided drop at G was caused by a slight scratch when Peter was helping to carry the rabbit to his cage. The rapid ascent following shows how quickly he regained lost ground. In one of our last sessions, Peter showed no fear, although another child was present who also showed marked disturbance at sight of the rabbit. An attempt was made from time to time to see what verbal organisation accompanied this process of unconditioning. Upon Peter's return from the hospital, the following conversation took place. Experimenter: "What do you do upstairs, Peter?" The laboratory was upstairs. Peter: "I see my brother. Take me up to see my brother." Experimenter: "What else will you see?" Peter: "Blocks." Peter's reference to blocks indicated a definite memory as he played with blocks only in the laboratory. No further response of any significance could be elicited. In the laboratory, 2 days later, he had seen the rabbit once in the meantime. He said suddenly, "Beads can't bite me. Beads can only look at me." Towards the end of the training, an occasional "I like the rabbit" was all the language he had to parallel the changed emotional organisation. Early in the experiment, an attempt was made to get some measure of the visceral changes accompanying Peter's fear reactions. On one occasion, Dr. S determined Peter's blood pressure outside the laboratory, and again later in the laboratory, while he was in a state of much anxiety caused by the rabbits being held close to him by the experimenter. The diastolic blood pressure changed from 65 to 80 on this occasion. Peter was taken to the infirmary the next day for the routine physical examination and developed there a suspicion of medical instruments, which made it inadvisable to proceed with this phase of the work. Peter has gone home to a difficult environment, but the experimenter is still in touch with him. He showed in the last interview, as on the later portions of the chart, a genuine fondness for the rabbit. What has happened to the fear of the other objects? The fear of the cotton, the fur coat, feathers was entirely absent at our last interview. He looked at them, handled them, and immediately turned to something which interested him more. The reaction to the rats and the fur rug with the stuffed head was greatly modified and improved. While he did not show the fondness for these that was apparent with the rabbit, he made a fair adjustment. For example, Peter would pick up the tin box containing frogs or rats and carry it around the room. When requested, he picked up the fur rug and carried it to the experimenter. What would Peter do if confronted by a strange animal? At the last interview, the experimenter presented a mouse and a tangled mass of angleworms. At first sight, Peter showed slight distress reactions and moved away, but before the period was over, he was carrying the worms around and watching the mouse with undisturbed interest. By unconditioning Peter to the rabbit, he has apparently been helped to overcome many superfluous fears, some completely, some to a less degree. His tolerance of strange animals and unfamiliar situations has apparently increased. The study is still incomplete. Peter's fear of the animals which were shown him was probably not a directly conditioned fear. It is unlikely that he had ever had any experience with white rats, for example. Where the fear originated, and with what stimulus is not known, nor is it known what Peter would do if he were again confronted with the original fear situation. All of the fears which were unconditioned were transferred fears, and it has not yet been learned whether or not the primary fear can be eliminated by training the transfers. Another matter which must be left to speculation is the future welfare of the subject. His home consists of one furnished room, which is occupied by his mother and father, a brother of 9 years, and himself. Since the death of an older sister, he is the recipient of most of the unwise affection of his parents. His brother appears to bear him a grudge because of this favoritism, as might be expected. Peter hears continually, "Ben is so bad and so dumb, but Peter is so good and so smart." His mother is a highly emotional individual who cannot get through an interview, however brief, without a display of tears. She is totally incapable of providing a home on the $25 a week which her husband steadily earns. In an attempt to control Peter, she resorts to frequent fear suggestions. "Come in, Peter, someone wants to steal you." To her erratic resorts to discipline, Peter reacts with temper tantrums. He was denied a summer in the country because his father forgets he's tired when he has Peter around. Surely a discouraging outlook for Peter. But the recent development of psychological studies of young children and the growing tendency to carry the knowledge gained in the psychological laboratories into the home and school induce us to predict a more wholesome treatment of a future generation of Peters. Teachers College, Columbia University. Accepted for publication by John B. Watson. End of A Laboratory Study of Fear, The Case of Peter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Thomas Kooz. Has Psychology Failed by Joseph Jastrow.
William James, most honored of psychologists, records the note of failure inscribing his own great text, since became a classic, as a loathsome, distended, putrefied, dropsical mass testifying to nothing but two facts. First, that there is no such thing as a science of psychology, and second, that W.J. is an incapable. He carried on his psychological genius to the more congenial dimes of philosophy. G. Stanley Hall, psychologist for a lifetime, confessed his growing dissatisfaction with results and a growing uncertainty as to whether we are really on the right trails. He sets forth that the condition of psychology is far from satisfactory, and that the promise of 2 decades ago has not been fulfilled. 1923. Both these pioneers in American psychology I knew, and I knew from them the sources of their discontent. If I may presume to render a verdict in 1935, admitting my own per cavi, it would be one of agreement, confirmed by the nearer outlook. James had in mind, and Hall partly so, the mode of emergence of modern psychology as made in Germany. Hall's encyclopedic spread subordinated his early addition to Teutonic midnight oil. James ever found that lamp of learning stuffy, yet indispensable. He called Münsterberg to be his laboratory vicar. The present generation has been a waning interest in origins of a half-century ago. They know that the psychological laboratory was first established at Leipzig by William Wundt, where the innovation aroused suspicion among the Gelehrte, skeptical as to whether the soul had really been captured and placed on the dissecting table. Also, it attracted the freer venturing minds of a small but influential following from beyond the seas. A new career in psychology, patterned after the manner of the exact sciences, was heralded in Hall's first book, Aspects of German, page 262, Culture, an ominous title today. Some decades before, their halt had been an attempt to reduce psychology to measurement. It began with so lowly a performance as judging by lifting, which of a pair of weights was the heavier, and plotting endless series of just observable differences. It culminated in the psychophysics of Fechner, a strange fusion of a mystic and an exactist, described by James as the patient whimsies of a dear old man, to whom belongs the imperishable glory of setting psychology on the wrong tack. Wundt's experimental explorations of the mental structure grew to comprehensive proportions. They placed psychology on the academic map. They inspired Hall's pioneer efforts at Johns Hopkins, leading to doctorates in psychology, of which I happened to be the first recipient. The most complete parallel of Leipzig in America was established cosmopolitanly at a New World Ithaca by a British Tishner, who, in Oxford gown and manner, inducted Yankee disciples into Teutonic methods. Up to the end, in 1927, he resisted the tidal wave of innovation all along the psychological front, particularly the swarming hosts of applied psychology, resolved that the academic robe of pure psychology should not be defiled by the overalls of practice. To him, psychology was a Fach, a pedigree Wissenschaft. What to Tishner was the glory of psychology was to James and Hall, and to each differently, the warrant of its failure. They looked beyond horizons, as we do today, ever more hospitably, more world-consciously. Experiment continues to be the major occupation of psychologists. By that route, psychology became an accredited science. To attempt a balance sheet and consider how far the psychological plants are paying dividends is too large a venture for the present purpose. Despite the rapprochement of worldly reference and scientific pursuit, the psychologist's laboratory is still too much a bowling alley where artificial pins are set up in formal patterns and tumbled down and scored. The strikes made have only a distant relation to the setup in the rest of the world. What is measurable is not by that circumstance made more significant. We measure what we can, not what we would, and reach the measurement by way of assumptions that weaken, coerce, or distort the very relationships we would appraise. The essential measure of rationality may escape the ingenuity that devises the tests. The worship of the golden foot rule is a modern form of idolatry. The assurance of many an experimentalist is conditioned upon an insensitiveness to psychological values. There is no inherent validity in numbers, no sanctity in equations. They may embody important and valid truths, or trivial inconsequences or pretentious errors. Laboratory artifacts are imperfect substitutes for complete human situations. Until psychology becomes more critical of its line of march, James's skepticism and Hall's disappointment will hold, and my sympathetic repetition of their lament remain pertinent. The early misdirection of psychology was the failure to follow wholeheartedly the biological lead, from the beginning to the end of the chapter. The concept of evolution was at hand, its power to fertilize the psychic pastures feebly appreciated. A sense of it appears in the eclectic contributions of Francis Galton, who was a keen neuropsychologist for not being one professionally. In them is foreshadowed the true consummation, that the psychologist is to become the naturalist of the mind, the banner under which the representative majority of present-day psychologists are actually enrolled. Though they do not say so, and may not know it, I have labeled naturalistic psychology. Its scope has expanded far beyond the vistas of 20 years ago. The necessity of a name I deplore, for there is but one psychology, as there is one physics, one physiology. I am merely designating a basic position. It is not, God save the Marc, another schism, another proprietary solution. It indicates a trend dominant for decades, productive of sober and significant contributions. The conflict of the psychologies in learned arenas and in popular forums is a further dismal evidence of its crucial failure. Exposed to persuasive appeals that this or that system alone is the gospel truth, and none genuine without a personal signature, the layman is justifiably irritated into exclaiming, "A plague on all your schools." Two claimants to the psychological dominion are peculiarly belligerent: behaviorism and psychoanalysis. Behaviorism, McDougall calls a bastard project. I view its parentage more charitably. It represents a legitimate protest against the anti-naturalism of the orthodox psychology which was so long in the saddle. More precisely, against the neglect of the naturalistic axiom that the human organism, mind and all, from guts to cortex, and all its expressions from sigh to soliloquy, is root, stem, and blossom, an instrument of behavior. In any meaningful sense, substantially, all American psychologists were behaviorists long before 1912, which Watson makes the year of annunciation of the dispensation, renunciation of the error of previous ways, and denunciation of the rest of his brethren. Unfortunately, the knight of behaviorism has set his lance at an untenanted windmill. The fallacy of the behaviorist's formula lies in the omitted terms, with the result that, were he consistent, his cupboard would be as bare as Mother Hubbard's. He smuggles in his provender from stores which he ignores. He naively sets forth that under the stimulus of a falling apple a horse in the pasture responds by munching it. Under the same stimulus a Newton responds by evolving the law of gravitation. The difference is said to be explained by the different habit systems of physicist and horse, or by recalling that they were differently conditioned by their respective parents. Even that illustration is unduly complimentary. to the explanatory value of the behaviorist's barren formula of stimulus and response. It is nearer to his level of solution to select as a parallel the philanthropic machine attached to the pillars and the subway, which to the stimulus of a copper cent responds with a block of chocolate, or if stimulated in another event to its reflexes, responds with a stick of chewing gum, ignoring the while the part played in the result by both Mr. Wrigley and the designer of the machine. Under this simple and lucid, but somewhat adolescent dispensation, there is no more need for psychology than the theology that discovered in the apple the fall of man. The folly of behaviorism, fairly obvious in its premises, becomes glaring in its conclusion, which requires of its believers the courage to deny large areas of compelling fact. Heredity is nullified. Insanity is made an illusion of the examining psychiatrist. Imagery inconsistently becomes imaginary, and consciousness ephobia, avoided by defensive circumlocutions. There was one consoling fact imported from Russia and sadly overworked on its arrival. This was the conditioned reflex of a front-paged dog, whose saliva started rivers of ink and floods of uncritical theories. Conditioning became the universal solvent. The behavioristic redemption of mankind was at hand. So far as concerns the major reaches of human behavior, the actual and important truth is that the big brain, our chief glory, and no less the source of our direct woes, is an intricate mechanism for delivering us from the slavery of conditioning. The cerebral cortex is a proclamation of emancipation, still, however, conditioned by the ancient bondage. Contemporary with the earthquake of behaviorism came the air raid of Freudianism. Strangely enough, in one point of attack, the nursery, they agreed. The infant was doomed by maternal conditioning in the one version, by a resurrected Oedipus incest in the other. No theological damnation of the innocents carried so awful a charge as infant sexuality. Polymorphous pervert, hurled and indiscriminately at all babes. Their later characters were destined to be molded, not by the influences of the schoolroom or the amenities of the drawing room, but by the intimate ceremonies customarily confined to the bathroom. Parents became bewildered by the antics of psychologists, popularized by news value standards. The public forgot that the great body of safe and sane psychologists were quite otherwise minded and otherwise employed. I have touched upon only some of the circumstances responsible for the chaotic appearance presented by psychology and the rationale of its failure to lead a respectable scientific life. Most remote from my intention is it to belittle Freud. I regard him as a mastermind whose originality of insight has brought into the psychological picture an important illumination. I regret that the deficiencies in his logic, his ignorings, his flagrant misinterpretations of the precepts of a naturalistic psychology have led him into woeful extravagance in application. This invited the disaster which his followers completed. The heroic values of Freud's psychology lie in the adequate recognition of the emotional life, the play of subconscious functioning, including fantasy, the great extent of psychogenic influence, all directed to the abnormal mind, and by that illumination reinforcing the understanding of our normal being. The supplementing of the laboratory by the clinic developed a truer perspective of wherein we highly psychological creatures have our being. But the Homo Freudians is not an authentic rendering of the psyche of human nature. To complement psychology and investigate unexplored areas is one thing. To ignore the rest of the psychic world and the labors of others is quite another, and the dialects of Jung and Adler increase the Babel of tongues. The Freudian dispensation has indeed reconstructed the visage of Homo, and correctly insofar as it reinstates Homo sentiens as primary to and conditioning Homo sapiens. It is the manner of the restoration, with its capricious license of theory and extravagance of practice, that raises its error and menace far above its truth and benefits. Intellectual ventures may lead to as strange issues as geographical ones. The more complete analysis of historical patients in a then obscure Viennese clinic has changed the mental habits of an emancipated generation. Neither psychology nor civilization will ever return to a pre-Freudian stage. Freud has ignored the academic psychologists, and they have returned the compliment. They find his premises so unsupported by any naturalistic foundations, his conclusions so vitiated by false logic, that most of them reject his structure completely. The more tolerant ponder and select, and the essential values of psychoanalysis will remain. The neo-Freudians in England, and a small group of critical Freudians in Germany, have begun the salvaging. But though professional Freudians may disappear, the valid deposit of their doctrines will be absorbed into the accredited body of psychology. A retrospect of a quarter century touches a pivotal period. In 1909, Freud and Jung came to this country at Stanley Hall's invitation in those days a bold step for Hall to take. This was the first academic recognition of psychoanalysis. The same year is memorable for the transfer of Binet and Simon's mental tests to American soil. Their establishment gave the decisive impetus to the emergence of an applied psychology congenial to the pragmatic temper of our pursuits. The era of tests is highly characteristic of the psychological scene. As an instrument of social, industrial, and educational diagnosis, they have been vastly extended. Side by side with able leadership and significant accomplishments, this open sesame to research has led to the uncritical acceptance of the IQ, as though it were engraved on the brain structure and Binet had deciphered it. Its use by many workers in this wide open field gives the impression that intelligence has been discovered to be the capacity to pass intelligence tests. Its true nature, as well as available indices, remain to be determined. The IQ is a useful wedge and no more. It is only by having the limitations of the tests constantly in mind that they can be validly applied. The immense vogue of applied psychology has added to the difficulty of a sound program. If judged by the volume of output, the tail appears to wag the dog. If judged by the industry of many of its protagonists, the intention is to reconstruct the creature in the image of its caudal appendage. When elaborate observations are arranged and calculations employed to determine how fish and orange marmalade shall be consumed in type to express the atmosphere of the commodity, one wonders whether bringing psychology to earth has been altogether a blessing. The slums of psychological racketeering exploit the same demands for simple solutions, practical recipes, and panaceas. No country is so overridden with false prophets of pseudo-psychology and shortcut, uplift roads to learning as the land of the bigger and better. The responsible custodians of psychology are not blameless. Devising a system seems to be the surest way to make a noise that shall be heard. The sooner systems and schools are relegated to the past, the more promising the future, when the unity of psychology shall be accepted as a preamble to its declaration of independence and its enrollment among the League of the Sciences. If called upon to indicate the approach and temper of naturalistic psychology, which unites the wandering tribes and points the way to the promised land, I cannot here outline a program. I can only set down its major tenets. It proceeds upon the conviction that psychology is all one unitary story, that of the life of the mind viewed as a naturalist would view it. The story appears in two versions, the one of the evolution of behavior, the other of the evolution of the nervous system, its counterpart. Life consists of feeling and thinking, and the fusion of two. The order, importance, and treatments of topics are thereby determined. Origins, mechanisms, service. These constitute the story of mind. Everything relevant finds a place in that composition. The present textbook chaos is the work of drifting pilots. They leave the student with the impression of a patchwork quilt, whereas actually the mind is a tapestry. The recent advance in the investigation of mind rivals in dramatic moment and exceeds in consequence the physicist's reconception of the vast cosmos and the chemist's revelation of the infinitesimal but potent atom.
The student, and more consequentially, the educated man of affairs on whose vision the fate of the future will more and more responsibly fall, loses a vitalizing contact with psychology because its academic representatives have placed an obstructing screen of abstraction and technical ritual between the inquiring mind and the reality. More than a dislocated shoulder or fallen arches is wrong with psychology and answerable for much of its failure. The entire framework created in the studio is out of joint, presenting a mannequin in place of a man. Gestalt psychology is as good an example as any. In itself a valid correction, a good orthopedic job. It launches itself with a panaceal flourish and adds to the confusion of tongues. Yet my faith in the redemption of psychology remains, for it has within itself, once the shouting and the tumult die, a valid principle of interpretation. It happens to be the interpretation of the most critical force in the universe. The human mind will either elevate or exterminate the race. Any pronouncement that psychology has failed contrasts what might have been with what is, because in the nearer perspective circumstance looms large. I have chosen as awful examples to strangely disturbing interludes, both in a measure extreme swings of the pendulum away from a too academic conception and toward mind as a living reality. Psychology as made in Germany and psychology as made in America have much to answer for. The American temper comes to the fore in the huge overgrowth of applied psychology, passing by stages of Vernian descent from conclusions weakly based in principle to assertions definitely unprincipled. Taking the name of psychology in vain has become a national habit, and the vanity of much that comes out of the mills in which are grounds out doctors' dissertations, neither slowly nor exceeding fine, is comic in its tragic air of consequence and its actual misdirection. The flounderings of psychology and the bickerings of psychologists damage its prestige. It is not only behaviorists who fail to see forest and trees in proper relation, not only Freudians who run a temperature. No sooner was the meaning of glands for the mental life demonstrated than a glandular psychology reached the conclusion that Harding gave us an adrenal administration and Wilson a pituitary one. The call is clear and loud for leaders of a broader gauge to redeem psychology and give its rightful place as a guide to human understanding. There are consoling reflections. A science that can endure the ravages of two such distempers as behaviorism and psychoanalysis and recover without permanent disfigurement must have a lusty constitution. Still more, when I dwell upon the rich heritage of supremely significant knowledge which is all entitled to be called psychology, and the vitality of the tasks awaiting the psychologists of the future, the winter of my discontent becomes tinged with the promise of a glorious summer when all psychologists shall practice the sanity they preach. End of Has Psychology Failed? Recording by John Thomas Kooz, Kooz, www.thenerdcoach.com.
Studies of Interference in Serial Verbal Reactions. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nikki Sullivan, Pasadena, California. Studies of Interference in Serial Verbal Reactions by J. Ridley Stroop. George Peabody College, first published in Journal of Experimental Psychology, 18, 643 through 662. Introduction. Interference or inhibition, this term seems to have been used almost indiscriminately, has been given a large place in experimental literature. The investigation was begun by the physiologists prior to 1890, Bowditch and Warren, J.W., 1890, and has been continued into the present principally by psychologists, Lester, 1932. Of the numerous studies that have been published during this period, only a limited number of the most relevant reports demand our attention here. Munsterberg, 1892, studied the inhibiting effects of changes in common daily habits such as opening the door of his room, dipping his pen in ink, and taking his watch out of his pocket. He concluded that a given association can function automatically, even though some effect of a previous contrary association remains. Mueller and Schumann, 1894, discovered that more time was necessary to relearn a series of nonsense syllables if the stimulus syllables had been associated with other syllables in the meantime. From their results, they deduced the law of associative inhibition, which is quoted by Klein, 1921, page 270, as follows. If A is already connected with B, then it is difficult to connect it with K. B gets in the way. Nonsense syllables were also used by Shepard and Vogelsanger, 1913, in a series of experiments on association and inhibition. Only 3 subjects were used in any experiment, and the changes introduced to produce the inhibition were so great in many cases as to present novel situations. This latter fact was shown by introspections. The results showed an increase in time for the response which corresponded roughly to the increase in the complexity of the situation. The only conclusion was stated thus. We have found that in acquiring associations there is involved an inhibitory process which is not a mere result of the divided paths, but has some deeper basis yet unknown. Page 311. Klein, 1921, used meaningful material, states and capitals, counties and county seats, and books and authors, in a study of interference effects of associations. He found that if the first associative bond had a recall power of 10% or less, it facilitated the second association. If it had recall power of 15% to 40%, the inhibitory power was small. If it had a recall power of 45% to 70%, the inhibiting strength approached a maximum. And if the recall power was 70% to 100%, the inhibition was of medium strength and in some cases might disappear or even facilitate the learning of a new association. In card sorting, Bergstrom, 1893 and 1894, Brown, 1914, Blair, 1902, and Collar, 1912, found that changing the arrangement of compartments into which cards were being sorted produced interference effects. Bergstrom, 1894, page 441, concluded that the interference effect of an association bears a constant relation to the practice effect, and is, in fact, equivalent to it. Both Blair and Kohler found that the interference of the opposing habits disappeared if the habits were practiced alternately. Kohler, 1912, in the paper already referred to, reported 2 other experiments. In one experiment, the subjects associated each of a series of numbers with striking a particular key on the typewriter with a particular finger. Then the keys were changed so that 4 of the numbers had to be written with fingers other than those formerly used to write them. In the other experiment, the subjects were trained to react with the right hand to red and with the left hand to blue. Then the stimuli were interchanged. In the former experiment, an interference was found which decreased rapidly with practice. In the latter experiment, the interference was overbalanced by the practice effect. Hunter and Yarbrough, 1917, Pierce, 1917, and Hunter, 1922, in 3 closely related studies of habit interference in the white rat in a T-shaped discrimination box, found that a previous habit interfered with the formation of an opposite habit. Several studies have been published which are not primarily studies of interference, but which employed materials that were similar in nature to those employed in this research, and which are concerned with why it takes more time to name colors than to read color names. Several of these studies have been reviewed by Telford 1930 and Ligon 1932. Only the vital part of these studies will be mentioned here. The difference in time for naming colors and reading color names has been variously explained. Cattell, 1886, and Lund, 1927, have attributed the difference to practice. Woodworth and Wells, 1911, page 52, have suggested that the real mechanism here may very well be the mutual interference of the 5 names, all of which, from immediately preceding use, are on the tip of the tongue. All are equally ready and likely to get in one another's way. Brown, 1915, page 51, concluded that the difference in speed between color naming and word reading does not depend upon practice, but that, page 34, the association process in naming simple objects like colors is radically different from the association process in reading printed words. Garrett and Lemon, 1924, page 438, have accounted for their findings in these words. Hence it seems reasonable to say that interferences which arise in naming colors are due not so much to an equal readiness of the color names as to an equal readiness of the color recognitive process. Another factor present in interference is very probably the present strength of the associations between colors and their names, already determined by past use. Peterson, 1918 and 1925, has attributed the difference to the fact that one particular response habit has become associated with each word, while in the case of colors themselves, a variety of response tendencies have developed. 1925, page 281. As pointed out by Telford, 1930, the results published by Peterson, 1925, page 281, and also published by Lund, 1927, page 425, confirmed Peterson's interpretation. Ligon, 1932, has published results of a genetic study of naming colors and reading color names, in which he used 638 subjects from school grades 1 to 9 inclusive. In the light of his results, he found all former explanations untenable. He included no examination of or reference to Peterson's data and interpretation, and proceeded to set up a new hypothesis based on a 3-factor theory, a common factor which he never definitely describes, and special factors of word reading and color naming. He points out that the common factor is learned, but the special factors are organic. He promises further evidence from studies now in progress. The present problem grew out of experimental work in color naming and word reading conducted in Jessup Psychological Laboratory at George Peabody College for teachers. The time for reading names of colors has been compared with the time for naming colors themselves. This suggests a comparison of the interfering effect of color stimuli upon reading names of colors, the 2 types of stimuli being presented simultaneously, with the interfering effect of word stimuli upon naming colors themselves. In other words, if the word red is printed in blue ink, how would the interference of the ink color blue upon reading the printed word red compare with the interference of the printed word red upon calling the name of the ink color blue? The increase in time for reacting to words caused by the presence of conflicting color stimuli is taken as the measure of the interference of color stimuli upon reading words. The increase in the time for reacting to colors caused by the presence of conflicting word stimuli is taken as the measure of the interference of word stimuli upon naming colors. A second problem grew out of the results of the first. The problem was, what effect would practice in reacting to the color stimuli in the presence of conflicting word stimuli have upon the reaction times in the two situations described in the first problem. Experiment 1. The effect of interfering color stimuli upon reading names of colors serially. Materials. When this experiment was contemplated, the first task was to arrange suitable tests. The colors used on the Woodworth-Wells color sheet were considered, but 2 changes were deemed advisable. As the word test to be used in comparison with the color test was to be printed in black, it seemed well to substitute another color for black as an interfering stimulus. Also, because of the difficulty of printing words in yellow that would approximate the stimulus intensity of the other colors used, yellow was discarded. After consulting with Dr. Peterson, black and yellow were replaced by brown and purple. Hence, the colors used were red, blue, green, brown, and purple. The colors were arranged so as to avoid any regularity of occurrence, and so that each color would appear twice in each column and in each row, and that no color would immediately succeed itself in either column or row. The words were also arranged so that the name of each color would appear twice in each line. No word was printed in the color it named, but an equal number of times in each of the other 4 colors, i.e., the word red was printed in blue, green, brown, and purple inks. The word blue was printed in red, green, brown, and purple inks. The word blue was printed in red, green, brown, and purple inks, etc. No word immediately succeeded itself in either column or row. The test was printed from 14-point Franklin lowercase type. The word arrangement was duplicated in black print from the same type. Each test was also printed in the reverse order, which provided a second form. The tests will be known as reading color names where the color of the print and the word are different, RCN-D, and reading color names printed in black, RCN-B. Subjects and procedure. 70 college undergraduates, 14 males and 56 females, were used as subjects. Every subject read 2 whole sheets, the 2 forms, of each test at one sitting. 1/2 of the subjects of each sex, selected at random, read the tests in the order RCN-B, Form 1, RCN-D, Form 2, RCN-D, Form 1, and RCN-B, Form 2, while the other half reversed the order, thus equating for practice and fatigue on each test and form. All subjects were seated so as to have good daylight illumination from the left side only. All subjects were in the experimental room a few minutes before beginning work to allow the eyes to adjust to light conditions. The subjects were volunteers and apparently motivation was good. A 10-word sample was read before the first reading of each test. The instructions were to read as quickly as possible and to leave no errors uncorrected. When an error was left, the subject's attention was called to that fact as soon as the sheet was finished. On the signal, "Ready, go," the sheet which the subject held face down was turned by the subject and read aloud. The words were followed on another sheet, in black print, by the experimenter, and the time was taken with a stopwatch to 1/5 of a second. Contrary to instructions, 14 subjects left a total of 24 errors uncorrected on the RCN-D test. 4 was the maximum for any subject, and 4 other subjects left 1 error each on the RCN-B test. As each subject made 200 reactions on each test, this small number of errors was considered negligible. The work was done under good daylight illumination. Results. Table 1 gives the means, standard deviations, differences, probable error of the difference, and the reliability of the difference for the whole group for each sex. Observation of the bottom line on the table shows that it took an average of 2.3 seconds longer to read 100 color names printed in colors different from that named by the word than to read the same names printed in black. This difference is not reliable, which is in agreement with Peterson's predictions made when the test was first proposed. The means for the sex groups shows no particular difference. An examination of the means and standard deviations for the 2 tests shows that the interference factor caused a slight increase in the variability for the whole group and for the female group, but a slight decrease for the male group. Table 2 presents the same data arranged on the basis of college classification. Only college years 1 and 2 contain a sufficient number of cases for comparative purposes. They show no differences that approach reliability. Experiment 2. The effect of interfering word stimuli upon naming colors serially. Materials. For this experiment, the colors of the words in the RCND task, described in Experiment 1, were printed in the same order but in the form of solid squares from 24-point type instead of words. This sort of problem will be referred to as the naming color test in C. The RCND test was employed also, but in a very different manner from that in Experiment 1. In this experiment, the colors of the print on the series of names were to be called in succession, ignoring the colors named by the words, e.g., where the word red was printed in blue, it was to be called blue. Where it was to be printed in green, it was to be called green. Where the word brown was printed in red, it was to be called red, etc. Thus the color of the print was to be the controlling stimuli and not the name of the color spelled by the word. This is to be known as the naming color or word test, where the color of the print and the word are different, in CWD. See Appendix B. Subjects and procedure. 100 students, 88 college undergraduates, 29 males and 59 females, and 12 graduate students, all females, served as subjects. Every subject read 2 whole sheets, the 2 forms, of each test at one sitting. Half of the subjects read in the order in C, in CWD, in CWD, in C, and the other half in the order in CWD, in C, in C, in CWD, thus equating for practice and fatigue on the 2 tests. All subjects were seated in their individual tests near the window so as to have good daylight illumination from the left side. Each subject seemed to make a real effort. A 10-word sample of each test was read before reading the test the first time. The instructions were to name the colors as they appeared in regular reading lines as quickly as possible and to correct all errors. The methods of starting, checking errors, and timing were the same as those used in Experiment 1. The errors were recorded, and for each error not corrected, twice the average time per word for the reading of the sheet on which the error was made was added to the time taken by the stopwatch. This plan of correction was arbitrary, but seemed to be justified by the situation. There were 2 kinds of failures to be accounted for. First, the failure to see the error, and second, the failure to correct it. Each phase of the situation gave the subject a time advantage which deserved taking note of. Since no accurate objective measure was obtained and the number of errors was small, the arbitrary plan was adopted. 59% of the group left an average of 2.6 errors uncorrected on the NCWD test, 200 reactions, and 32% of the group left an average of 1.2 errors uncorrected on the NC test, 200 reactions. The correction changed the mean of the NCWD test from 108.7 to 110.3, and the mean of the NC test from 63.0 to 63.3. Results. The means of the times for the NC and the NCWD tests for the whole group and for each sex are presented in Table 3 along with the difference, the probable error of the difference, the reliability of the difference, and the difference divided by the mean time for the naming color test. The comparison of the results for the whole group on the NC and the NCWD test, given the bottom line of the table, indicates the strength of the interference of the habit of calling words upon the activity of naming colors. the mean time for 100 responses is increased from 63.3 seconds to 110.3 seconds, or an increase of 74%. The medians on the two tests are 61.9 and 110.4 seconds, respectively. The standard deviation is increased in approximately the same ratio, from 10.8 to 18.8. The coefficient of variability remains the same to the third decimal place, S/m equals 0.171. The difference between means may be better evaluated when expressed in terms of the variability of the group. The difference of 47 seconds is 2.5 standard deviation units in terms of the NCWD test, or 4.35 standard deviation units on the NC test. The former shows that 99% of the group on the NCWD test was above the mean on the NC test, took more time, and the latter shows that the group as scored on the NC test was well below the mean on the NCWD test. These results are shown graphically in Figure 1, where histograms and normal curves obtained by the Gaussian formula of the two sets of data are superimposed. The small area in which the curves overlap and a 74% increase in the mean time for naming colors caused by the presence of word stimuli show the marked interference effect of the habitual response of calling words. The means for the sex groups on the NCWD test show a difference of 3.6 seconds, which is only 1.16 times its probable error. But the means on the NC test have a difference of 8.2 seconds, which is 5.17 times its probable error. This reliable sex difference favoring the females in naming colors agrees with the findings of Woodworth-Wells, 1911, Brown, 1915, Ligon, 1932, etc. The same data are arranged according to college classification in Table 4. There is some indication of improvement of the speed factor for both tests as the college rank improves. The relative difference between the two tests, however, remains generally the same, except for fluctuations which are probably due to the variation in the number of cases. Experiment 3. The effects of practice upon interference. Materials. The tests used were the same in character as those described in Experiments 1 and 2, RCNB, RCND, NC, and NCWD, with some revision. The NC test was printed in swastikas instead of squares. Such a modification allowed white to appear in the figure with the color, as is the case when the color is presented in the printed word. This change also made it possible to print the NC test in shades which more nearly match those in the NCWD test. The order of colors was determined under one restriction other than those given in Section 2. Each line contained one color whose two appearances were separated by only one other color. This was done to equate as much as possible the difficulty of the different lines of the test so that any section of 5 lines would approximate the difficulty of any other section of 5 lines. 2 forms of the test were printed. In one, the order was the inverse of that in the other. Subjects and procedure. 32 undergraduates in the University of Arizona, 17 males and 15 females, who offered their services, were the subjects. At each day's sitting, 4 half sheets of the same test were read, and the average time, after correction was made for errors according to the plan outlined in Experiment 2, were recorded as the day's score. Only a few errors were left uncorrected. The largest correction made on the practice test changed the mean from 49.3 to 49.6. The plan of experimentation was as follows. On the first day, the RCNB test was used to acquaint the subjects with the experimental procedure and improve the reliability of the second day's test. The RCND test was given the second day and the 13th day to obtain a measure of the interference developed by practice on the NC and NCWD tests. The RCND test was given on the 14th day to get a measure of the effect of a day's practice upon the newly developed interference. The NC test was given on the 3rd and 12th days, just before and just after the real practice series, so that actual change in interference on the NCWD test might be known. The test schedule was followed in regular daily order with 2 exceptions. There were 2 days between test days 3 and 4, and also between test days 8 and 9, in which no work was done. These irregularities were occasioned by weekends. Each subject was assigned a regular time of day for his work throughout the experiment. All but 2 subjects followed the schedule with very little irregularity. These 2 were finally dropped from the group and their data rejected. All of these tests were given individually by the author. The subject was seated near a window so as to have good daylight illumination from the left side. There was no other source of light. Every subject was in the experimental room for a few minutes before beginning work to allow his eyes to adapt to the light conditions. To aid eye adaptation and to check for clearness of vision, each subject read several lines in a current magazine. Every subject was given Dr. Ishihara's tests for color vision. One subject was found to have some trouble with red-green color vision, and her results were discarded, though they differed from others of her sex only in the number of errors made and corrected. Results. The general results for the whole series of tests are shown in Table 5, which presents the means, standard deviations, and coefficients of variability for the whole group and for each sex separately, together with a measure of sex difference in terms of the probable error of the difference. Table 6, which is derived from Table 5, summarizes the practice effects upon their respective tests. The graphical representation of the results in the practice series gives the learning curve presented in Figure 2. The effect of practice on the NCW test upon itself. The data to be considered here are those given in the section of Table 5 under the caption Days of Practice on the NCWD Test. They are also presented in summary in the left section of Table 6 and graphically in Figure 2. From all 3 presentations, it is evident that the time score is lowered considerably by practice. Reference to Table 6 shows a gain of 16.8 seconds, or 33.9% of the mean of the first day's practice. The practice curve is found to resemble very much the typical learning curve when constructed on time units. The coefficient of variability is increased from 0.14 plus or minus 0.012 to 0.19 plus or minus 0.015. This difference divided by its probable error gives 2.60, which indicates that it is not reliable. The probability of a real increase in variability, however, is 24 to 1. Hence, practice on the NCWD test serves to increase individual differences. An examination of the data of sex groups reveals a difference in speed on the NCWD test which favors the females. This is to be expected as there is a difference in favor of females in naming colors. Though the difference is not reliable in any one case, it exists throughout the practice series, indicating that the relative improvement is approximately the same for the 2 groups. This latter fact is also shown by the ratio of the difference between the halves of practice series to the first half. It is 0.185 for the males and 0.180 for the females. The effect of practice on the NCWD test upon the NC test. The middle section of Table 6 shows a gain on the NC test of 4.0 seconds, or 13.9% of the initial score. This is only 23.7% of the gain on the NCWD test, which means that less than 1/4 of the total gain on the NCWD test is due to increase in speed in naming colors. The improvement is greater for the males, which is accounted for by the fact that there is more difference between naming colors and reading names of colors for the males than for the females. the effects in the RC&D test of practice on the NCWD and NC tests. The right section of Table 6 shows that the practice on the NCWD and NC tests resulted in heavy loss in speed on the RC&D test. A comparison of the right and left sections of the table shows that the loss on RC&D test, when measured in absolute units, is practically equal to the gain on the NCWD test. When measured in relative units, it is much greater. It is interesting to find that in 10 short practice periods, the relative values of opposing stimuli can be modified so greatly. There is little relation, however, between the gain in one case and the loss in the other. The correlation between gain and loss in absolute units is 0.262 plus or minus 0.11, while the correlation between percent of gain and percent of loss is 0.016 plus or minus 0.17, or 0. This is what one might expect. From a consideration of the results of the two applications of the RC&D test given in the final tests of Table 5, it is evident that the newly developed interference disappears very rapidly with practice. From one day to the next, the mean decreases from 34.8 to 22.0 seconds. This indicates that renewing the effectiveness of old associations which are being opposed by newly formed ones is easier than strengthening new associations in opposition to old well-established ones. The variability of the group is increased by the increase in interference due to practice on the NCWD test. The coefficient of variability increases from 0.15 plus or minus 0.013 to 0.34 plus or minus 0.031, the difference divided by its probable error being 5.65. This is not surprising, as the degree of the interference varies widely from different subjects. Its degree is determined by the learning on the practice series, which is shown by the individual results to vary considerably. One day's practice on the RC&D test reduced the variability from 0.34 plus or minus 0.031 to 0.25 plus or minus 0.022. The decrease in variability is 2.3 times its probable error. The data from this experiment present interesting findings on the effect of practice upon individual differences. The results, which have already been discussed separately, are presented for comparison in Table 7. These results show that practice increases individual differences where a stimulus to which the subjects have a habitual reaction pattern is interfering with reactions to a stimulus for which the subjects do not have a habitual reaction pattern, the word stimulus interfering with naming colors in CWD test, but decreases individual differences where a stimulus to which the subjects do not have a habitual reaction pattern is interfering with reactions to a stimulus in which the subjects have a habitual reaction pattern, the color stimulus interfering with reading words, RC&D test. There are two other variables involved, however: initial variability and length of practice. Thus, in the NCWD test, the initial variability was less, the difficulty greater, and the practice greater than in the RC&D test. These findings lend some support to Peterson's hypothesis. Subjects with normal heterogeneity would become more alike with practice on the simpler processes or activities, but more different on the more complex activities. Peterson and Barlow, 1928, page 228. A sex difference in naming colors has been found by all who have studied color naming, and has been generally attributed to the greater facility of women in verbal reactions than of men. There is some indication in our data that this sex difference may be due to the difference in the accustomed reactions of the two sexes to colors as stimuli. In other words, responding to a color stimulus by naming the color may be more common with females than with males. This difference is probably built up through education. education in color is much more intense for girls than for boys, as observing, naming, and discussing colors relative to dress is more common among girls than among boys. The practice in naming colors in the NCWD test decreased the difference between the sex groups on the NC test from a difference 5.38 times its probable error to a difference 2.99 times its probable error. This decrease in the difference due to practice favors the view that difference has been acquired and is therefore a product of training. Summary 1. Interference in serial verbal reactions has been studied by means of newly devised experimental materials. The source of the interference is in the materials themselves. The words red, blue, green, brown, and purple are used on the test sheet. No word is printed in the color it names, but an equal number of times in each of the other 4 colors, i.e., the word red is printed in blue, green, brown, and purple inks. The word blue is printed in red, green, brown, and purple inks, etc. Thus, each word presents the name of one color printed in ink of another color. Hence, a word stimulus and a color stimulus both are presented simultaneously. The words of the test are duplicated in black print, and the colors of the test are duplicated in squares or swastikas. The difference in the time for reading the words printed in colors and the same words printed in black is the measure of interference of color stimuli upon reading words. The difference in the time for naming the colors in which the words are printed and the same colors printed in squares or swastikas is the measure of the interference of conflicting word stimuli upon naming colors. 2. The interference of conflicting color stimuli upon the time for reading 100 words, each word naming a color unlike the ink color of its print, caused an increase of only 2.3 seconds, or 5.6% over the normal time for reading the same words printed in black. This increase is not reliable, but the interference of conflicting word stimuli upon the time for naming 100 colors, each color being the print of a word which names another color, caused an increase of 47 seconds, or 74.3% of the normal time for naming colors printed in squares. These tests provide a unique basis, the interference value, for comparing the effectiveness of the 2 types of associations. Since the presence of the color stimuli caused no reliable increase over the normal time for reading words, D over PE sub D equals 3.64, and the presence of word stimuli caused a considerable increase over the normal time for naming colors, 4.35 standard deviation units, the associations that have been formed between the word stimuli and the reading response are evidently more effective than those that have been formed between the color stimuli and the naming response. Since these associations are products of training, and since the difference in their strength corresponds roughly to the difference in training in reading words and naming colors, it seems reasonable to conclude that the difference in speed in reading names of colors and in naming colors may be satisfactorily accounted for by the difference in training in the 2 activities. The word stimulus has been associated with the specific response to read, while the color stimulus has been associated with various responses to admire, to name, to reach for, to avoid, etc. 3. As a test of the permanency of the interference of conflicting word stimuli to naming colors, 8 days practice, 200 reactions per day, were given in naming colors of the print of words, each word naming a color unlike the ink color of its print. The effects of this practice were as follows. 1. It decreased the interference of conflicting word stimuli to naming colors, but did not eliminate it. 2. It produced a practice curve comparable to that obtained in many other learning experiments. 3. It increased the variability of the group. 4. It shortened the reaction time to colors presented in color squares. 5. It increased the interference of conflicting color stimuli upon reading words. 4. Practice was found either to increase or to decrease the variability of the group depending on the nature of the material used. 5. Some indication was found that sex difference in naming colors is due to the difference in the training of the two sexes. Manuscript received August 15, 1934. Footnotes. 1. The writer wishes to acknowledge the kind assistance received in the preparation of this thesis. He is indebted to Dr. Joseph Peterson for encouragement, helpful suggestions, and criticism of the manuscript, to Major H.W. Finker, a graduate student in psychology, for helpful suggestions relative to preparation of the manuscript, to Drs. J. Peterson, S.C. Garrison, M.R. Schnick, J.E. Castor, O.A. Simley, W.F. Smith, and to Miss M. Nicol for aid in securing subjects, to some 300 college students who served as subjects, to William Fitzgerald of the Peabody Press for substantial assistance in the printing of the test materials. 2. Discordis, 1914, and also Goodenough and Bryan, 1929, presented color and form simultaneously in studying their relative values as stimuli. 3. In Appendix A will be found a key to all symbols and abbreviations used in this paper. Appendix A, a key to symbols and abbreviations. NC, naming colors. NCWD, naming the colors of the print words where the color of the print and the word are different. RCNB, reading color names printed in black ink. RCND, reading color names where the color of the print and the word are different. D, difference. D over PE sub D, difference divided by the probable error of the difference. M and F, males and females. PE sub D, probable error of the difference. S, sigma or standard deviation. S over M, standard deviation divided by the mean. End of Studies of Interference in Serial Verbal Reactions. Recording by Nikki Sullivan, Pasadena, California.
Two types of conditioned reflex and a pseudotype. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Carl Manchester, 2012. Two types of conditioned reflex and a pseudotype. Accepted for publication by Carl Murchison of the Editorial Board and received in the Editorial Office June 4th, 1934. From the Biological Laboratories of Harvard University. B. F. Skinner, 1935. Society of Fellows, Harvard University. First published in Journal of General Psychology 12, pages 66 to 77. A conditioned reflex is said to be conditioned in the sense of being dependent for its existence or state upon the occurrence of a certain kind of event having to do with the presentation of a reinforcing stimulus. A definition that includes much more than this simple notion will probably not be applicable to all cases. At almost any significant level of analysis, a distinction must be made between at least two major types of conditioned reflex. These may be represented with examples in the following way, where S equals stimulus, R equals response, brackets S hyphen R, brackets equals reflex, right pointing arrow equals is followed by, and square brackets equals the strength of the enclosed reflex. Diagram. Type 1. A. S subscript 0, lever, reflex, R subscript 0, pressing, which is followed by S subscript 1, food, reflex, R subscript 1, salivation, eating. B. S subscript 0, lever, reflex R subscript 0, pressing, which is followed by S subscript 1, shock, reflex R subscript 1, withdrawal, emotional change. Type 2. S prime subscript 0, light, reflex R prime subscript 0, gamma, not important, which is followed by S prime subscript 1, food, reflex R prime subscript 1, salivation, eating. In parallel, D. S prime subscript 0, light, reflex R prime subscript 0, gamma, not important, which is followed by S prime subscript 1, shock, reflex R prime subscript 1, flexion, emotional change. The conditioned reflex is shown by a dashed line connecting S prime subscript 0, light, and R prime subscript 1, salivation, eating, flexion, emotional change. End diagram. Given such a sequence, where the strength of S subscript 1 reflex R subscript 1 is approximately equal to nothing, footnote, this expression specifies the presence of some amount of drive. Skinner, B.F. Drive and Reflex Strength 1. Journal of General Psychology, 1932, 6, pages 22 to 37. End footnote. Conditioning occurs as a change in the strength of S subscript 0 reflex R subscript 0. An increase in strength, positive conditioning, in A, and a decrease, negative conditioning, in B. Given the simultaneous or successive presentations of S prime subscript 0 and S prime subscript 1, where the strength of S prime subscript 1 reflex R prime subscript 1 is approximately nothing, conditioning occurs as an increase in the strength of S prime subscript 0 reflex R prime subscript 1. Differences between the types are as follows. 1. In type 1, S subscript 0 is followed by R subscript 0 is followed by S subscript 1, where R subscript 0 necessarily intervenes between the stimuli. In type 2, S prime subscript 0 is followed by S prime subscript 1, where R prime subscript 0 is ignored. Footnote. For convenience, we shall omit the case of simultaneous stimuli in type 2. End footnote. In 1, R subscript 0 is important. It becomes the conditioned response. In 2, R prime subscript 0 is irrelevant, except when it is relevant in another sense by conflicting with R prime subscript 1, and may actually disappear. Since conditioning of the second type may take place even when S prime subscript 1 occurs after R prime subscript 0, paradigm 2, example C, may be written for this case as follows. Light, dashed line, R, dashed line, is followed by food, dashed line, salivation, when it is identical with 1, but the result is not to reduce the two types to a single form. Both kinds of conditioning proceed simultaneously but separately. If R is turning toward the light, for example, and if the food is withheld until turning takes place, the strength of light reflex turning will increase according to 1, while the strength of light reflex salivation will increase according to 2. The same result is obtained with negative conditioning. Example D gives, upon delaying S prime subscript 1, light, dashed line, R, dashed line leads to shock, dashed line, flexion, etc., where the strength of light conditioned reflex R will decrease according to 1, while the strength of light reflex flexion increases according to 2. In the special case in which r subscript 0 and r prime subscript 1 are of the same form, the two kinds can apparently not be separated. If, for example, some unconditioned salivation is supposed to be elicitable by a light, footnote. See difference 4 below for this general requirement in type 1, end footnote. We may substitute salivation for r to obtain light-salivation dashed line is followed by food reflex salivation 2. Both the strength of light reflex salivation 1 and light reflex salivation 2 will increase with apparently no possible distinction. This is a very special case, and is also in no sense a reduction to a single type. 2. In 1, S subscript 0 reflex R subscript 0 occurs normally in the absence of S subscript 1 reflex R subscript 1, and its strength may be measured without interfering with the reinforcing action of S subscript 1. In 2, S prime subscript 1 must be withheld whenever a measurement of the strength of S prime subscript 0 reflex R prime subscript 1, the conditioned reflex, is taken, because S prime subscript 1 also evokes R prime subscript 1. Some amount of extinction necessarily ensues in the second case. 3. Since S prime subscript 1 must be withheld in measuring the strength of S prime subscript 0 reflex R prime subscript 1, R prime subscript 1 must be independent of any property of S prime subscript 1, not possessed by S prime subscript 0. In example C, salivation may become attached to the light as a conditioned response of type 2, but seizing, chewing and swallowing, which are also responses to S prime subscript 1, must not be included in the paradigm, since they require the presence of parts of S prime subscript 1 which cannot be supplied by S prime subscript 0. A special restriction on paradigm 2 is therefore necessary. Where S prime subscript 0 is of a very simple sort, a tone for example, the properties possessed in addition to S prime subscript 0 by S prime subscript 1 are practically equal to S prime subscript 1, and we may express the restriction in terms of a general distinction between two kinds of response. The first kind require no external point of reference in their elicitation or description. Typical examples are glandular activities, salivation, local muscular responses, flexion, wink, breathing movements, production of sounds, and facilitation and inhibition. Footnote. Where conditioned facilitation and inhibition are defined by substituting for R prime subscript 1 in paradigm 2 the expressions increase strength of S double prime reflex R double prime and decrease strength of S double prime reflex R double prime, respectively. End footnote. The second kind require points of reference for their elicitation or description, which are not supplied by the organism itself, but by the stimulus. Examples are orientation towards the source of a sound, approaching a light, and touching, seizing, and manipulating objects, such as a lever or food. Our present rule is that responses of the second kind cannot be substituted for R prime subscript 1 in paradigm 2 unless S prime also supplies the required points of reference. 4. In type 1, the strength of S subscript 0 reflex R subscript 0 is approximately nothing before conditioning takes place. The reflex to be conditioned must be elicited at least once as an unconditioned investigatory reflex. In type 2, the strength of S prime subscript 0 reflex R prime subscript 1 may begin at 0 and usually does. In type 1, the state of the reflex is conditioned by the occurrence of the reinforcing sequence, but its existence is not. A distinction between a conditioned and an unconditioned reflex is here less significant, because all examples of the former have necessarily been examples of the latter. There are no exclusively conditioned reflexes in this type. Since the strength of S prime subscript 0 reflex R prime subscript 1 may begin at 0, a new reflex may be created in conditioning of the second type. And since practically any stimulus may be attached to R prime subscript 1 in paradigm 2, a very large number of new reflexes can thus be derived. Conditioning of type 1, on the other hand, is not a device for increasing the repertory of reflexes. R subscript 0 continues to be elicited by the one stimulus with which it began. There are 3 reflexes in paradigm 2, but only 2 in 1. 5. The significant change in type 1 may be either an increase or a decrease in strength. In type 2 it is an increase only, even when the strength of S prime subscript 0 reflex R prime subscript 1 does not begin at 0. In type 1, stimuli may be divided into 2 classes, positively and negatively conditioning, according to whether they produce an increase or decrease when used as reinforcement. The distinction cannot be made in type 2, where a reflex may be negative in another sense, a reflex of avoidance, for example, but where its strength only increases during conditioning. 6. In type 1, the conditioned reflex, S subscript 0 reflex R subscript 0, may be associated with any drive. In type 2, the reflex, S prime subscript 0 reflex R prime subscript 1, is necessarily attached to the drive specified by R prime subscript 1. This point may require some comment. In the present use of the term, a drive is an inferred variable of which the strength of a group of reflexes is a function. Reference: Skinner, B.F. Drive and Reflex Strength 1. Journal of General Psychology, 1932, 6, pages 22 to 37. End reference. Hunger, for example, is a variable, H, a change in which is responsible for concurrent changes in the strength A of all unconditioned reflexes concerned with the ingestion of food, B of all conditioned reflexes of either type in which the reinforcing stimulus is concerned with the ingestion of food, and C, to a much lesser extent, of all investigatory reflexes. In paradigm 1, example A, lever reflex pressing, is originally a function of H to some slight extent under C above. After conditioning, it varies with H according to B, over a wide range probably equal to that of any unconditioned reflex under A. Conditioning of type 1 is really the becoming attached to a group of reflexes varying as a function of some drive. This is a much more comprehensive description of the process than to define it as an increase in strength, where the drive is assumed to remain constant at a significant value. But the identity of H in the present case is determined only by our choice of a reinforcing reflex. Given S subscript 1 reflex R subscript 1 of another drive, say thirst, then S subscript 0 reflex R subscript 0 will become conditioned by attaching itself to the group varying with thirst, and will not vary with H, except to some slight extent under C. This is a characteristic wholly lacking in type 2. Here, R' is originally part of the unconditioned reflex, and the drive to which it belongs is definitely fixed. 7. A minor difference is in the way in which the stimulus to be conditioned usually acts. In type 1, S subscript 0 is usually part of a larger field, and R subscript 0 occurs as the result of the eventual potency of S subscript 0 over other stimuli. In type 2, S prime subscript 0 is usually suddenly presented to the organism. The significance of this difference, which is not absolute, will appear later. We shall now consider a third type of relation, which involves a discrimination. It may be based upon a conditioned reflex of either type, but we shall begin with 1. To establish a discrimination, subdivide S subscript 0 into 2 classes on the basis of a selected property or component member. Reference: Skinner, B.F., The Rate of Establishment of a Discrimination, Journal of General Psychology, 1933, 9, pages 302 to 350. Skinner, B.F., The Generic Nature of the Concepts of Stimulus and Response, Journal of General Psychology, 1935, 12, pages 40 to 65. End reference. For example, let the lever stimulate either the presence of a light, L, when the stimulus may be written as S subscript A, B, L. Subscripts indicate properties or components. Or in the dark, when the stimulus is S subscript A, B. Continue to reinforce the re-response to one of them, say S subscript ABL, and extinguish or negatively condition the response to the other by breaking the sequence at S subscript 1, or by introducing as S subscript 1 of the negatively conditioning kind. Difference 5. When this has been done, the strength of S subscript ABL, reflexes R subscript 0, is greater than the strength of S subscript AB, reflexes R subscript 0, and at any value of the underlying drive, such that S subscript ABL, reflexes R subscript 0, is usually elicited, but S subscript AB, reflexes R subscript 0 is not, there exists the following condition. Given an organism in the presence of S subscript AB, ordinarily unresponsive, the presentation of L will be followed by a response. For the sake of comparison, we may set up a paradigm in imitation of 2 as follows. Diagram. Light is followed by a gamma response, not important. Simultaneously, the lever is followed by pressing. The conditioned reflex, represented diagonally, shows light being followed by pressing. End diagram. The relation between the light and the response to the lever might be called pseudo-conditioned reflex. It has some of the characteristics of type 2. The original response to the light is irrelevant, difference 1. The relation may be wholly absent prior to the conditioning, difference 4. It changes in a positive direction only, difference 5, and the stimulus is usually of the presented kind, difference 7. In all these respects it differs from type 1, although the example is based upon a reflex of that type. In many other respects it differs from both types. A reinforcing reflex is not included in the paradigm, but must be added as a third or fourth reflex. The response is not principally to the light, but to the lever. The light is only a component member of the whole stimulus, and light reflex pressing is not legitimately the expression of a reflex. The lever cannot be removed to show the conditioned effectiveness of the light, as in type 2. Instead, the response to the lever alone must be extinguished, a characteristic that we have not met before. In spite of these differences, it is often said, in similar cases, that the light becomes the conditioned stimulus for the response to the lever, just as it becomes the stimulus for salivation. This is a confusion with type 2, which obviously arises from a neglect of the extinguished reflex. The relation of pressing the lever to the lever itself is ignored, and only the relation to the light taken into account. The lever comes to be treated not as a source of stimulation, but as part of the apparatus, relevant to the response only for mechanical reasons. When the discrimination is based upon a response not requiring an external point of reference, difference 3, the chance of this neglect increases enormously. If we substitute flexion of a leg for pressing of a lever, and continue for the moment with type 1, S subscript 0 in paradigm 1 is not directly observable. We simply wait until a flexion appears, then reinforce. Having established S prime subscript 0 reflex R prime subscript 0 as a conditioned reflex of some strength, we subdivide our inferred S subscript 0 as before, extinguish S subscript AB, reflex R subscript 0, and reinforce S subscript ABL, reflex R subscript 0. When the discrimination has been set up, we have a condition in which the organism is ordinarily unresponsive, but immediately responds with flexion upon presentation of the light. Our inability to demonstrate S subscript 0 makes it difficult to show the discriminative nature of this relation, but it is by no means impossible to find other grounds, as we may see by comparing it with a true reflex of type 2. Let the presentation of the light be followed by a shock to the foot, until the light alone elicits flexion. The resulting reflex is superficially similar to the relation of light and flexion that we have just examined, but fundamentally the two cases are unlike. Assuming that no immediate difference can in fact be detected. Footnote. This is a generous assumption, since some evidence for the presence of S subscript 0 can usually be found. A difference in the character of the response might also be shown. In the case of the true reflex, it may be accompanied by changes in breathing rate, for example, which would be lacking in the pseudo reflex. End footnote. We may still show differences by referring forward or backward to the history of the organism. The two relations have been established in different ways, and their continued existence depends upon reinforcement from different stimuli. The discriminative drive relation also varies with an arbitrarily chosen drive, while the conditioned reflex is necessarily attached to the drive to which shock reflex flexion belongs. These differences are chiefly due, however, to the use of a conditioned reflex of type 1 in setting up the discrimination. In a pseudo-conditioned reflex based upon type 2, the distinction is much less sure. Here we are invariably able to neglect the extinguished member because R prime subscript 1 is of the kind not requiring an external point of reference, difference 3. And we can minimize its importance in other ways. Given a conditioned reflex of this kind, diagram, tone is followed by a gamma response, not important. In parallel, food is followed by salivation. The conditioned reflex is represented diagonally. Tone is followed by salivation. End diagram. If we establish a discrimination between the tone and the tone plus a light, reinforcing the response to the latter, we obtain the following condition. An organism in the presence of the tone, ordinarily unresponsive, will respond upon presentation of the light. The only difference between this relation and a true reflex of type 2 is the extinction of the response to the tone, which is evidence that a discrimination has taken place. The reinforcement of tone and light should condition responses to both of these stimuli, but we observe that the organism is unresponsive in the presence of the tone alone. Now, this surviving difference may be reduced at will by reducing the significance of S prime subscript 0 in the basic reflex of the pseudotype. If we lower the intensity of the tone or choose another stimulus of a less important kind, we may approach as closely as we please to a conditioned reflex of type 2. We cannot actually reach type 2 in this way, but we can easily reach a point at which our pseudo-reflex is identical with any actual experimental example of that type. This is true because some amount of discrimination is practically always involved in cases of type 2. When we put a dog into a stand, present a light and then food, the food reinforces not only the light, but the stimulation from the stand. Merely putting the dog into the stand again should elicit salivation according to paradigm 2. In practice, this is a disturbing effect, which must be eliminated through extinction. So long as it occurs, any actual case of type 2 must be formulated as a pseudo-conditioned reflex. If S subscript G is the stimulation affecting the organism in addition to S subscript 0, then S subscript 0 in paradigm 2 should read S subscript G plus S subscript 0. The effect upon S subscript G is extinguished through lack of reinforcement in the absence of S subscript 0, and the result is a discrimination. An organism in the presence of S subscript G, ordinarily unresponsive, responds when S subscript 0 is added. The importance of this criticism will depend upon the relative magnitudes of S subscript G and S subscript 0. In the optimal experiment, S subscript G may be reduced to a value that is insignificant in comparison with ordinary values of S subscript 0. The partially discriminative nature of type 2 is inevitable. It is not important in type 1 because of difference 1. Paradigm 1 contains an implicit specification that S subscript 0 is active or has just acted at the moment of reinforcement, since it specifies that S subscript 1 is to be withheld until R subscript 0 has occurred. The reinforced stimulus is really S subscript 0 and not S subscript G plus S subscript 0. It is the lever, in our example, not the whole stimulating field presented by the apparatus. Paradigm 2 contains no specification of the activity of S subscript 0, and the reinforcing action of S prime subscript 1 must be supposed to extend to S subscript G as well as to S subscript 0. In practice, an active state at the moment of reinforcement is usually ensured by presenting S subscript 0 suddenly. Footnote. This is our explanation of difference 7. Another explanation might be added. If S prime subscript 0 is active for any length of time prior to S subscript 1, it will have an extinguishing effect. This cannot be said of type 1. End footnote. This might be included as an additional provision in paradigm 2, but the provision really required is that S subscript 0 and no part of S subscript G be active at the moment of reinforcement. This is not easily arranged. We cannot wholly avoid the generalized action of the reinforcement in type 2 because of the lack of dependence of S prime subscript 1 upon R prime subscript 0. One characteristic of the pseudo-conditioned reflex is the variety of the forms of its stimulus. We have assumed that in our two fundamental paradigms, any stimulus had ultimately the dimensions of energy, although we have often used the shorthand device of speaking of the source of energy, as for example, lever. In the pseudo-type, however, the stimulus can be a single property. It can be the intensity of the stimulus or some such qualitative aspect as pitch or hue. It can be a change from one value of a property to another, or the absence of a property, or a duration. The reason why this is possible is that the other properties of the stimulus can be relegated to S subscript G for extinction. If the pitch of a tone is to be a conditioned stimulus, the tone itself must first become one also, and the response to its other properties must be extinguished by extinguishing the response to tones of other pitches. In a true conditioned reflex, this cannot be done. Although it is common to speak of properties as stimuli. Reference, Pavlov, I.P., Conditioned Reflexes, translated and edited by G.V. Anrep, London, Oxford University Press, 1927. End reference. The presence of a property in the position of a stimulus is a certain indication that a pseudo-conditioned reflex is really in question. A property alone cannot be used in either true type, because it implies extinction. Most of the real stimulus must be relegated to S subscript G, and the requirement that the value of S subscript G be negligible cannot therefore be satisfied. The position of a pseudo-conditioned reflex may be summarized as follows. When the pseudo-reflex is based upon a reflex of type 1, and when R subscript 0 requires external points of reference, there are important practical and theoretical reasons why a separate formulation is demanded. When R subscript 0 does not require external points of reference, there are fewer differences, but a separate formulation is still necessary. When the pseudotype is based upon a reflex of type 2, the distinction is weakened, but should still be made, except when S subscript G can be reduced to a very low value relative to S subscript 0. In the last case, a practical distinction is impossible, not because of an identity of types, but because of the failure of type 2 to appear experimentally in a pure form. It is a tempting hypothesis that 2 is not an authentic type, but may be reduced to a discrimination based on type 1. But this has not been shown. We have not reduced the pseudo-type to type 2 or vice versa, nor have we come very near it. The present pseudo-reflex, which resembles 2 most closely, requires of that type for its establishment. It is probably more than a coincidence that a discrimination based upon type 1 has so many of the properties of 2, but the reduction to a single type appears from our present evidence to be highly improbable, desirable though it would be, as an immense simplification. The differences that we have noted are not easily disposed of. Still more improbable is a reduction of 1 to 2, since the first step supplied by the pseudotype is then lacking. To the differences we have listed might be added differences in the parts played by the two types in the economy of the organism. The essence of type 2 is the substitution of one stimulus for another, or, as Pavlov has put it, signalization. Reference: Pavlov, I.P., Conditioned Reflexes, translated and edited by G.V. Anrep, London, Oxford University Press, 1927. End reference. It prepares the organism by obtaining the elicitation of a response before the original stimulus has begun to act, and it does this by letting any stimulus that has incidentally accompanied or anticipated the original stimulus act in its stead. In type 1, there is no substitution of stimuli, and consequently no signalization. Type 1 acts in another way. The organism selects from a large repertory of unconditioned reflexes, those of which the repetition is important with respect to certain elementary functions, and discards those of which it is unimportant. The conditioned response of type 1 does not prepare for the reinforcing stimulus, it produces it. The stimulus to be conditioned is never in any sense incidental. Type 1 plays the more important role. When an organism comes accidentally, footnote, that is to say, as the result of weak investigatory reflexes, end footnote, upon a new kind of food which it seizes and eats, both kinds of conditioning presumably occur. When the visible radiation from the food next stimulates the organism, salivation is evoked according to paradigm 2. This secretion remains useless until the food is actually seized and eaten. But seizing and eating will depend upon the same accidental factors as before, unless conditioning of type 1 has also occurred, that is, unless the strength of the reflex, food seizing, has increased. Thus, while a reflex of type 2 prepares the organism, a reflex of type 1 obtains the food for which the preparation is made, and this is in general a fair characterization of the relative importance of the two types. As Pavlov has said, conditioned stimuli are important in providing saliva before food is received, but, quote, even greater is their importance when they evoke the motor component of the complex reflex of nutrition, i.e., when they act as stimuli to the reflex of seeking food, end quote. Footnote. This is a doubly interesting statement because Pavlov has confined his own investigations practically exclusively to conditioned reflexes of the second type. It ought to be said that he usually regards this type as adequate for the whole field. Thus he says that the function of the hemispheres is signalization, although signalization is, as we have seen, a characteristic of type 2 only. Although the reflex of seeking food is an unfortunate expression, it refers clearly enough to behaviour characteristic of type 1. End of two types of conditioned reflex and a pseudotype.
On two types of conditioned reflex. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siddharth. On two types of conditioned reflex by J. Konorski and S. Miller, 1937. First published in Journal of General Psychology, 16, pages 264 to 272. Skinner's paper on 2 types of conditioned reflex is of considerable interest as an attempt to introduce more clarity and precision than has been formerly done into that old and often discussed topic of conditioned reflex. In his paper, which is based on his former experimental findings and on certain theoretical considerations of his own concerning general nature of the reflex, Skinner gives 2 following paradigms, in which S is stimulus, R is response, S line R is reflex, dashed line is followed by diagram type 1. A S subscript 0, lever, reflex R subscript 0, pressing is followed by S subscript 1, food, reflex R subscript 1, salivation, eating B S subscript 0, lever, reflex R subscript 0, pressing, which is followed by S subscript 1, shock, reflex R subscript 1, withdrawal, emotional change. End of diagram. Given such a sequence, conditioning occurs as a change in strength of S subscript 0, reflex R subscript 0, an increase in A and a decrease in B. Diagram type 2. C S prime subscript 0, light, reflex R prime subscript 0, gamma, not important, is concurrent with S prime subscript 1, food, reflex R prime subscript 1, salivation, eating D S prime subscript 0, light, reflex R prime subscript 0, gamma, not important, is concurrent with S prime subscript 1, shock, reflex R prime subscript 1, flexion, emotional change. The conditioned reflex is shown by a diagonal line connecting S prime subscript 0, light to R prime subscript 1, salivation, eating, flexion, emotional change. End diagram. It is quite obvious that type 2 corresponds to the ordinary Pavlovian conditioned reflex. Type 1 and the appropriate pseudo type represents a phenomenon of habit formation by the method of price and punishment. The problem of the relation between the two the author solves in the following way. The habit can be classified as a conditioned reflex. It is of a different type from the classical one, and it is hardly possible to reduce the two to one type. Too many important differences separate them. The expressing of habit formation as a distinct form of conditioned reflex is naturally of prime importance, so much more in view of a frequent tendency to state in merely general terms the identification of habits with conditioned reflexes, or to proclaim such an identification as a program. The drawing up of an exact fundamental pattern lays a foundation for future research and makes it possible to investigate habits according to their basic properties. It constitutes a procedure similar to the methods employed by the school of Pavlov. It is therefore most important that this first step in the investigation of habits or of similar phenomena to be conducted correctly. If the structural analysis of facts under examination contain some error, further researches may be conducted in an altogether wrong way. In our opinion, Skinner's main lines of analysis are correct. He rightly discriminates 2 types of conditioned reflex, his type 1 against the classical Pavlovian type, and stresses the absence of the signaling function in the former. Nevertheless, the very construction of his type 1 is built up in a faulty manner and is not in agreement with the present state of experimental facts. As we have since 1928 been conducting physiological investigations of the phenomena which in psychology are known as habits, we would desire to make on the basis of our findings a critical examination of some of Skinner's statements. To begin with, a little remark on terminology for the sake of avoiding confusion of terms. In our first paper, published in 1928, we made a discrimination between the ordinary conditioned reflex and a new type of reflex, which, by all appearance, corresponds to Skinner's type 1. That new type we have named the conditioned reflex type 2, since, in relation to the classical Pavlovian conditioned reflex, it presents a next form of conditioning. We have demonstrated that this reflex, type 2, is based on a different cortical mechanism from that of the ordinary reflex, and that its mechanism cannot be reduced to one of the Pavlovian conditioned reflex type 1, although it implies the functioning of such. In the paper referred to, we expressed a supposition that other new cortical mechanisms might possibly be discovered in the future and that they would represent further types of conditioned reflex. Accordingly, it would seem to be desirable to change the numeration of types given by Skinner and to call the classical Pavlovian conditioned reflex the reflex type 1 and the new one the reflex type 2. All the more so as Skinner himself used such a numeration in one of his former papers. Let us now pass to the merit of the case. Skinner builds up a new type of reflex, chiefly making use of his own experimental material. In the following way, an animal has a reflex S subscript 0, line R subscript 0. Example, an investigatory reflex of pressing a lever upon seeing it. When this reflex is reinforced by food, its strength increases, and when it is reinforced by a stimulus eliciting a defensive response, example, an electrical shock, its strength diminishes. Such a strengthened or weakened reflex constitutes the very new type of conditioned reflex. In addition to that, Skinner introduces a special form of this reflex, the one of pseudo conditioned reflex, in which the reaction of pressing a lever is associated with some indifferent external stimulus, example, light. The formation of pseudo conditioned reflex is, according to Skinner, based on differentiation. The animal at first responds exclusively to the lever, but later, as the combination lever plus light is continually reinforced by food, while the lever alone is not reinforced, the animal learns to press the lever solely, or nearly so, when the light is present. As we see, the main point in Skinner's conception is that the new type of conditioned reflex is formed from an already existing reflex, the strengthening response, weakening of the connection being the only acquisition. This property is to discriminate the new type from the old one, since the latter begins at 0 and ends in an entirely new connection. To be consistent in application of this discriminative property, Skinner attempts to explain a special case, his pseudo type, where this property seems to be absent. This is the case when the animal learns to react to a stimulus, light, formerly having no connection with the given response. According to Skinner, the true stimulus in the pseudo type, which elicits a reaction of pressing the lever, is not light, but the sight of the lever. Light is supposed to serve here only as a factor determining when the reflex lever line pressing gains in strength. Skinner says the response is not principally to the light, but to the lever. The light is only a component member of the whole stimulus, and light line pressing is not legitimately the expression of the reflex. To bring out the fallacy in Skinner's way of conceiving the structure of the new type of conditioned reflex, let us consider the following experiment. As a primary reflex S subscript 0, line R subscript 0, let us choose, instead of an investigatory reflex used by Skinner, a more distinct one, the raising of a leg. in a dog under weak electrical shock. A dog is kept in a stand in an experimental camera, and every display of reflex S subscript 0 line R subscript 0 is reinforced by food, falling in line with Skinner. We should expect as a result of reinforcement an increase of strength in reflex S subscript 0 line R subscript 0, the electrical shock line raising a leg. But what actually happens is that after a few reinforcements, the animal starts to raise its leg independently of the electrical shock as soon as it finds itself in the given experimental situation. If, following Skinner, we denote the stimulus value of the experimental situation by S subscript G, the above result will indicate the establishment of a new reflex S subscript G line R subscript 0. How could Skinner classify this reflex? He could not identify it as his true reflex of the new type, since there is no increase of strength in primary reflex S subscript 0 line R subscript 0. Neither could he recognize it as his pseudo reflex, since it is not established through differentiation. In fact, the stimulus S subscript G is here not merely a determining factor for the elicitation of R subscript 0 by S subscript 0, but the very stimulus eliciting R subscript 0. To consider further possibilities of reinforcement, we could proceed after the reflex S subscript G line R subscript 0 is just started in two different ways. One, to reinforce every moment of raising a leg displayed in situation S subscript G, or 2, following strictly Skinner's paradigm, to reinforce only those moments of raising a leg which follow the application of electrical shock. In the first case, the animal would learn to raise its leg with maximal possible frequency, and the electrical shock would become wholly superfluous. The new reflex S subscript G line R subscript 0 would then be fixed. In the second case, contrary to Skinner's assumption, the strength of the response R subscript 0 to the stimulus S subscript 0 would not increase but diminish. The reason for this is that the electrical shock under continual reinforcement soon becomes a conditioned stimulus for food reaction, and in consequence, its unconditioned defensive reaction according to the law of negative induction becomes inhibited. This matter had been treated in detail in the well-known old experiments of arrow fever. Of course, the movements of the leg, which at first started to appear in response to the stimulus S subscript G, would be extinguished as unreinforced. As we see, the mechanism of the new type of conditioned reflex is quite different from what Skinner thinks. The primary reflex S subscript 0 line R subscript 0 does not grow in strength but subsides. In the new type, the stimulus S subscript 0 is replaced by a new stimulus S subscript G. This amounts to saying that an entirely new reflex S subscript G line R subscript 0 is established. What could have caused Skinner's erroneous interpretation, which at first glance seemed to fit facts so easily? The error, it seems, is due to his fundamental experiments not being quite happily chosen. The lever in his experiments plays a double role. On one hand, it is S subscript 0, as far as it elicits an investigatory response R subscript 0 pressing. On the other hand, it is also a prominent component of the whole experiment situation S subscript G, since the true mechanism of the new type of conditioned reflex consists, as we have shown, in the replacement of S subscript 0 by S subscript G. This substitution in Skinner's experiments could not have been noticed, since S subscript 0 and S subscript G were represented by the same object. The only effect he could have recorded was an increase in frequency of pressing the lever, a fact which he erroneously attributed to the increase in strength of the investigatory reflex. The mere fact of increase in frequency is quite natural. If we remember that any investigatory reflex on account of its general property to become easily extinguished is normally displayed rather rarely, while the new reflex S subscript G line R subscript 0 is reinforced by food, shows continued existence. It is to be pointed out that the stimulus S subscript 0 plays only a subsidiary role in the formation of a conditioned reflex of the new type. It serves only to bring about the new response R subscript 0, and once the connection S subscript G line R subscript 0 is established, it loses any further experimental significance. What is more, the movement R subscript 0 may be brought about not necessarily by way of reaction to some stimulus, but simply by mechanical means as a passive movement. Example, when the experimenter lifts a dog's leg. It would be of interest to mention here one of our experiments analogous to those of Skinner. In that experiment, the passive striking with a dog's leg at a lever has been used as a movement, R subscript 0. The dog, in relation to the lever, displayed none of the investigatory reflexes, and never would have come to the point of striking the lever, had not this been artificially brought about. After reinforcing this passive movement by food, we brought it about that the dog started to strike the lever by himself. There, the lever acted exclusively as a prominent part of the stimulus. S subscript G, the stimulus S subscript 0, was entirely lacking, since the movement R subscript 0 was passive. It is not our task to present here the full mechanism of the formation of conditioned reflexes of the new type. This matter has been discussed by us elsewhere. We shall confine ourselves only to those points which pertain to the explanation of the phenomena taking place in Skinner's experiment. When in a given experimental situation S subscript G, the movement S subscript 0 brought about by one of the following ways: as a response to the electrical shock, as an investigatory response, or as a passive movement, is reinforced by food. The first thing to happen is the establishment of a conditioned food reflex to the whole complex of stimuli entering into S subscript G. If after Skinner we denote food by S subscript 1 and the unconditioned food reaction by R subscript 1, the resulting reflex will be S subscript G line R subscript 1. The so-called situational conditioned reflex, so well known in Pavlov's laboratories. This phase of conditioning, however, is transitory. The reflex S subscript G line R subscript 1 cannot be fixed, since S subscript G is followed by food only when combined with R subscript 0. As a result, differentiation sets in, and S subscript G, when without R subscript 0, becomes inhibited. The conditioned food stimulus that remains is the complex S subscript G plus R subscript 0, that is the moment R subscript 0, more correctly, the kinesthetic stimuli aroused by that moment at the background of the experimental situation, S subscript G. Thus, in the second phase of conditioning, a double effect is achieved. On one hand, a conditioned food reflex is built up, which has for its stimulus a complex of kinesthetic excitations raised by the moment R subscript 0. This is R subscript 0, line R subscript 1. On the other hand, the experimental situation S subscript G has become an inhibitory stimulus for food reaction, giving rise to an inhibitory reflex S subscript G, line R subscript 1. The facts rest so far wholly on the laws of Pavlovian conditioned reflex, but as our experiments have brought on, in the second phase of conditioning, a certain new phenomenon occurs which is not considered by the Pavlovian laws. The specific stimulus eliciting the moment R subscript 0 becomes superfluous, for the animal starts to respond to the experimental situation S subscript G by the moment R subscript 0. In other words, a conditioned reflex of a new type makes its appearance. Its fixation and continued existence depends on food reinforcement. When it has ceased to be reinforced by food, it is extinguished simultaneously with the extinction of the conditioned food reflex R subscript 0, line R subscript 1. It can also be differentiated, Skinner's pseudo type being then obtained. As it could be seen, this new type of reflex arises under the following conditions. 1. The movement which constitutes its effects if a conditioned food stimulus. 2. The stimulus for that movement is an inhibitory food stimulus in a certain phase of inhibition. The universality of this condition has been demonstrated by us in various experiments. The paradigm on page 270 presents the structure of this reflex. Paradigm: original state, line, experimental situation or any external stimulus. S subscript G is followed by R subscript 0, produced by unconditional reflex from S subscript 0 or passive movement. Firstly, minus S subscript 1, no food is followed by no reflex. Secondly, S subscript 1, food is followed by R subscript 1, salivation as an unconditioned reflex. Result: S subscript G is followed by R subscript 0. Firstly, corresponding to the no food condition, minus R subscript 1, inhibition by conditioning type 1. Secondly, S subscript 2, food is followed by R subscript 2, salivation, and directly from the conjunction of S subscript G and R subscript 0. It represents a new type conditioned reflex type 2. End paradigm. Coming back to Skinner's experiments, we can easily see that their results fall in line with our explanation. By virtue of food reinforcement, the experimental situation becomes to a rat a conditioned stimulus for food reaction. Be it continually reinforced, independently of pressing the lever, it should remain a conditioned food stimulus, and no conditioned reflex of the new type could ever be built on it. Since, however, by not giving food, save when the moment appears, Skinner makes out of it an inhibitory stimulus, and, on the other hand, by constant reinforcing pressing movement, he makes out of it a conditioned food stimulus. Both conditions stated by us are fulfilled, and a conditioned reflex of the new type is established. The animal, as soon as it finds itself in the experimental situation, starts to perform the movement of lever pressing as long as this movement is reinforced. When the reinforcement is discontinued, the reflex S subscript G, line R subscript 0, does not return, as Skinner guesses, to its former state of an investigatory reflex, but becomes extinguished, that is, actively inhibited. Skinner's interpretation of the second B group of conditioned reflexes of the new type is see paradigm 1 is also incorrect. This group embraces those reflexes which are formed under negative reinforcement, example by application of electrical shock instead of giving food. According to him, the strength of such reflexes decreases when faced with actual facts. One can see that there is something more to it. We have shown that under negative reinforcements, the movements R subscript 0 as a response is transformed into an antagonistic movement, line R subscript 0, while the same movement R subscript 0 as a stimulus becomes a conditioned stimulus for a defensive reflex S subscript 1 minus R subscript 1. S subscript I, line R subscript I. The whole process may be described thus: the animal inhibits the movement R subscript 0, which signalizes to him an obnoxious stimulus, and makes instead a preventive antagonistic movement, line R subscript 0. This shows that negative reinforcement has more complex effect than a mere decrease of strength in reflex S subscript 0, line R subscript 0. It leads to the formation of a new antagonistic reflex. Let us point out one more detail overlooked by Skinner. Speaking of reaction R subscript 0, we used an expression, the movement R subscript 0, instead of the response R subscript 0. We did it for the following reason. According to the existing state of knowledge, and we dispose of no facts to the contrary, the conditioned reflex of the new type. Type 2 is confined exclusively to striped muscles, while the classical type has no restrictions laid on effectors and includes among them, besides striped muscles, smooth muscles and glands. Skinner's imaginary case shows that he overlooks this restriction, saying that a salivary hypothetical reaction to a stimulus different than food, unconditioned, example light, is liable to be increased by food reinforcement. Being a glandular reaction, salivation cannot by any means be made a conditioned reaction of the new type. Skinner's case is not so much imaginary as impossible. In conclusion, we must say that the structure of Skinner's paradigms for the new type of conditioned reflex contains important errors and gaps, yet we must point out once more that his seeking of new forms of conditioned reflex and his attempts to present their fundamental properties with great detail and discrimination are to be applauded. End of On two types of conditioned reflex.
Two Types of Conditioned Reflex, a reply to Konorski and Miller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Two Types of Conditioned Reflex, a reply to Konorski and Miller by B.F. Skinner. First published in the Journal of General Psychology, Volume 16, pages 272 to 279. Before considering the specific objections raised by Konorski and Miller against my formulation of a second type of conditioned reflex, I should like to give a more fundamental characterization of both types and of the discriminations based upon them. Let conditioning be defined as a kind of change in reflex strength where the operation performed upon the organism to induce the change is the presentation of a reinforcing stimulus in a certain temporal relation to behavior. All changes in strength so induced come under the head of conditioning, and are thus distinguished from changes having similar dimensions, but induced in other ways, as in drive, emotion, and so on. Different types of conditioned reflexes arise because a reinforcing stimulus may be present in different kinds of temporal relations. There are two fundamental cases. In one, the reinforcing stimulus is correlated temporally with a response, and in the other with a stimulus. For correlated with, we might write contingent upon. There are the types that I have numbered 1 and 2 respectively. Konorski and Miller refer to the second as type 1, and to a complex case involving the first, see below, as type 2. To avoid confusion and to gain a mnemonic advantage, I shall refer to conditioning which results from the contingency of a reinforcing stimulus upon a stimulus as a type S, and to that resulting from contingency upon a response as of type R. If the stimulus is already correlated with a response, or the response with a stimulus, a reinforcement cannot be made contingent upon the one term without being put into a similar relation with the other. That is to say, if a reinforcing stimulus is correlated temporally with the S in a reflex, it is also correlated with the R, or if with the R, then also with the S. It is not possible to avoid this difficulty, which seems to destroy the validity of the foregoing definition, by specifying a kind of temporal relation. If, for example, we should distinguish between the cases in which the reinforcing stimulus precedes S, and hence also precedes R, and those in which it follows R, and hence also follows S, the resulting cases would be close to those of types R and S, but they would not be identical with them, and the basis for the definition would not permit a deduction of the other characteristics of the types. The contingency of the reinforcing stimulus upon a separate term is necessary. It may be noted, therefore, that in both paradigms of conditioning, as previously given, the connection between the term to be correlated with the reinforcing stimulus and another term is irrelevant. no connection need exist at the start. In type S, we may use a stimulus, S sub 0, eliciting no observable response, and in type R, a response, R sub 0, elicited by no observable stimulus. For example, the, quote, spontaneous flexion of a leg. Or, if a connection originally exists, it may disappear during conditioning. In type S, if S sub 0 elicits a definite response, say where S sub 0 dash R sub 0 is shock flexion, R sub 0 may disappear, aerophava, and in type R, if R sub 0 is apparently elicited by a definite stimulus, say where S sub 0 R sub 0 is the same, R sub 0 will eventually appear without S sub 0, as Konorski and Miller have shown. The paradigms may therefore be rewritten as follows. Top line, S sub 0 prime, horizontal line to lowercase r. Also from S sub 0 prime, downward arrow to S sub 1 prime. From S sub 1 prime, horizontal line to R sub 1 prime. Diagonal dashed line from S sub 0 prime to R sub 1 prime. This is type S. Type R, lowercase s, horizontal line, R sub 0, arrow pointing to S sub 1, horizontal line to R sub 1 in parentheses. Where the arrows indicate the temporal correlation responsible for conditioning, footnote, the uncommon case in which S sub 1 follows S sub 0 is a minor exception to the direction of the arrow, which may be accounted for with the notion of the trace, end footnote. And where the terms written in lowercase either A cannot be identified, B may be omitted, or C may disappear. The correlation of the reinforcing stimulus with a separate term is here achieved, and from it the properties of two, and incidentally only two, types of conditioned reflex may be deduced. The differences between the types given in my paper, which need not be repeated here, are no longer useful in defining the types, but they serve as convenient hallmarks. This solution depends upon the statement that there are responses uncorrelated with observable stimuli, a statement that must not be made lightly, but cannot, so far as I can see, be avoided. It is a necessary recognition of the fact that in the unconditioned organism two kinds of behavior may be distinguished. There is, first, the kind of response that is made to specific stimulation, where the correlation between response and stimulus is a reflex in the traditional sense. I shall refer to such a reflex as a respondent, and use the term also as an adjective in referring to the behavior as a whole. But there is also a kind of response which occurs spontaneously in the absence of any stimulation with which it may be specifically correlated. We need not have a complete absence of stimulation in order to demonstrate this. It does not mean that we cannot find a stimulus that will elicit such behavior, but that none is operative at the time the behavior is observed. It is the nature of this kind of behavior that it should occur without an eliciting stimulus, although discriminative stimuli are practically inevitable after conditioning. It is not necessary to assume specific identifiable units prior to conditioning, but through conditioning they may be set up. I shall call such a unit an operant, and the behavior in general, operant behavior. The distinction between operant and respondent behavior and the special properties of the former will be dealt with at length in a work now in preparation. All conditioned reflexes of type R are by definition operants, and all of type S respondents. But the operant-respondent distinction is the more general, since it extends to unconditioned behavior as well. A formulation of the fundamental types of discrimination may also be carried out in terms of the contingency of the reinforcing stimulus. Discrimination differs from conditioning because the existing correlation cannot be unequivocally established with any one set of properties of the stimulus or response. The effect of a given act of reinforcement is necessarily more extensive than the actual contingency implies, and the relation must be narrowed through extinction, footnote, or negative conditioning. This correction may be made throughout, end footnote. With respect to the properties not involved in the correlation. There are three basic types of discrimination. 1. Discrimination of the stimulus in type S. A. S sub 1 is contingent upon less than all the aspects or properties of S sub 0 present upon any given occasion of reinforcement. For example, let S sub 1 be contingent upon the pitch of a tone. Before this relation, and not merely a relation between the response and the tone itself, can be established, responses to tones of other pitches that have been conditioned through induction must be extinguished. B. S sub 1 is contingent upon a group of stimuli, but not upon subgroups or supergroups. For example, let S sub A and S sub B be reinforced together but not separately. Before the relation will be reflected in behavior, the responses to either stimulus alone that are strengthened through induction must be extinguished. 2. Discrimination of the stimulus in type R. S sub 1 is contingent upon R sub 0 in the presence of a stimulus S sub D. For example, let the pressing of a lever be reinforced only when a light is on. Before this relation can be established in the behavior, the responses in the absence of the light developed through induction from the reinforcement in the presence of the light must be extinguished. 3. Discrimination of the response in type R. S sub 1 is contingent upon an R sub 0 having a given value of one or more of its properties. For example, let S sub 1 be contingent upon a response above a given level of intensity. Responses of lower intensity strengthened through induction must be extinguished. There is no fourth case of a discrimination of the response in type S. Both discriminations of the stimulus, but not that of the response, yield what I have called pseudo-reflexes, in which stimuli are related to responses in ways that seem to resemble reflexes, but require separate formulations if confusion is to be avoided. Footnote. Not all pseudo-reflexes are discriminative, if we extend the term to include all superficial correlations of stimulus and response. For example, let a tetanizing shock to the tail of a dog be discontinued as soon as the dog lifts its left foreleg. The discontinuance of a negative reinforcement acts as a positive reinforcement, and when conditioning has taken place, a shock to the tail will be constantly followed by a movement of the foreleg. Superficially, the relation resembles a reflex, but the greatest confusion would arise from treating it as such and expecting it to have the usual properties. End footnote. In type S, case B above, given the organism in the presence of S sub A, the presentation of S sub B will be followed by a response. The superficial relation, S sub B dash R, is not a reflex, because the relevance of S sub A is overlooked. Similarly, in type R, the superficial relation between the light and pressing the lever is not a reflex, and exhibits none of the properties of one when these are treated quantitatively. The distinction between an eliciting and a discriminative stimulus was not wholly respected in my earlier paper, for the reflex, lever pressing, was pseudo. As a discriminated operant, the reflex should have been written S plus lever minus pressing. Since I did not derive the two types from the possible contingencies of the reinforcing stimulus, it was not important that R sub 0 in type R be independent of an eliciting stimulus. But the treatment of the lever as eliciting an unconditioned response has proved inconvenient and impracticable in other ways, and the introduction of the notion of the operant clears up many difficulties besides those immediately in question. It eliminates the implausible assumption that all reflexes ultimately conditioned according to type R may be spoken of as existing as identifiable units in unconditioned behavior, and substitutes the simpler assumption that all operant responses are generated out of undifferentiated material. certain difficulties in experiments upon operants are also avoided. Operant behavior cannot be treated with the technique devised for respondents, Sherrington and Pavlov, because in the absence of an eliciting stimulus, many of the measures of reflex strength developed for respondents are meaningless. In an operant there is properly no latency, except with respect to discriminative stimuli, no after discharge, and most important of all, no ratio of the magnitudes of R and S. In spite of repeated efforts to treat it as such, the magnitude of the response in an operant is not a measure of its strength. Some other measure must be devised, and from the definition of an operant it is easy to arrive at the rate of occurrence of the response. This measure has been shown to be significant in a large number of characteristic changes in strength. There is thus an important difference between the Konorski and Miller sequence, shock-flexion leads to food, and the sequence S plus lever-pressing leads to food. The first contains a respondent, the second an operant. The immediate difference experimentally is that in the second case the experimenter cannot produce the response at will, but must wait for it to come out. A more important difference concerns the basis for the distinction between two types. Since there is no eliciting stimulus in the second sequence, the food is correlated with the response, but not with the lever as a stimulus. In the first sequence, the food is correlated as fully with the shock as with the flexion. The Konorski and Miller case does not fit the present formula for type R, and a divergent result need not wait against it. The case does not, as a matter of fact, fit either type, so long as the double correlation with both terms exists. Conditioning of type S will occur, the shock salivation reflex of Aerofava, but there is no reason why conditioning of type R should occur so long as there is a correlation between the reinforcement and an eliciting stimulus. Nothing is to be gained in such a case. The original sequence operates as efficiently as possible. The case comes under type R only when the correlation with S sub 0 is broken up. That is, when a response occurs that is not elicited by S sub 0. The complex experiment described by Konorski and Miller may be formulated as follows. In the unconditioned organism, there is operant behavior that consists of flexing the leg. It is weak and appears only occasionally. There is also the strong respondent, shock to flexion, which has more or less the same form of response. In Konorski and Miller's experiment, we may assume that an elicitation of the respondent, S-R, brings out at the same time the operant, lowercase s-R, which sums with it. We have in reality two sequences, A, shock-flexion, and B, lowercase s-flexion, leads to food. Here the respondent, A, need not increase in strength, but may actually decrease during conditioning of type S, while the operant in B increases in strength to a point at which it is capable of appearing without the aid of A. As Konorski and Miller note, quote, the stimulus S sub 0, shock, plays only a subsidiary role in the formation of a conditioned reflex of the new type. It serves only to bring about the response R sub 0 by summation with the operant, and once the connection S sub G dash R sub 0 is established, read once the operant is reinforced, it loses any further experimental significance. End quote. The existence of independent composite parts may be inferred from the facts that B eventually appears without A when it has become strong enough through conditioning, and that it may even be conditioned without the aid of A, though less conveniently. Konorski and Miller seem to imply that a scheme that appeals to the spontaneous occurrence of a response cannot be generally valid because many responses never appear spontaneously. But elaborate and peculiar forms of response may be generated from undifferentiated operant behavior through successive approximation to a final form. This is sometimes true of the example of pressing the lever. A rat may be found, very infrequently, not to press the lever spontaneously during a prolonged period of observation. The response in its final form may be obtained by basing the reinforcement upon the following steps in succession. Approach to the site of the lever, lifting the nose into the air toward the lever, lifting forepart of body into the air, touching lever with feet, and pressing lever downward. When one step has been conditioned, the reinforcement is withdrawn and made contingent upon the next. With a similar method, any value of a single property of the response may be obtained. The rat may be conditioned to press the lever with a force equal to that exerted by, say, 100 grams, although spontaneous pressings seldom go above 20 grams, or to prolong the response to, say, 30 seconds, although the lever is seldom spontaneously held down for more than 2 seconds. I know of no stimulus comparable with the shock of Konorski and Miller that will elicit pressing the lever as an unconditioned response or elicit it with abnormal values of its properties. There is no S0 available for eliciting these responses in the way demanded by Konorski and Miller's formulation. Where eliciting stimulus is lacking, Konorski and Miller appeal to putting through. A dog's paw is raised and placed against a lever, and this response is reinforced with food. Eventually the dog makes the response spontaneously, but a great deal may happen here that is not easily observed. If we assume that tension from passive flexion is to some extent negatively reinforcing, anything that the dog does that will reduce the tension will be reinforced as an operant. Such a spontaneous response as moving the foot in the direction of the passive flexion will be reinforced. We thus have a series of sequences of this general form. S plus S sub D, touching and flexing of leg, dash R, movement of leg in a certain direction, leads to S sub 1, relief of tension. The effect of putting through is to provide step-by-step reinforcement for many component parts of the complete response, each part being formulated according to type R. The substitution of food as a new reinforcement is easily accounted for. This interpretation of putting through is important because Konorski and Miller base their formulation of the new type upon the fact that proprioceptive stimulation from the response may become a conditioned stimulus of type S since it regularly precedes S sub 1. One of the conditions for this second type is that, quote, the movement which constitutes its effect is a conditioned food stimulus, end quote. That conditioning of this sort does take place during conditioning of type R was noted in my paper, but its relevance in the process of type R does not follow. Perhaps the strongest point against it is the fact that conditioning of type R may take place with one reinforcement, where a prerequisite conditioning of type S could hardly have time to occur. Any proprioceptive stimulation from R sub 0 acts as an additional reinforcement in the formula for type R. Where it is possible to attach conditioned reinforcing value to a response without eliciting it, the reinforcement is alone in its action, but the case still falls under type R. In verbal behavior, for example, we may give a sound reinforcing value through conditioning of type S. Any sound produced by a child which resembles it is automatically reinforced. The general formula for cases of this sort is s R sub 0 leads to stimulation from R sub 0 acting as a conditioned reinforcement. I assume that this is not a question of priority. The behavior characteristic of type R was studied as early as 1898, Thorndike. The point at issue is the establishment of the most convenient formulation, and I may list the following reasons for preferring the definition of types given herein. 1. A minimal number of terms is specified. This is especially important in type R, which omits the troublesome S sub 0 of Konorski and Miller's formula. 2. Definition is solely in terms of the contingency of reinforcing stimuli, other properties of the types being deduced from the definition. 3. No other types are to be expected. What Konorski and Miller give as variants or predict as new types are discriminations. 4. The distinction between an eliciting and a discriminative stimulus is maintained. Konorski and Miller's variants of their type 2 are pseudo-reflexes and cannot yield properties comparable with each other or with genuine reflexes. Two separate points may be answered briefly. 1. It is essential in this kind of formulation that one reflex be considered at a time, since our data have the dimensions of changes in reflex strength. The development of an antagonistic response when a reinforcement in type R is negative requires a separate paradigm, either of type R or type S. 2. That responses of smooth muscle or glandular tissues may or may not enter into type R, I am not prepared to assert. I used salivation as a convenient hypothetical instance of simultaneous fused responses of both types, but a skeletal response would have done as well. The child that has been conditioned to cry real tears because tears have been followed by positive reinforcement, e.g. candy, apparently makes a glandular conditioned response of type R, but the matter needs to be checked because an intermediate step may be involved. Such is the case of the Hudgens experiment, where the verbal response, contract, is an operant, but the reflex, the word contract, contraction of pupil, is a conditioned respondent. The question at issue is whether we may produce contraction of the pupil according to s contraction leads to reinforcement, where, for caution's sake, the reinforcing stimulus will not itself elicit contraction. It is a question for experiment. Footnote. I have to thank Drs. Konorski and Miller for their kindness in sending me a copy of their manuscript, which has made it possible to include this answer in the same issue. End footnote. End of Two Types of Conditioned Reflex, a reply to Konorski and Miller.
Chapter 8, Classics in the History of Psychology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by kelleywyskiel. Classics in the History of Psychology. Kenneth B. Clark and Mamie K. Clark. Chapter 8, The Development of Consciousness of Self and the Emergence of Racial Identification in Negro Preschool Children. Kenneth B. Clark and Mamie K. Clark, 1939. First published in Journal of Social Psychology, SPSSI, Bulletin 10, 591-599. Speculations concerning the nature of the self and the development of consciousness of self have long been a significant part of psychology. Little experimental research has been done, however, in an attempt to raise this problem out of the maze of speculative conjectures. Piaget, elaborating upon Baldwin's concept of a three-stage development of personal consciousness, transitions from a projective to a subjective to an ejective sense of personality, the final ejective stage being the social self, wherein the child is aware of the fact that other people's bodies have similar experiences to his own, maintains that the child comes to discover himself through a progressive comparison of his own body with other people's bodies. Concerning the psychical qualities of self, he states, in the same way, with regard to psychical qualities, it is by imitating other people's behavior that the child would discover his own. Lewin emphasizes the formation of the concept of property as a feature of the development of self-consciousness. The I, or self, is only gradually formed, perhaps in the second or third year. Not until then does a concept of property appear, of the belonging of a thing to his own person. G.W. Allport, on the other hand, speaks of an earlier consciousness devoid of self-reference, while self-consciousness develops only after the age of 4 or 5 years. Until the child has a fairly definite conception of himself as an independent person, he cannot conceptualize his relationship to the surrounding world, and hence lacks the subjective nucleus for the development of his own personality. Even at the age of 4 or 5, the self is by no means firmly encapsulated. The advent of self-consciousness is gradual, and its growth continues, but a certain critical stage is reached around the age of 2. Its symptom is a period of negativism. Some experimental work on the problem has been done. Bain made daily observations and records of a child's speech in normal family situations from birth to 1 1/2 years. From an analysis of the self and others' words of the child, he concluded that self is social. It appears and develops rapidly and observably from 5 months on, and begins to be verbalized after about the first year. Bain said of the child, "It is out of his responses to others that his consciousness of self arise, together with appropriate verbal symbols for naming it. The I is a social concept. It is quite different from the concept of self as an object, which arises much later." Good enough. Assuming the use of the first personal pronoun to be evidence of having reached a primitive stage in the development of self-awareness, study the use of certain specified pronouns by children in free play and control situations. Pronouns of the first person singular were used with far greater frequency during free play with other children than in the controlled situation. The same trend was shown for the possessions my and mine. Insofar as the use of these pronouns is indicative of something in the nature of an ego consciousness, it is evident that this feeling is brought to the fore in the more competitive situations of group play far more frequently than is the case during the less socialized conditions of the controlled situation. Marino's study is of interest in that it approaches the problem of the development of consciousness of self from the point of view of the dynamics of group development. He used a sociometric test wherein children chose from pictures of various racial groups the boy or girl whom they would like to have sit on either side of them. First and second choices were given. Marino found that gradually from the first grade on, the group develops a more differentiated organization. From about the 5th grade, a greater number of Italian children began to choose Italian neighbors. A larger number of white children reject colored children. It indicates the beginning of a racial cleavage. Attacking the problem of consciousness of self from the point of view of determining the spatial localization of the self, E. L. Horowitz found that he was unable to present a final statement describing where the self actually is. He concludes that the localization of the self is not the basic phenomenon one might hope for to ease an analysis of the structure of the self and personality. More recently, R. E. Horowitz has been concerned with the problem of children's emergent awareness of themselves with reference to a specific social grouping. Her study dealt with race consciousness conceived as a function of ego development. Her procedures described in detail because of its similarity to the one used in the present study. 2 picture techniques were used with 24 children from 2 to 5 years of age. A. Choice test. 1 pair of photographs for boys and girls respectively, showing a white child and a Negro child. 1 pair of line drawings, showing a white boy and a Negro boy. 1 set of 4 line drawings, showing a white boy, a Negro boy, a chicken, and a clown. Boys were asked in each case to identify themselves. The form of the question was, "Show me which one is you, which one is," using name of the subject. The girls, after having identified themselves in the first item, were asked to identify brothers or cousins in the 3 boys' items. B. The portrait series. 10 portrait pictures were exposed one at a time. Children were asked, "Is this you? Is this?" using name of child. This latter technique did not give as satisfactory results as the first. In the choice test, Horowitz found that 68.4% children were correct and 31.6% were incorrect. In the second series of line drawings, more errors on the whole were made, but the balance of errors was weighted in the same direction. In the third series of this technique, 4 of 5 Negro boys made correct identifications, and 3 out of 7 white boys made correct identifications. The general limitations involved in the small number of cases are recognized by the author. She states, "Further work will, of course, have to be done to determine how common it is and within what framework of circumstance it operates." The problem. The present study is an attempt to investigate early levels in the development of consciousness of self in Negro preschool children with special reference to emergent race consciousness. The term consciousness of self may be considered as awareness of self as a distinct person, as distinct from other groups of things or individuals. The term race consciousness is here defined as consciousness of self as belonging to a specific group which is differentiated from other groups by obvious physical characteristics. It is hereby assumed that race consciousness and racial identification are indicative of particularized self-consciousness. Procedure. A modification of the Horowitz picture technique was used. There were 3 sets of line drawings as follows. Set A, 1 white boy, 1 colored boy, a lion, and a dog. Set B, 1 white boy, 2 colored boys, and a clown. Set C, 2 white boys, 1 colored boy, and a hen. Combining all the line drawings, there were 4 white boys and 4 colored boys. Each of the 4 pairs of white and colored boys was alike in every respect, save skin color. The same white and colored boy never appeared in any one set of the pictures. Materials and instructions were presented in the same manner as in Horowitz's investigation. Show me which one is you, which one is blank, using name of subject. With girls, show me which one is blank, using name of brother, boy cousin, or boy playmate. Subjects were examined individually. Subjects: 150 Negro children in segregated Washington, D.C. nursery schools, 75 male and 75 female, 53-year-old, 54-year-old, and 55-year-old children. These children were taken from 5 WPA nursery schools, 1 private nursery school, and 1 public school kindergarten. Results. Table 1 presents the choices of subjects on the total picture series. On the entire series of pictures, the total group of 150 Negro. Table 1, choices of total group on picture series. Line drawings of colored boy, number of choices, 225. Percentage of choices, 50.9. Line drawings of white boy, number of choices, 195. Percentage of choices, 44.1. Line drawings of irrelevant, being lion, dog, hen, or clown. Number of choices, 22. Percent of choices, 4.9. Children made more choices of the colored boy, 50.9%, than of the white boy, 44.1%, CR 2.13. This table, however, is meaningless from a genetic point of view in that all age groups are combined. A mass presentation of the data completely disguises any factors which may be operative in the dynamics of self-consciousness and racial identification. It is apparent that there is a consistent increase in the differences between choices of colored and white boys with age. The significance of these differences increases thus: negative 2.7% at the 3-year level, CR 0.4, to 10.9% at the 4-year level, CR 1.87, to 12.1% at the 5-year level, CR 2.08. These differences are in favor of the colored boy. Table 2. Choices of age levels. 3 years. Line drawings of colored boy. Number of choices, 61. Percentage, 41.2%. Line drawings of white boy. Number of choices, 65. Percentage, 43.9. Line drawings of irrelevant. Number of choices, 22. Percentage, 14.7. Choices of age levels, 4 years. Line drawings of colored boy. Number of choices, 81. Percentage, 55.4. Line drawings of white boy. Number of choices, 65. Percentage, 44.5. Choices of age levels, 5 years. Line drawings of colored boy. Number of choices, 83. Percentage, 56.0. Line drawings of white boy. Number of choices, 65. Percentage, 43.9. The absolute number of choices of colored boy increases from the 3-year level of 41.2% to the 4-year level 55.40%, CR 2.44, and slightly again at the 5-year level 56.00/0, CR 1.03. The number of choices of the white boy remain approximately the same as the 3, 4, and 5-year levels. Choices of the lion, dog, clown, and hen constitute 14.7% of the total responses at the 3-year level, but disappear at the 4-year level and do not appear again at the 5-year level. The increase in the percentage of choices of colored boy is at the expense of choices of the less relevant pictures of lion, dog, clown, and hen. Thus, beginning at the 4-year level, these children cease to identify themselves in terms of the animals or the clown, and consistently identify in terms of either the colored or white boys, with a trend toward more choices of the colored boy. The most significant aspect of the results presented in this table, Table 3, is the fact that the choices of the boys show significant trends, whereas those of the girls seem to approximate chance. This fact can be best understood if it is remembered that the boys were making identifications of themselves, while the girls were identifying brothers, cousins, and in a few instances a boy playmate. Because of this difference in response, it would appear that either the technique used in this investigation has greater validity when used with boys than when used with girls, or that the dynamics involved when girls identify someone other than themselves is quite different from the self-identification of the boys. Table 3. Choices of the sexes at each age. 3 years. Line drawings of colored boy, male, number 23, percentage 31.5, female, number 38, percentage 50.2. Line drawings of white boy, male, number 37, percentage 50.7, female, number 28, percentage 37.4. Line drawings of irrelevant, male, number 13, percentage 17.6, female, number 9, percentage 12.2. 4 years. Line drawings of colored boy, male, number 45, percentage 60.8, female, number 36, percentage 50.0. Line drawings of white boy, male, number 29, percentage 39.1, female, number 36, percentage 50.0. 5 years. Line drawings of colored boy, male, number 46, percentage 63.0, female, number 37, percentage 49.3. Line drawings of white boy, male, number 27, percentage 36.9, female, number 38, percentage 50.6. In view of the fact that the reason for this difference is at present unknown, it is necessary to compare the choices of the boys alone with the choices of the total group. For choices of the colored boy by the males alone at each age level, there is a consistent increase in these responses with age from 31.5% at the 3-year level to 60.8% at the 4-year level to 63% at the 5-year level. This is in agreement with the general trend of results found for the total group. For choices of the white boy by the males, there is a consistent decrease in these responses with age from 50.7% at the 3-year level to 39.1% at the 4-year level to 36.9% at the 5-year level. For the total group, however, there is no such consistent decrease in the choices of white boy. An examination of Table 2 will show that for the 3, 4, and 5-year level, the percentages of choices of the white boy respectively 43.9, 44.5, and 43.9. This stability is obviously due to the non-differential responses of the females. Discussion. It is clear-cut from the results that a definite delimitation of the self on the part of these children occurs between the 3 and 4 year age levels. The dropping out of irrelevant choices of the lion, dog, clown, and hen indicates the attainment of a developmental level where consciousness of self is in terms of a distinct person. This is undoubtedly a precursory level of development to the consciousness of belonging to one group as distinct from another. This latter contention appears to be justified by the increase in the number of choices of colored boy over white boy with age on the part of the total group, and is shown even more clearly in results for the males alone. The dynamic aspect in this development of self-consciousness is even more apparent if one conceives of this increase in the number of choices of colored boy over white boy, with age to be an indication of the emergence of the still higher level of personal race consciousness. The fact that definite age trends and increased choices of colored boy were evident from the 3-year to the 4-year level, but, while continuing the trend, were not as definite, statistically significant, from the 4-year to the 5-year level indicates the probability that this technique is inadequate when used with higher age levels. An alternative explanation of this finding would assume that it is an indication of the facts as they are, that the greatest, most significant amount of development in self-consciousness and racial identification occurs between the 3rd and 4th years. After the 4th year, there is relatively little development of the mechanism operative. Obviously, this explanation would assume that the ceiling had been approached if not actually reached. There must be a ceiling, but the data and incidental experiences of the investigators do not seem to warrant the assumption that the ceiling had been reached in this study by the technique used. In support of this belief is the fact that few of the 5-year-old children refuse to identify themselves with any picture, saying, "I'm not on there," or "That's not me," or "I don't know them," etc. Some were hesitant, evidently because they thought the same. Some 5-year-olds said before making identifications on the first set of line drawings, "This is a white boy, this is a colored boy, this is a lion, and this is a dog." These responses gave an inkling of the fact that these 5-year-olds were developing ideas of themselves as intrinsic individuals. It appeared to be a conflict with this idea for them to identify themselves with either the white or the colored boy, just as most of the 3-year-olds and all of the 4-year-olds had not identified themselves with any of the irrelevant drawings. A more refined technique, which would be as sensitive for the 5-year-olds as this one is for the 3 and 4-year-olds, would undoubtedly yield more valid information concerning the operation of this mechanism in the older children. Identification of self from line drawings seems to be too great an abstraction of an emergent concrete entity for the 5-year-old boys. The hesitancy in interpreting self in terms of the line drawings, but rather conceiving of it as intrinsic, concrete entity, is suggestive of another stage in the development of self-consciousness. The fair degree of significance of the male responses and the seeming chance responses of the female indicate that the line drawings used in this study should have been used exclusively with males for greater validity. Line drawings of girls should have been used with the girls. The dynamics involved in identification of a brother or cousin on the part of the girls is obviously different from those in identification of oneself. Further data on the problem will appear in a later paper. Summary and conclusions. In an effort to get some indication of the nature of development of consciousness of self in Negro preschool children, with special reference to emergent race consciousness, 150 Negro children in segregated schools were shown a series of line drawings of white and colored boys, a lion, a dog, a clown, and a hen, and asked to identify themselves or others. The results were as follows. The total group made more choices of the colored boy than of the white boy. The ratio of choices of the colored boy to choices of the white boy increased with age in favor of the colored boy. Choices of the lion, dog, clown, and hen were dropped off at the end of the 3-year level, indicating a level of development and consciousness of self where identification of oneself is in terms of a distinct person rather than in terms of animals or other characters. The seeming chance responses of the girls warrants further study of girls making identifications of themselves on similar line drawings of girls. The fact that the sharpest increase in identifications with the colored boy occurred between the 3 and 4-year level and failed to increase significantly at the 5-year level suggests that either this picture technique is not as sensitive when used with 5-year-olds as when used with 3 and 4-year-olds, or that a plateau in the development of this function occurs between the ages of 4 and 5, or that the 5-year-olds have reached a stage in self-awareness which approaches a concept of self in terms of a concrete, intrinsic self, less capable of abstractions or external representations. References: 1. Allport, G.W. Personality, A Psychological Interpretation. New York, Holt, 1937, pages 159 through 166. 2. Bain, R. The Self and Other Words of a Child. American Journal of Sociology, 1936, 41, 767-775. 3. Baldwin, J. M. Social and Ethical Interpretations in Mental Development. New York, Macmillan, 1897, page 7. 4. Goodenough, F. L. The Use of Pronouns by Young Children. A Note on the Development of Self-Awareness. Journal of Genetic Psychology, 1938, 52, 333346. 5. Horowitz, E. L. Spatial Localization of the Self. Journal of Social Psychology, 1935, 6, 379-387. 6. Horowitz, R. E. Racial Aspects of Self-Identification in Nursery School Children. Journal of Psychology, 1939, 7, 91 through 99. 7. Lewin, K. Dynamic Theory of Personality. New York, McGraw-Hill, 1935, page 106. 8. Moreno, J. L. Who Shall Survive? Washington, D.C., Nervous and Mental Disease Publishing Company, 1934, page 61. 9. Piaget, J. The Moral Judgment of the Child. New York, Harcourt, Brace, 1932, page 393. End of Chapter 8. Recorded by kelleywyskiel.
Abilities of infants during the first 18 months. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Maust. Abilities of infants during the first 18 months by T.W. Richards and Virginia L. Nelson. A variety of evidence from many points of view has been adduced to describe and explain the emergence of behavior during infancy. Developmental problems have been a major interest in Gazelle's work for a number of years, and more recently Halverson, Shirley, and others have produced much significant material in this field. Basic to the quantitative estimation of patterns of behavior is the creation of tests, a task to which Gazelle early devoted himself. Attempts to standardize Gazelle's baby test situations or situations like them have been made by several investigators. We know of no attempts so far to analyze the results of baby test material by means of factor analysis. It is the purpose of this paper to present such analysis of test results secured from children at 6, 12, and 18 months. The Gazelle tests were used at each age level in the manner described by Gazelle. Earlier papers have described the test results in detail. This study will be limited to the correlational and analytic procedures, results, and interpretation. 80 infants were used at each age level. About 40% of the infants were included in each group, so that the study is longitudinal in certain respects. Sexes were distributed about evenly. Children were tested within 4 days of the 6 months birthday, 5 days of the 1 year birthday, and 7 days of the 18 months birthday. The split-half reliabilities of the total tests at each age level were obtained by using items alternating in difficulty. For these correlations, all items were used, not only those used in the factor analyses. The corrected coefficients were as follows: 6 months, 0.89, 12 months, 0.84, and 18 months, 0.79. The total test scores intercorrelated as follows: 6 with 12 months, 0.72, 6 with 18 months, 0.42, 12 with 18 months, 0.56. Item intercorrelations. For the intercorrelations, all tests were used at each age level which were passed by at least 25 and not more than 75% of children, and which were not contingent upon one another. For example, since all children who walk can stand, standing was rejected, and walking retained at 12 months. This selection of items perhaps eliminated several which may be considered as particularly diagnostic, and the rejection of which may leave the schedule a different instrument than Giselle described. To our observation, however, the items in the middle 50% are reasonably representative of the area tested by the total schedule at each level. Tetrachoric coefficients were used throughout. On a group of 80 children, the tetrachoric coefficient has a standard error of from 0.00 to 0.22, depending on its size and the degree to which the two variables split the group evenly. The modal standard error at 0.17 indicates that a coefficient had to be 0.50 or better to be very significant of interrelationship. Two types of factor analysis were used: the method of multiple factors, for which Thurston's accounts were used as guides, and the bifactor method of Spearman and Holzinger, for which Holzinger's accounts were used. The intercorrelations at each age level appear in tables 1, 2, and 3. We shall not pause to examine the coefficients at this point more than to point out the interesting fact that intercorrelations are greatest for the 6 months group and least for the 12. This fact merits consideration in the light of the findings of several studies which show that for a given battery of tests, intercorrelation drops with increasing age and experience. These considerations will be treated in the discussion. Multiple factor analysis. Two criteria were used in the multiple factor analyses to indicate when to halt the extraction of factors: the sigma of residuals criterion suggested earlier by Thurston, and the criterion recently proposed. Sigmas of successive tables of residuals are presented in Table 4. It will be seen that, by comparison with the sigma of original coefficients, the variability in the case of the 6 months data drops to the error point after extraction of one factor. In the case of the 12 months, material coefficients and successive residuals are at all points below the error limit. The 18 months material permits 2 factors before this point. The criterion data are presented in Table 5. On the basis of this criterion, the 6 months and 18 months data evidence 2 factors, and the 12 months data 3. These conflicting results regarding the factors evidenced by multiple factor analyses of these data suggested that the factor loadings themselves should be consulted before any conclusion was made. Examination of the factor loadings in each analysis and of rotated factor weights suggested that there are 2 factors of importance at each level. However, at 12 months, analysis has been made of 3 factors as well. The material to follow will treat, therefore, of single-factor matrices at 6 and 18 months, and of 2 such matrices at 12 months. Table 6 presents the unrotated and rotated factor loadings for the 6 months group. In a previous report, these were presented and treated as if 3 factors were significant. These factors were described as a motor factor, an alertness factor, and a general or halo effect factor. Subsequent analysis by means of correlating the factor scores indicated that the motor and general factor were correlated 0.94. It is seen above also that the criterion suggests that there are only 2 factors. The structure presented in the columns to the right, headed 1 and 2, is quite orthogonal. The factors may be designated as an alertness factor and a motor factor. The motor factor is present in some degree in practically all tests, probably because of the obvious fact that all behavior at this early level is, in a sense, motor, at least in expression. Factor 1 is present most heavily in those tests which seem to imply A. distance reception, and B. playfulness. The term alertness has been used to characterize the group. In another study, it was shown that items regards, pellet, and splashes in tub correlated most highly with the Stanford Binet at 3 years. According to our interpretation, both items would seem to possess an element of alertness. However, regards pellet has no alertness saturation. Splashes in tub has no motor factor. This anomaly is exemplary of the fact that the factor characterizations are not nice logical indices of system in the tests used. There are different exceptions which do not conform. The 12 months analysis in 2 configurations is presented in Table 7. Reference to the column headed H² will show A. that the third factor adds very little to the communality over and above that contributed by the first 2 factors, and B. that the communality of the average test in the 12 months analysis, even if 3 factors are used, is considerably less than that of tests in the 6-month analysis. The mean H² values at 6 months compared with those at 12 months was 0.633, while the later tests yielded, for 2 factors, 0.333, and for 3 factors, 0.399. Obviously, this difference is an expression of the lower correlation at 12 months, mentioned above. In terms of factor theory, it is clear that the 12 months battery represents a group of tests with more specific factors than those at 6, tests tending to measure more discrete functions. Plan 1 in the rotated system at 12 months suggests again the orthogonal arrangement demonstrated at 6 months. Again, there is a motor factor, and a factor composed of alertness items like pointing to things at table, dangling ring, etc. Though tries to put on shoes does not possess this factor. The 2 language items have the greatest saturation with the alertness factor, so that the factor may be designated as alertness language. Incidentally, these language items had greater predictability for later mental status than did most remaining items at 12 months. Plan 2 is no aid in interpretation. Factor 2' seems to be the 2 of Plan 1, but factor 1' and 3' are present in a variety of tests without apparent logic. This fact, plus the doubtful communality contribution, would suggest that factor 3' is an artifact, a function of error. Table 8 presents the unrotated and rotated factor loadings of tests used in the 18 months analysis. Mr. James McDowell deserves thanks for the work he did on the 18 months material. In a previous report, these were presented and treated as if 3 factors were significant. These factors were described as a motor factor, an alertness factor, and a general or halo effect factor. Subsequent analysis by means of correlating the factor scores indicated that the motor and general factor were correlated 0.94. It is seen above also that the criterion suggests that there are only 2 factors. Here the communality of the tests is considerably above that of tests at 12 months, at a mean of 0.479 compared with 0.333, but it is less than the mean of 0.633 at 6 months. We may say that the 18 months tests have more in common with each other, or are less specific, than the tests at 12 months. This would bear out the suggestion above, that the 18 months test covers a more restricted area than the 12 months test. Either certain functions measured at 12 months have dropped out of the developmental picture, or tests for them are rejected because they are not regarded as worth sampling at 18 months. Rotated loadings at 18 months suggest again the motor and alertness language factors. There is an increased number of impure or mixed tests, however, indicating that the Gazelle tests at this level tend to be more complex, to involve mixtures of functions more than do the 12 months tests. Bifactor analyses. Using the bifactor method of Spearman-Holzinger, factor loadings were obtained for each of the age levels as shown in Tables 9, 10, and 11. Table 9 presents 2 sets of loadings, based on the same material. Professor Carl J. Holzinger and his assistants very kindly analyzed the 6 months material independently of us. It will be seen that the results of the 2 independent analyses agree rather closely in most respects. Interpretation of the 6 months factors on the basis of bifactor loadings is difficult. It is immediately apparent that by comparison with the multiple factor method, the Spearman-Holzinger analysis discriminated more factors. It also accounted for more variance. In addition to the general factor, of which all tests have a sizable loading at 6 months, the motor A and alertness B factors seem to be present. The tests possessing factors C, regards pellet and splashes in tub, would be classified by us as alertness tests, but they have no factor B. However, strangely enough, these 2 tests rank above all other tests in correlating rather highly with later mental status. Perhaps by comparison with the unitary alertness factor shown by the Thurston analysis, the bifactor method yields 2 subfactors, one of which is characterized by tests predictive of later mental status, or to be designated as indicative of an essential core of developmental nature. Holzinger's analysis indicated the possibility of a 4th group factor, factor D, present in the 2 responses to music. These tests possessed the alertness factor in the Thurston analysis, but there they may characterize an auditory alertness. Table 10 presents the bifactor loadings of the tests at 12 months. Here, language becomes set off by the doublet C, which we may call a language factor. Factors A and B seem both to be motor in character, A tending toward more gross activities such as climbing, walking, etc., though Accept's 3rd cube is heavily saturated, while B tends toward finer manipulations. This interpretation is very tentative, however. It is interesting to note that this analysis does not result in a greater number of factors at 12 months than did the 6 months analysis. Bifactor loadings at 18 months are presented in Table 11. Two tests at 18 months accounted for more than unity variance, asks for toilet and pictures, points 3 or more objects. At 18 months, language characterized factor A, while factor D is characterized by so-called performance tests and may be designated as a manipulatory or spatial factor. Factors B and C may be some splitting up of alertness. Doublets designated as factors E, F, and G are impossible of interpretation and can probably be disregarded until more evidence is obtained with respect to them. The 18 months analysis accounts for more factors, probably, than were obtained at 12 months. This is contrary to the evidence suggested by the Thurston analyses. Intercorrelation of factors. In order to determine the extent to which the factors were correlated, coefficients were calculated as follows. Each child at each age level was given the Thurston factor weight for each of his successes. These crude factor scores were then correlated at each age level, with like scores at each of the other age levels. An identical group of children who had received a score on each item at each age level was so small that the correlations were based on maximum groups obtainable for each level. Consequently, the coefficients are based on different subgroups throughout. They may be regarded as representing similar samplings, however. Table 12 presents the coefficients in the upper left half of the table, and the numbers of cases for each coefficient in the lower half. The data in Table 12 suggests that A, there is a definite correlation between factor scores at each age level. This is due to the impure nature of the tests, that is, that most of the tests at every age level possess both factors to some extent. B, the 6 months factor predict the 12 months factors about evenly. Motor tending to predict motor, alertness tending to predict alertness. The 6 months factor predicts a little at 18 months, however. This may be due to the fact that the 18 months test is, as a whole, composed of more alertness material. Only the alertness factor at 12 months has much predictive value. C. At 18 months, motor performance seems to be predicted better than does alertness, but is better predicted by alertness tests. These crude data would indicate that baby test material, such as that used in this study, is composed of motor tests in abundance. However, those tests which best predict later status are tests of less motor character. The alertness factor at 6 months cannot be regarded as identical with the alertness factor at 18 months, but the two are similar factors in relation to the total test at each level. The more mental elements, which later become more characteristically motor as they are replaced by more mental elements. Discussion. The most direct approaches to the effect of age on mental organization have been made by Spearman, Garrett, Bryan, Pearl, and Anastasi. It is rather well known that as age increases, abilities tend to become more and more discrete. Spearman has suggested that the general factor may drop in importance as children grow older. Thurston, in a recent discussion, feels that, quote, if it should be established that the intercorrelation of psychological tests tend to decrease with age, the effect can be interpreted in terms of a rather simple hypothesis. If we assume that the mental abilities of the young child are not clearly differentiated, he will use a wider spread of abilities in solving a problem than later, when he can restrict his efforts to those mental abilities that are the most appropriate for the problem. This effect is readily seen in the muscular coordination of children in which larger muscle groups are involved than when the same coordination is affected by an older child or by an adult. Examples are early efforts in writing, at the piano, and in typewriting. If the mental abilities become more and more differentiated with exercise and maturity, it should follow that psychological tests become less and less correlated with age." Unquote. Where do these Gazelle data fit into the study picture of the genesis of mental organization? Genetic data may be considered from 2 points of view. A. We may define as equivalent sampling any two sections of behavior which use identical test situations and employ the same criteria of response. This means simply that the same tests are used for each age group, but the tests are defined as similar because a similar criterion of performance is maintained. B. The second point of view would define as similar those tests at two different age levels which tended to correlate. This would imply that the underlying factors which two tests shared were of primary importance, and that the nature of the performance was secondary. Stoddard and Wellman have stated this viewpoint rather clearly. Quote, "It is necessary to avoid the error of believing that things contributing to the same general function must themselves be alike or look alike. A task may be performed with or without verbalization, and the two acts may appear grossly unlike, yet they may make essentially the same contribution to a pattern of intelligence. For example, the placing of one cube on top of another by a child may contribute to the measurement of intelligence as adequately as the definition of pity 15 years later. In measuring intelligence, we are getting at not only ingredients of the whole pattern, but at indicators, surrogates, and prognosticators. We need not bother at all about the external appearance of our tests if they are shown A, to be, or to be related to B, to be surrogates of, or C, to predict the likelihood of intelligent behavior as defined. If the goal is not so much to measure intelligence as to analyze the whole behavior pattern of the child, we are of course justified in focusing our attention upon any practical aspect of development or behavior, such as motor skills, speech, or ability in spatial relations." Unquote. Since the Gazelle items at any two age levels separated by 6 months are in most cases not identical tests, we cannot consider the material here presented from the first viewpoint. Hence, it is not entirely comparable material to that of Garrett et al. From the second point of view, these Gazelle items may be considered as indices of underlying abilities at each age level. The intercorrelations of total test scores and of factor scores indicated earlier in this paper suggest that the 12 months test samples, 72 squared, or 50% of the 6 months area, and that the 18 months test measures a smaller portion, 56 squared, or 30%. Obviously, the group of tests or the area sampled by the tests may be biased in the direction of certain abilities, may measure only a small proportion of the total number of factors demonstrable at each age level, etc. This possibility of uneven sampling is a serious handicap to the interpretation of our data. If we could assume that, despite great differences in the apparent nature of the tests used at different age levels, they covered a similar area of behavior, then our age levels would be comparable. On this assumption, since within the 3 age levels here used, 6, 12, and 18 months, there was a drop in intercorrelation between test items, there was an increasing discreteness of factors from 6 to 12 months, but a decrease from 12 to 18 months, since the 18 months item intercorrelate more highly than the 12 months. At 18 months, there is a drop in correlation when compared with the 6 months correlation, so that the 18 months level is less highly unified than the 6 month schedule, but the 18-month series presents a greater unification than the 12-month series. 3 interpretations are possible. If the behavioral areas were equally sampled at each age, then A. The situation above might indicate that there was a differentiation of abilities from 6 months to 12 months. Indeed, at 18 months, there was a differentiation from 6 months. But between 12 months and 18 months, there occurs an integration to some extent. Such an interpretation would suggest that the abilities required to pass items at 6 months were few, and were common to a large number of tests. At 12 months, the abilities required are more diffuse, discrete, and possibly greater in number. At 18 months, there is a return to a greater unity or integration of abilities, so that fewer abilities with greater saturation in tests are in evidence. A second interpretation is B, that the 12-month sampling is for some reason less adequate, or even that the sampling at 6 months and 18 months. Thus, at 12 months, we may have sampled only a portion of the core of abilities sampled at 6 months, and at 18 months. The drop in intercorrelation between tests from 6 months to 18 months suggests the differentiation principle outlined above. The exaggerated drop from 6 months to 12 months, and the increase from 12 months to 18 months suggest that the 12-month sampling is inadequate for some reason, and renders that level less comparable to other levels. This interpretation suggests immediately that if the sampling at one level is regarded as inadequate, so may the others be inadequate, and it may be entirely idle to compare them in any way. Another interpretation of the drop and later rise in intercorrelation, C, is that, due to the selection of test items, consciously or otherwise, there is, during the first year, a tendency to sample a wider spread of abilities than at 18 months. In later childhood, there is a tendency to select items for their value as correlates with intelligence. This selection explains the situation found by McNemar to hold for the revised Stanford Binet. McNemar found that one factor accounted for the intercorrelation of test items at almost all points. Garrett and his associates, and others, selected their tests not for the tendency to correlate with such a criterion as general intelligence, but in the hope that they would measure discrete factors, perhaps analogous to those found by Kelley, Thurston, and others. As a consequence, such studies present more of a multiple factor picture. If we assume that the alertness factor we found to operate in these early gazelle schedules is comparable or identical with intelligence, it is logical to suppose that as intelligence responses become with increasing age more and more observable, non-mental items are rejected to a greater extent in selecting test material. At the very early age levels, most responses have a heavier non-mental saturation than later because intelligence is less observable, for which there are much less adequately objective criteria of response. It is a commonplace thing that evidence for a communality of tests depends very greatly on the tests used, or sampling of abilities. Furphy, Bonham, and Sargent used a group of reflex tests on newborn infants and found very little communality between tests. There was no general factor, and hence very little evidence for an integration of these responses. This result may be explained at least partly on the basis of the responses used, we believe. That is, the sampling of behavior pattern was not general. It comprised a number of discrete items. If one were to regard these as a fair sampling of mentality or behavior of the newborn infant, then he should regard the result as indicating no unity at all to mental organization at that level. But it is logical at least to consider the possibility that they do not represent an adequate sampling of mental or behavioral potentiality at that level. Probably the correct interpretation of our material lies somewhere in the middle ground. Without an abundance of factual material upon which to base our opinion, some such interpretation as this seems possible. From the behavioral point of view, it can be stated generally that the child's behavior becomes more and more mental as age proceeds. To this extent, a total section of his behavior will seem less and less non-mental or motor. Thus, the selection of gazelle items to give a rough section of behavioral possibilities will include items which, defined behaviorally, or in terms of the conventional psychological categories, will be heavily motor early in life, and less heavily motor, more mental later, as language, problem-solving, etc. appear. Conclusions. From 6 months on, there appear to be 2 factors present in the mental organization of the child. Whether these factors are present before this point, we do not know. The work of Furphy, Bonham, and Sargent would be considered negative, though not strong evidence that the factors are not clearly present in the newborn infant. Bailey's work would suggest that at about 6 months the non-motor or alertness factor first appears. Whatever the past history of the factors prior to 2 months, they do possess psychological significance. In general, it may be said that tests heavy in the alertness factor also correlate best with later mental status. As this factor of alertness becomes more and more apparent in the total picture, it becomes incorporated as a greater and greater element in mental tests. Perhaps it is the only important factor in the Stanford-Binet at later age levels. Perhaps it is general in psychological tests to such an extent that it is regarded as G by those adhering to the bifactor theory. In these early baby tests, there is considerable evidence that non-mental functions are considered important in the sampling of behavior. The abundance of these non-mental functions probably explains in part the lack of correlation of later tests with later mental status. But we cannot be certain that ignoring these functions would leave sufficient residue for a psychological test at all. Earlier than 6 months, there may be no mental ability of the type tested later in childhood. The bifactor analysis did not give results which agreed entirely with those of the Thurston analyses, but the differences were not marked. On the whole, the bifactor analyses discriminated more group factors. End of Abilities of Infants During the First 18 Months. Skin Color as a Factor by Clark & Clark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Christopher Maust. Racial identification has been assumed to be indicative of a phase of the development of consciousness of self. Horowitz conceives of the beginnings of race consciousness as a function of ego development. The authors also assumed racial identification to be indicative of particularized self-consciousness. An investigation of the factors inherent in the genesis of racial identification would obviously lead to an understanding of the dynamics of self-consciousness and its social determinants. In a preceding paper, the authors presented results of an investigation of age and sex factors in racial identification. The present paper is an attempt to determine the influence of skin color as another factor in racial identification of Negro preschool children. Methodology, experimental procedure, and subjects are identical with those used in the preceding investigation. However, the subjects are here divided, on the basis of skin color, into 3 groups: light, medium, dark. Moreover, only choices of white and colored boy are included in the analysis of results, excluding irrelevant choices. lion, dog, clown, hen of some 3-year-olds. It seems necessary to state that the experimenter who actually worked with the children was medium brown in skin color. This was fortunate in that it tended to neutralize the probable influence of as extremely light or dark investigator on the responses of the children. When the data presented in Table 1 are analyzed for choices of the colored boy, it is found that the light children chose the colored boy 36.5%, the medium children 52.6%, and the dark children 56.4%. This shows a consistent increase, approaching statistical significance, in choices of the colored boy from the light to medium group. From the medium to dark group, the increase is negligible, but from the light to dark group there is a statistically significant increase as choices of the colored boy. Analyzing the data for choices of the white boy, there is a decrease in these choices from the light to the medium group. The decrease is not statistically significant from the medium to dark group. However, from the light to the dark group, the decrease in choices of the white boy is striking. An analysis of the data from the point of view of differences between the percentage of choices of white and colored boy by each skin color group shows an increase in choice of colored boy over white boy, proceeding from the light through the medium to the dark group. The light group made 20% more choices of a white boy than of the colored boy. A 20% choice of the colored boy. The medium group chose the colored boy 10.9% more than the white boy, and the dark group made 15.9% more choices in favor of the colored boy. It is interesting that the highest difference in percentage of choices is found in the light group in favor of the white boy. The significance of this analysis remains, however, in the increase in percentage differences in favor of the colored boy proceeding from the light through the medium to the dark group. The data in Table 1 show an almost reciprocal picture for choices of the extreme skin color groups of light and dark, identification of the light children more with pictures of the white boy, and identification of dark children more with pictures of the colored boy. This would seem to establish the factor of skin color as an important one in the genesis of consciousness of self and racial identification. The fact that light children chose the white boy many more times than the colored boy suggests an identification of self, not on the basis of socially defined racial group differences, but on the basis of physical characteristics within the specific racial group. That the same thing holds true in the other extreme group of dark children can be safely assumed. It may be stated that consciousness of self as different from others on the basis of observed skin color precedes any consciousness of self in terms of socially defined group differences in these Negro children. The fact that the medium group closely resembles the dark group in making more choices of the colored boy than of the white boy seems to indicate that the same dynamics involved in the identifications of the dark children are operative in the identifications of the medium children. A fact which should be noted is that the classification of the medium group was more difficult and resulted in greater heterogeneity of subjects in respect to skin color. This would not, however, explain why the medium group aligned itself with respect to choices with the dark group rather than with the light group. It is quite possible that this difference could be explained through an analysis of the light group. The factors resulting in a cleavage of this group from the other two groups might be inherent in the characteristics of the light group itself. This point of view finds some justification if the results are viewed as indicative of the light group's deviation from the norm of choices of the other two groups. If so, then the extreme lightness of skin color must be conceived as marking off a distinctive group rather than a mere difference in degree from the medium and the dark skin colors, and this fact responsible for the observed cleavage. The results show clearly that an analysis of subjects upon the basis of skin color may not assume that the difference between the medium skin color group and the light group is equal to that between the medium and dark group in reference to the inherent dynamics involved, in spite of the seemingly observed objective differences. In the light of this rather definite result, further analysis of these three groups is necessary before any real explanation or conclusion may be drawn. It is possible that other factors, age and sex, may have influenced the above-mentioned results. An analysis of the data for sex differentials disclosed one deviation from the results already presented, namely, the light males made more choices of the colored boy, 58.6%, than of the white boy, 41.3%. This result appears to be contrary to the general trend of the influence of the skin color factor on identifications. The small number of cases, 11, however, in this group of light boys as compared with the medium, 39, and dark, 25, groups of boys probably explains the existence of this deviation. Because of the small number of cases in each category of a male-female breakdown according to both skin color and age levels, it seemed advisable to mass all of the cases without regard to sex differences. This was done in spite of the fact that it was previously suggested that the dynamics of the identifications of brothers and cousins by the girls was somewhat different from those operative in the boys' identifications of themselves. This possibility, however, does not appear to affect seriously the basis of the present analysis, especially when it is seen that the medium and dark groups of males, with larger numbers of subjects, do not deviate from the general trend of the results from all subjects. The male medium group chose in favor of the colored boy, 51.6%, rather than the white boy, 43.8%. The male dark group chose the colored boy 64.3% and the white boy 35.6%. In spite of the small number of cases in the light group at each age, some trends for the three groups may be seen from Table 2. At the 3-year level, both the light and medium groups made more choices of the white boy than of the colored boy. The percentage differences in favor of the white boy are 7.7% for the light group, CR insignificant, and 16.9% for the medium group, CR 2.64. On the other hand, the dark 3-year-olds made more choices of the colored boy than of the white boy. It would appear that the extreme groups of light and dark children are beginning to identify themselves on the basis of their own skin color, whereas the medium group seems influenced by other factors in making identifications of self. It may be that these medium 3-year-olds, not being on the extremes of skin color, have not yet reached the developmental levels of self-consciousness where identification of self is in terms of skin color. The apparent non-identification of medium 3-year-olds on the basis of their skin color as the determining cue is probably primarily due to the lack of definiteness of their own skin color when compared with the presented line drawings. On the other hand, the apparent trend of the medium 3-year-old children may be due to the greater heterogeneity of skin colors in this classification, an overweighting of this group with children lighter than others in the same skin color classification. At the 4-year-old level, the light group again makes more choices of the white boy than of the colored boy. However, the picture has changed for the medium and dark groups at this age. The medium group makes significantly more choices of the colored boy than of the white boy. The dark group makes more choices of the white boy than of the colored boy. The persistence of the light group in identifying with the white boy and the increase in statistical significance of this difference at the 4-year level further emphasizes identification of these children on the basis of their own skin color. The reverse trend of the medium group at this age level as compared with the 3-year medium group and the statistical significance of their identifications in favor of the colored boy indicates the attainment of a developmental stage where identifications are now made in terms of awareness of skin color differences, particularly differentiating themselves from the light group. A possible explanation of the tendency of dark 4-year-old children to make identifications in favor of the white boy is that these children are conscious of being dark or of being different from the light children, but make identifications of themselves in a direction indicating wishful thinking by pointing to the white boy. The fact that the difference in choice of favor of the white boy is not more impressive statistically than it is would seem to call for more evidence. The 5-year-old light children are still consistent in identifying themselves more with the white boy than with the colored boy, CR 216. The 3-, 4-, and 5-year-old light children have consistently made a greater percentage of identifications of themselves with the white boy. The percentage of choices of the white boy increases from the 3-year 42.3% to the 4-year level 65.1%, but decreases slightly at the 5-year level 61.1%. This slight decrease in choice of the white boy by the light 5-year-olds is, of course, concomitant with a slight increase in choice of colored boy. This slight trend may point in the direction of identifications on the basis of socially defined race, a developmental stage subsequent to identification on the basis of their own physical characteristics. Although the 5-year-old medium children make more choices of the colored boy than of the white boy, the difference is entirely insignificant statistically as compared with the difference in favor of the colored boy at the 4-year level, CR 4.79. In order to understand the decreased difference in choice of the colored boy over the white boy of the 5-year medium group as compared with the 4-year medium group, it is necessary to keep in mind two facts. A. The general instability of choices of the medium group as compared with the light and dark group. And B. The indicated lesser sensitiveness of the technique for the 5-year-olds as contrasted with its sensitiveness for the 3- and 4-year-olds. For the dark 5-year-olds, the choice of colored boy over white boy is striking, CR 21.21. In choices of the colored boy, the data show an insignificant drop from the 3-year, 52.3%, to the 4-year level, 44.1%, CR 0.08, and a sharp rise from the 4-year to the 5-year level, 70.1%, CR 3.42. Indications of the operation of the mechanism of wishful thinking were found to some extent only in the 4-year-old dark children. Choices were in favor of the white boy. This mechanism was not indicated to any appreciable extent in the 3-year-olds, suggesting the possibility that the operation of the mechanisms of wishful thinking and fantasies in reference to self-identification is too sophisticated an operation for the 3-year-old developmental level. The 5-year-old dark children seem to have abandoned almost entirely wishful thinking in favor of identifications based on the concrete fact of their own skin color. When cases of children making consistent choices of either the white boy or the colored boy, that is, choosing either boy consistently throughout the series of 3 pairs of line drawings of colored and white boys, are taken from the total group for analysis, the same trends for the skin color groups already discussed are even more evident. Of the total group of 150 Negro children, 58 or 38.66% were consistent in their choice of either the colored or the white boy. Age was not found to be a factor in consistency of response, since 40% of the 3-year-olds, 36% of the 4-year-olds, and 40% of the 5-year-olds were consistent. Of the 30 light children in the total group of 150 children, 47% were consistent, 26% of the medium children were consistent, and 50% of the dark children were consistent. This lower percentage of consistent medium children again indicates the general instability and vacillation of choices of the medium-colored children. These data show that the consistent light children were choosing the white boy more than the colored boy by an appreciable percentage. The consistent medium children and the consistent dark children chose the colored boy over the white boy to the same degree as the light children did the reverse. This clearly substantiates the foregoing results from percentage of total choices. The analysis of the data in terms of age levels for each consistent skin color group shows insufficient cases for presentation of the results in percentages. However, the general trend can be seen when the results are shown by the number of consistent children, as in Table 4. Data in this table further substantiate the fact that skin color is a determinant in self-identification of these children, with the same exception of the 3-year-old medium children already noted above. Horowitz states that Negro children's identifications of themselves with the line drawings and pictures of white children could possibly be interpreted as wishful activity, or as identifying oneself not so much in terms of what one is, as in terms of what one is not. It is clear that the consistent identifications of the light children with the white boy strongly point in the direction of an awareness of self in terms of a concrete physical characteristic, such as skin color. While it is still possible that the factor of wishful activity may be of some influence here in a few instances, it seems, however, too great an abstraction in the face of the predominant concrete clue of actual skin color of the light subjects to be seriously considered as a determining factor in this instance. It is only when the more concrete factors, e.g. dark skin color, would tend to militate against a given choice that one would be justified in utilizing intangible concepts for the interpretation of the results. Although twice as many dark children were consistently choosing the colored boy, 8 of them were consistently choosing the white boy. Wishful activity as an explanatory concept seems to be more plausible here, but at best not a very strong point in the face of lack of information concerning the effects of other factors on consciousness of self and racial identification, namely intelligence and an understanding by the subjects of the concept of difference. In a preliminary supplementary study, an attempt was made by the authors to determine the number of children who were able to verbalize the actual skin color differences in the drawings of the white and colored boy. The awareness of this difference was expressed by the subjects pointing to the drawings and saying something as follows: "He's white and he's colored," or "a black boy, a white boy." Among the 4 children positively indicating a skin color difference in this supplementary study, and at the same time consistently choosing the white boy in the picture series, 3 were light and 1 was medium. This result, if substantiated by a more extensive investigation, would definitely rule out wishful activity as an explanation of the choices of the white boy by these Negro children in the one instance in which it at present seems most applicable. Then, too, the operation of wishful activity involves the following 2 factors: A. The negation of concrete determinants of the self, and B. An evaluation of alternatives and a definite decision as to the better of the 2. This, in the light of the observed behavior of the children, seems wholly outside their present scope. In general, these results give little evidence of the operation of wishful activity in the identifications of the subject, and show clearly that identification of oneself is in terms of what is rather than what one is not. Horowitz states, "Judging from the choices of the children and their verbal comments, one may conclude that identification with the correct picture indicates an awareness of one's own skin color as a factor of differentiation and similarity. If this awareness of one's own skin color is actually a level of self-consciousness preceding consciousness of socially defined racial differences, one would expect these light children to identify themselves with the pictures of white children. Any interpretation of data in terms of correct identifications, i.e., identifications of Negro children with pictures of colored children, disguises significant findings. The fact that identification of the light children with pictures of the white boy is an indication of awareness of self in terms of one's own skin color is supported in this study by A. The fact that at all ages the light children made more choices of the white boy than of the colored boy. B. The fact that light children showed a sharp increase in identification with the white boy from the 3 to 4 year level, and maintained this increase at a 5-year level. And C. The fact that 10 out of 14 light children making consistent choices in the picture series chose the white boy rather than the colored boy. D. The fact of the children verbally indicating a skin color or racial difference between the colored and white boys, supplementary study, and at the same time consistently choosing the white boy in the picture series. 3 out of the 4 were light in skin color. The general tendency of the dark children to identify themselves with the drawings of the colored boy is not incompatible with the objective fact of their own skin color. This same thing holds true of the medium children with certain already stated modifications. There would be, however, a definite incompatibility if the majority of light children identified themselves with the drawing of the colored boy, hence the persistence of their identifications with the white boy. It is obvious that these children were not identifying on the basis of race, because race is a social concept which they learn at a higher stage in their development. They are, however, definitely identifying on the basis of their own skin color, which is to them a concrete reality. The results indicate a slight trend for the light children to make identifications contrary to the objective clue of their own skin color. This paradox increases with age and can best be interpreted as the approach to another developmental stage in the consciousness of self. At this stage it appears that concepts of self, gleaned from the concrete physical characteristics of perceived self, become modified by social factors, taking on a new definition in light of these social factors. The implications of these results seem pertinent to an understanding of the genesis of the personality in general, and personality of minority people in particular. Whatever the concepts of self in relation to society as found in Negro adolescents and adults, whether they result in adjustments or conflicts, they are certainly to be conceived as part of a total pattern of development in which these findings are primordial. End of Skin Color as a Factor by Clark and Clark.
A Theory of Human Motivation, Sections 1 and 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reece. A Theory of Human Motivation by A. H. Maslow. 1. Introduction. In a previous paper, various propositions were presented, which would have to be included in any theory of human motivation that could lay claim to being definitive. These conclusions may be briefly summarized as follows. 1. The integrated wholeness of the organism must be one of the foundation stones of motivation theory. 2. The hunger drive, or any other physiological drive, was rejected as a centering point or model for a definitive theory of motivation. Any drive that is somatically based and localizable was shown to be atypical rather than typical in human motivation. 3. Such a theory should stress and center itself upon ultimate or basic goals rather than partial or superficial ones, upon ends rather than means to these ends. Such a stress would imply a more central place for unconscious than for conscious motivations. 4. There are usually available various cultural paths to the same goal. Therefore, conscious, specific, local cultural desires are not as fundamental in motivation theory as the more basic unconscious goals. 5. Any motivated behavior, either preparatory or consummatory, must be understood to be a channel through which many basic needs may be simultaneously expressed or satisfied. Typically, an act has more than one motivation. 6. Practically all organismic states are to be understood as motivated and as motivating. 7. Human needs arrange themselves in hierarchies of prepotency. That is to say, the appearance of one need usually rests on the prior satisfaction of another, more prepotent need. Man is a perpetually wanting animal. Also, no need or drive can be treated as if it were isolated or discrete. Every drive is related to the state of satisfaction or dissatisfaction of other drives. 8. Lists of drives will get us nowhere for various theoretical and practical reasons. Furthermore, any classification of motivations must deal with the problem of levels of specificity or generalization, the motives to be classified. 9. Classifications of motivations must be based upon goals rather than upon instigating drives or motivated behavior. 10. Motivation theory should be human-centered rather than animal-centered. 11. The situation or the field in which the organism reacts must be taken into account, but the field alone can rarely serve as an exclusive explanation for behavior. Furthermore, the field itself must be interpreted in terms of the organism. Field theory cannot be a substitute for motivation theory. 12. Not only the integration of the organism must be taken into account, but also the possibility of isolated, specific, partial, or segmental reactions. It has since become necessary to add to these another affirmation. 13. Motivation theory is not synonymous with behavior theory. The motivations are only one class of determinants of behavior. While behavior is almost always motivated, It is also almost always biologically, culturally, and situationally determined as well. The present paper is an attempt to formulate a positive theory of motivation which will satisfy these theoretical demands and at the same time conform to the known facts, clinical and observational as well as experimental. It derives most directly, however, from clinical experience. This theory is, I think, in the functionalist tradition of James and Dewey, and is fused with the holism of Wertheimer, Goldstein, and Gestalt psychology, and with the dynamicism of Freud and Adler. This fusion or synthesis may arbitrarily be called a general dynamic theory. It is far easier to perceive and to criticize the aspects in motivation theory than to remedy them. Mostly this is because of the very serious lack of sound data in this area. I conceive this lack of sound facts to be due primarily to the absence of a valid theory of motivation. The present theory must then be considered to be a suggested program or framework for future research, and must stand or fall not so much on facts available or evidence presented, as upon researches to be done, researches suggested perhaps by the questions raised in this paper. 2. The basic needs. The physiological needs. The needs that are usually taken as the starting point for motivation theory are the so-called physiological drives. Two recent lines of research make it necessary to revise our customary notions about these needs. First, the development of the concept of homeostasis, and second, the finding that appetites, preferential choices among foods, are a fairly efficient indication of actual needs or lacks in the body. Homeostasis refers to the body's automatic efforts to maintain a constant, normal state of the bloodstream. Cannon has described this process for 1. The water content of the blood, 2. Salt content, 3. Sugar content, 4. Protein content, 5. Fat content, 6. Calcium content, 7. Oxygen content, 8. Constant hydrogen ion level, acid-base balance, and 9. Constant temperature of the blood. Obviously, this list can be extended to include other minerals, the hormones, vitamins, etc. Young, in a recent article, has summarized the work on appetite in its relation to body needs. If the body lacks some chemical, the individual will tend to develop a specific appetite or partial hunger for that food element. Thus, it seems impossible as well as useless to make any list of fundamental physiological needs, for they can come to almost any number one might wish, depending on the degree of specificity of description. We cannot identify all physiological needs as homeostatic. That sexual desire, sleepiness, sheer activity, and maternal behavior in animals are homeostatic has not yet been demonstrated. Furthermore, this list would not include the various sensory pleasures, tastes, smells, tickling, stroking, which are probably physiological and which may become the goals of motivated behavior. In a previous paper it has been pointed out that these physiological drives or needs are to be considered unusual rather than typical because they are isolable, and because they are localized somatically. That is to say, they are relatively independent of each other, of other motivations, and of the organism as a whole. And secondly, in many cases, it is possible to demonstrate a localized underlying somatic base for the drive. This is true less generally than has been thought. Exceptions are fatigue, sleepiness, maternal responses, but it is still true in the classic instances of hunger, sex, and thirst. It should be pointed out again that any of the physiological needs and the consummatory behavior involved with them serve as channels for all sorts of other needs as well. That is to say, the person who thinks he is hungry may actually be seeking more for comfort or dependence than for vitamins or proteins. Conversely, it is possible to satisfy the hunger need in part by other activities, such as drinking water or smoking cigarettes. In other words, relatively isolable as these physiological needs are, they are not completely so. Undoubtedly, these physiological needs are the most prepotent of all needs. What this means specifically is that in the human being who is missing everything in life in an extreme fashion, it is most likely that the major motivation would be the physiological needs rather than any others. A person who is lacking food, safety, love, and esteem would most probably hunger for food more strongly than for anything else. If all the needs are unsatisfied and the organism is then dominated by the physiological needs, all other needs may become simply non-existent or be pushed into the background. It is then fair to characterize the whole organism by saying simply that it is hungry, for consciousness is almost completely preempted by hunger. All capacities are put into the service of hunger satisfaction, and the organization of these capacities is almost entirely determined by the one purpose of satisfying hunger. The receptors and effectors, the intelligence, memory, habits, all may now be defined simply as hunger-gratifying tools. Capacities that are not useful for this purpose lie dormant, or are pushed into the background. The urge to write poetry, the desire to acquire an automobile, the interest in American history, the desire for a new pair of shoes are, in the extreme case, forgotten or become of secondary importance. For the man who is extremely and dangerously hungry, no other interests exist but food. He dreams food. He remembers food. He thinks about food. He emotes only about food. He perceives only food, and he wants only food. The more subtle determinants that ordinarily fuse with the physiological drives in organizing even feeding, drinking, or sexual behavior may now be so completely overwhelmed as to allow us to speak at this time, but only at this time, of pure hunger drive and behavior, with the one unqualified aim of relief. Another peculiar characteristic of the human organism when it is dominated by a certain need is that the whole philosophy of the future tends also to change. For our chronically and extremely hungry man, utopia can be defined very simply as a place where there is plenty of food. He tends to think that, if only he is guaranteed food for the rest of his life, he will be perfectly happy and will never want anything more. Life itself tends to be defined in terms of eating. Anything else will be defined as unimportant. Freedom, love, community feeling, respect, philosophy, may all be waved aside as fripperies, which are useless since they fail to fill the stomach. Such a man may fairly be said to live by bread alone. It cannot possibly be denied that such things are true, but their generality can be denied. Emergency conditions are, almost by definition, rare in the normally functioning peaceful society. That this truism can be forgotten is due mainly to two reasons. First, rats have few motivations other than physiological ones, and since so much of the research upon motivation has been made with these animals, it is easy to carry the rat picture over to the human being. Secondly, it is too often not realized that culture itself is an adaptive tool, one of whose main functions is to make the physiological emergencies come less and less often. In most of the known societies, chronic extreme hunger of the emergency type is rare rather than common. In any case, this is still true in the United States. The average American citizen is experiencing appetite rather than hunger when he says, "I am hungry." He is apt to experience sheer life-and-death hunger only by accident, and then only a few times through his entire life. Obviously, a good way to obscure the higher motivations, and to get a lopsided view of human capacities and human nature, is to make the organism extremely and chronically hungry or thirsty. Anyone who attempts to make an emergency picture into a typical one, and who will measure all of man's goals and desires by his behavior during extreme physiological deprivation, is certainly being blind to many things. It is quite true that man lives by bread alone, when there is no bread. But what happens to man's desires when there is plenty of bread, and when his belly is chronically filled? At once other and higher needs emerge, and these, rather than physiological hungers, dominate the organism. And when these in turn are satisfied, again new and still higher needs emerge, and so on. This is what we mean by saying that the basic human needs are organized into a hierarchy of relative prepotency. One main implication of this phrasing is that gratification becomes as important a concept as deprivation in motivation theory, for it releases the organism from the domination of a relatively more physiological need, permitting thereby the emergence of more social goals. The physiological needs, along with their partial goals, when chronically gratified, cease to exist as active determinants or organizers of behavior. They now exist only in a potential fashion, in the sense that they may emerge again to dominate the organism if they are thwarted. But a want that is satisfied is no longer a want. The organism is dominated and its behavior organized only by unsatisfied needs. If hunger is satisfied, it becomes unimportant in the current dynamics of the individual. This statement is somewhat qualified by a hypothesis to be discussed more fully later, namely, that it is precisely those individuals in whom a certain need has always been satisfied who are best equipped to tolerate deprivation of that need in the future, and that furthermore those who have been deprived in the past will react differently to current satisfactions than the one who has never been deprived. The safety needs. If the physiological needs are relatively well gratified, then there emerges a new set of needs, which we may categorize roughly as the safety needs. All that has been said of the physiological needs is equally true, although in lesser degree, of these desires. The organism may equally well be wholly dominated by them. They may serve as the almost exclusive organizers of behavior, recruiting all the capacities of the organism in their service, and we may then fairly describe the whole organism as a safety-seeking mechanism. Again, we may say of the receptors, the effectors, of the intellect and the other capacities, that they are primarily safety-seeking tools. Again, as in the hungry man, we find that the dominating goal is a strong determinant not only of his current world outlook and philosophy, but also of his philosophy of the future. Practically everything looks less important than safety. Even sometimes the physiological needs which, being satisfied, are now underestimated. A man in this state, if it is extreme enough and chronic enough, may be characterized as living almost for safety alone. Although in this paper we are interested primarily in the needs of the adult, we can approach an understanding of his safety needs perhaps more efficiently by observation of infants and children, in whom these needs are much more simple and obvious. One reason for the clearer appearance of the threat or danger reaction in infants is that they do not inhibit this reaction at all, whereas adults in our society have been taught to inhibit it at all costs. Thus, even when adults do feel their safety to be threatened, we may not be able to see this on the surface. Infants will react in a total fashion, and as if they were endangered, if they are disturbed or dropped suddenly, startled by loud noises, flashing light, or other unusual sensory stimulation, by rough handling, by general loss of support in the mother's arms, or by inadequate support. Footnote: As the child grows up, sheer knowledge and familiarity, as well as better motor development, make these dangers less and less dangerous, and more manageable. Throughout life it may be said that one of the main conative functions of education is this neutralizing of apparent dangers through the knowledge, e.g., I am not afraid of thunder because I know something about it. End of footnote. In infants we can also see a much more direct reaction to bodily illnesses of various kinds. Sometimes these illnesses seem to be immediately and per se threatening, and seem to make the child feel unsafe. For instance, vomiting, colic, or other sharp pains seem to make the child look at the whole world in a different way. At such a moment of pain it may be postulated that, for the child, the appearance of the whole world suddenly changes from sunniness to darkness, so to speak, and becomes a place in which anything at all might happen, in which previously stable things have suddenly become unstable. Thus a child who because of some bad food is taken ill may, for a day or two, develop fear, nightmares, and a need for protection and reassurance never seen in him before his illness. Another indication of the child's need for safety is his preference for some kind of undisrupted routine or rhythm. He seems to want a predictable, orderly world. For instance, injustice, unfairness, or inconsistency in the parents seems to make a child feel anxious and unsafe. This attitude may not be so much because of the injustice per se, or any particular pains involved, but rather because this treatment threatens to make the world look unreliable, or unsafe, or unpredictable. Young children seem to thrive better under a system which has at least a skeletal outline of rigidity, in which there is a schedule of some kind, some sort of routine, something that can be counted upon not only for the present but also far into the future. Perhaps one could express this more accurately by saying that the child needs an organized world rather than an unorganized or unstructured one. The central role of parents in the normal family setup are indisputable. Quarreling, physical assault, separation, divorce, or death within the family may be particularly terrifying. Also, parental outbursts of rage or threats of punishment directed to the child, calling him names, speaking to him harshly, shaking him, handling him roughly, or actual physical punishment sometimes elicit such total panic and terror in the child that we must assume more is involved than the physical pain alone. While it is true that in some children this terror may represent also a fear of loss of parental love, it can also occur in completely rejected children, who seem to cling to the hating parents more for sheer safety and protection than because of hope of love. Confronting the average child with new, unfamiliar, strange, unmanageable stimuli or situations will too frequently elicit the danger or terror reaction, as, for example, getting lost or even being separated from the parents for a short time, being confronted with new faces, new situations, or new tasks, the sight of strange, unfamiliar, or uncontrollable objects, illness, or death. Particularly at such times, the child's frantic clinging to his parents is eloquent testimony to their role as protectors, quite apart from their roles as food givers and love givers. From these and similar observations, we may generalize and say that the average child in our society generally prefers a safe, orderly, predictable, organized world, which he can count on, and in which unexpected, unmanageable, or other dangerous things do not happen, and in which, in any case, he has all-powerful parents who protect and shield him from harm. That these reactions may so easily be observed in children is a way of proof of the fact that children in our society feel too unsafe, or, in a word, are badly brought up. Children who are reared in an unthreatening, loving family do not ordinarily react as we have described above. In such children, the danger reactions are apt to come mostly to objects or situations that adults, too, would consider dangerous. Footnote: a test battery for safety might be confronting the child with a small exploding firecracker, or with a bewhiskered face, having the mother leave the room, putting him upon a high ladder, a hypodermic injection, having a mouse crawl up to him, etc. Of course, I cannot seriously recommend the deliberate use of such tests, for they might very well harm the child being tested. But these and similar situations come up by the score in the child's ordinary day-to-day living and may be observed. There is no reason why those stimuli should not be used with, for example, young chimpanzees. End of footnote. The healthy, normal, fortunate adult in our culture is largely satisfied in his safety needs. The peaceful, smoothly running, good society ordinarily makes its members feel safe enough from wild animals, extremes of temperature, criminals, assault and murder, tyranny, etc. Therefore, in a very real sense, he no longer has any safety needs as active motivators. Just as a sated man no longer feels hungry, a safe man no longer feels endangered. If we wish to see these needs directly and clearly, we must turn to neurotic or near-neurotic individuals, and to the economic and social underdogs. In between these extremes, we can perceive the expressions of safety needs only in such phenomena as, for instance, the common preference for a job with tenure and protection, the desire for a savings account, and for insurance of various kinds, medical, dental, unemployment, disability, old age. Other broader aspects of the attempt to seek safety and stability in the world are seen in the very common preference for familiar rather than unfamiliar things, or for the known rather than the unknown. The tendency to have some religion or world philosophy that organizes the universe and the men in it into some sort of satisfactorily coherent, meaningful whole is also in part motivated by safety-seeking. Here, too, we may list science and philosophy, in general, as partially motivated by the safety needs. We shall see later that there are also other motivations to scientific, philosophical, or religious endeavor. Otherwise, the need for safety is seen as an active and dominant mobilizer of the organism's resources only in emergencies, e.g., war, disease, natural catastrophes, crime waves, societal disorganization, neurosis, brain injury, chronically bad situation. Some neurotic adults in our society are, in many ways, like the unsafe child in their desire for safety, although in the former it takes on a somewhat special appearance. Their reaction is often to unknown psychological dangers in a world that is perceived to be hostile, overwhelming, and threatening. Such a person behaves as if a great catastrophe were almost always impending, i.e., he is usually responding as if to an emergency. His safety needs often find specific expression in a search for a protector, or a stronger person on whom he may depend, or perhaps a Führer. The neurotic individual may be described in a slightly different way, with some usefulness, as a grown-up person who retains his childish attitudes toward the world. That is to say, a neurotic adult may be said to behave as if he were actually afraid of a spanking, or of his mother's disapproval, or of being abandoned by his parents, or having his food taken away from him. It is as if his childish attitudes of fear and threat reaction to a dangerous world have gone underground and, untouched by the growing up and learning processes, were now ready to be called out by any stimulus that would make a child feel endangered and threatened. Footnote: not all neurotic individuals feel unsafe. Neurosis may have at its core a thwarting of the affection and esteem needs in a person who is generally safe. End of footnote. The neurosis in which the search for safety takes its dearest form is in the compulsive obsessive neurosis. Compulsive obsessives try frantically to order and stabilize the world so that no unmanageable, unexpected, or unfamiliar dangers will ever appear. They hedge themselves about with all sorts of ceremonials, rules, and formulas so that every possible contingency may be provided for, and so that no new contingencies may appear. They are much like the brain-injured cases described by Goldstein, who managed to maintain their equilibrium by avoiding everything unfamiliar and strange, and by ordering their restricted world in such a neat, disciplined, orderly fashion that everything in the world can be counted upon. They try to arrange the world so that anything unexpected, dangers, cannot possibly occur. If, through no fault of their own, something unexpected does occur, they go into a panic reaction, as if this unexpected occurrence constituted grave danger. What we can see only as a none too strong preference in the healthy person, e.g., preference for the familiar, becomes a life-and-death necessity in abnormal cases. The love needs. If both the physiological and the safety needs are fairly well gratified, then there will emerge the love and affection and belongingness needs, and the whole cycle already described will repeat itself with this new center. Now the person will feel keenly as never before the absence of friends, or a sweetheart, or a wife, or children. He will hunger for affectionate relations with people in general, namely, for a place in his group, and he will strive with great intensity to achieve this goal. He will want to attain such a place more than anything else in the world, and may even forget that once, when he was hungry, he sneered at love. In our society, the thwarting of these needs is the most commonly found core in cases of maladjustment and more severe psychopathology. Love and affection, as well as their possible expression in sexuality, are generally looked upon with ambivalence and are customarily hedged about with many restrictions and inhibitions. Practically all theorists of psychopathology have stressed thwarting of the love needs as basic in the picture of maladjustment. Many clinical studies have therefore been made of this need, and we know more about it perhaps than any of the other needs, except the physiological ones. One thing that must be stressed at this point is that love is not synonymous with sex. Sex may be studied as a purely physiological need. Ordinary sexual behavior is multi-determined, that is to say, determined not only by sexual but also by other needs, chief among which are the love and affection needs. Also not to be overlooked is the fact that the love needs involve both giving and receiving love. The esteem needs. All people in our society, with a few pathological exceptions, have a need or desire for a stable, firmly based, usually high elevation of themselves, for self-respect or self-esteem, and for the esteem of others. By firmly based self-esteem, we mean that which is soundly based upon real capacity, achievement, and respect from others. These needs may be classified into two subsidiary sets. These are, first, the desire for strength, for achievement, for adequacy, for confidence in the face of the world, and for independence and freedom. Footnote. Whether or not this particular desire is universal we do not know. The crucial question, especially important today, is, will men who are enslaved and dominated inevitably feel dissatisfied and rebellious? We may assume, on the basis of commonly known clinical data, that a man who has known true freedom, not paid for by giving up safety and security, but rather built on the basis of adequate safety and security, will not willingly or easily allow his freedom to be taken away from him. But we do not know that this is true for the person born into slavery. The events of the next decade should give us our answer. End of footnote. Secondly, we have what we may call the desire for reputation or prestige, defining it as respect or esteem from other people, recognition, attention, importance, or appreciation. Footnote. Perhaps the desire for prestige and respect from others is subsidiary to the desire for self-esteem or confidence in oneself. Observation of children seems to indicate that this is so, but clinical data give no clear support for such a conclusion. End of footnote. These needs have been relatively stressed by Alfred Adler and his followers, and have been relatively neglected by Freud and the psychoanalysts. More and more today, however, there is appearing widespread appreciation of their central importance. Satisfaction of the self-esteem need leads to feelings of self-confidence, worth, strength, capability, and adequacy of being useful and necessary in the world. But thwarting of these needs produces feelings of inferiority, of weakness, and of helplessness. These feelings in turn give rise to other basic discouragement or else compensatory or neurotic trends. An appreciation of the necessity of basic self-confidence and an understanding of how helpless people are without it can be easily gained from a study of severe traumatic neurosis. The need for self-actualization. Even if all these needs are satisfied, we may still often, if not always, expect that a new discontent and restlessness will soon develop, unless the individual is doing what he is fitted for. A musician must make music, an artist must paint, a poet must write, if he is to be ultimately happy. What a man can be, he must be. This need we may call self-actualization. This term, first coined by Kurt Goldstein, is being used in this paper in a much more specific and limited fashion. It refers to the desire for self-fulfillment, namely, to the tendency for him to become actualized in what he is potentially. This tendency might be phrased as the desire to become more and more what one is, to become everything that one is capable of becoming. The specific form that these needs will take will, of course, vary greatly from person to person. In one individual it may take the form of the desire to be an ideal mother, in another it may be expressed athletically, and in still another it may be expressed in painting pictures or in inventions. It is not necessarily a creative urge, although in people who have any capacities for creation it will take this form. The clear emergence of these needs rests upon prior satisfaction of the physiological safety, love, and esteem needs. We shall call people who are satisfied in these needs basically satisfied people, and it is from these that we may expect the fullest and healthiest creativeness. Footnote. Clearly, creative behavior like painting is like any other behavior in having multiple determinants. It may be seen in innately creative people, whether they are satisfied or not, happy or unhappy, hungry or sated. Also, it is clear that creative activity may be compensatory, ameliorative, or purely economic. It is my impression, as yet unconfirmed, that it is possible to distinguish the artistic and intellectual products of basically satisfied people from those of basically unsatisfied people by inspection alone. In any case, here too we must distinguish, in a dynamic fashion, the overt behavior itself from its various motivations or purposes. End of footnote. Since, in our society, basically satisfied people are the exception, we do not know much about self-actualization, either experimentally or clinically. It remains a challenging problem for research. The precondition for the basic needs satisfactions. There are certain conditions which are immediate prerequisites for the basic need satisfactions. Danger to these is reacted to almost as if it were a direct danger from the basic needs themselves. Such conditions as freedom to speak, freedom to do what one wishes so long as no harm is done to others, freedom to express oneself, freedom to investigate and seek for information, freedom to defend oneself, justice, fairness, honesty, orderliness in the group are examples of such preconditions for basic need satisfactions. Thwarting in these freedoms will be reacted to with a threat or emergency response. These conditions are not ends in themselves, but they are almost so, since they are so closely related to the basic needs, which are apparently the only ends in themselves. These conditions are defended because without them the basic satisfactions are quite impossible, or at least very severely endangered. If we remember that the cognitive capacities, perceptual, intellectual, learning, are a set of adjustive tools which have, among other functions, that of satisfaction of our basic needs, then it is clear that any danger to them, any deprivation or blocking of their free use, must also be indirectly threatening to the basic needs themselves. Such a statement is a partial solution of the general problems of curiosity, the search for knowledge, truth, and wisdom, and the ever-persistent urge to solve the cosmic mysteries. We must therefore introduce another hypothesis, and speak of degrees of closeness to the basic needs, for we have already pointed out that any conscious desires, partial goals, are more or less important as they are more or less close to the basic needs. The same statement may be made for various behavior acts. An act is psychologically important if it contributes directly to satisfaction of basic needs. The less directly it so contributes, or the weaker this contribution is, the less important this act must be conceived to be from the point of view of dynamic psychology. A similar statement may be made for the various defense or coping mechanisms. Some are very directly related to the protection or attainment of the basic needs. Others are only weakly and distantly related. Indeed, if we wished, we could speak of more basic and less basic defense mechanisms, and then affirm that danger to the more basic defenses is more threatening than danger to less basic defenses, always remembering that this is so only because of the relationship to the basic needs. The desires to know and to understand. So far, we have mentioned the cognitive needs only in passing. Acquiring knowledge and systematizing the universe have been considered as, in part, techniques for the achievement of basic safety in the world, or, for the intelligent man, expressions of self-actualization. Also, freedom of inquiry and expression have been discussed as preconditions of satisfactions of the basic needs. True though these formulations may be, they do not constitute definitive answers to the question as to the motivation role of curiosity, learning, philosophizing, experimenting, etc. They are, at best, no more than partial answers. This question is especially difficult because we know so little about the facts. Curiosity, exploration, desire for the facts, desire to know may certainly be observed easily enough. The fact that they are often pursued even at great cost to the individual's safety is an earnest of the partial character of our previous discussion. In addition, the writer must admit that, though he has sufficient clinical evidence to postulate the desire to know as a very strong drive in intelligent people, no data are available for unintelligent people. It may then be largely a function of relatively high intelligence. Rather tentatively, then, and largely in the hope of stimulating discussion and research, we shall postulate a basic desire to know, to be aware of reality, to get the facts, to satisfy curiosity, or, as Wertheimer phrases it, to see rather than to be blind. This postulation, however, is not enough. Even after we know, we are impelled to know more and more minutely and microscopically on the one hand, and on the other hand, more and more extensively in the direction of a world philosophy, religion, etc. The facts that we acquire, if they are isolated or atomistic, inevitably get theorized about, and either analyzed or organized or both. This process has been phrased by some as the search for meaning. We shall then postulate a desire to understand, to systematize, to organize, to analyze, to look for relations and meanings. Once these desires are accepted for discussion, we see that they too form themselves into a small hierarchy in which the desire to know is prepotent over the desire to understand. All the characteristics of a hierarchy of prepotency that we have described above seem to hold for this one as well. We must guard ourselves against the too easy tendency to separate these desires from the basic needs we have discussed above, i.e., to make a sharp dichotomy between cognitive and conative needs. The desire to know and to understand are themselves conative, i.e., they have a striving character, and are as much personality needs as the basic needs we have already discussed. End of A Theory of Human Motivation, Sections 1 and 2. Recording by Matthew Reece, Davenport, Iowa. A Theory of Human Motivation, Sections 3 and 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reece. A Theory of Human Motivation by A. H. Maslow. 3. Further characteristics of the basic needs. The degree of fixity of the hierarchy of basic needs. We have spoken so far as if this hierarchy were a fixed order, but actually it is not nearly as rigid as we may have implied. It is true that most of the people with whom we have worked have seemed to have these basic needs in about the order that has been indicated. However, there have been a number of exceptions. 1. There are some people in whom, for instance, self-esteem seems to be more important than love. This most common reversal in the hierarchy is usually due to the development of the notion that the person who is most likely to be loved is a strong or powerful person, one who inspires respect or fear, and who is self-confident or aggressive. Therefore, such people who lack love and seek it may try hard to put on a front of aggressive, confident behavior, but essentially they seek high self-esteem and its behavior expressions more as a means to an end than for its own sake. They seek self-assertion for the sake of love, rather than for self-esteem itself. 2. There are other, apparently innately creative people in whom the drive to creativeness seems to be more important than any other counter-determinant. Their creativeness might appear not as self-actualization realized by basic satisfaction, but in spite of lack of basic satisfaction. 3. In certain people, the level of aspiration may be permanently deadened or lowered. That is to say, the less prepotent goals may simply be lost, and may disappear forever, so that the person who has experienced life at a very low level, i.e., chronic unemployment, may continue to be satisfied for the rest of his life, if only he can get enough food. 4. The so-called psychopathic personality is another example of permanent loss of the love needs. These are people who, according to the best data available, have been starved for love in the earliest months of their lives, and have simply lost forever the desire and the ability to give and to receive affection, as animals lose sucking or pecking reflexes that are not exercised soon enough after birth. 5. Another cause of reversal of the hierarchy is that when a need has been satisfied for a long time, this need may be underevaluated. People who have never experienced chronic hunger are apt to underestimate its effects, and to look upon food as a rather unimportant thing. If they are dominated by a higher need, this higher need will seem to be the most important one of all. It then becomes possible, and indeed does actually happen, that they may, for the sake of this higher need, put themselves into the position of being deprived in a more basic need. We may expect that after a long time deprivation of the more basic need, there will be a tendency to re-evaluate both needs, so that the more prepotent need will actually become consciously prepotent for the individual who may have given it up very lightly. Thus, a man who has given up his job rather than lose his self-respect, and who then starves for 6 months or so, may be willing to take his job back, even at the price of losing his self-respect. 6. Another partial explanation of apparent reversals is seen in the fact that we have been talking about the hierarchy of prepotency in terms of consciously felt wants or desires, rather than of behavior. Looking at behavior itself may give us the wrong impression. What we have claimed is that the person will want the more basic of two needs when deprived in both. There is no necessary implication here that he will act upon his desires. Let us say again that there are many determinants of behavior other than the needs and desires. 7. Perhaps more important than all these exceptions are the ones that involve ideals, high social standards, high values, and the like. With such values, people become martyrs. They give up everything for the sake of a particular ideal or value. These people may be understood at least in part by reference to one basic concept, or hypothesis, which may be called increased frustration tolerance through early gratification. People who have been satisfied in their basic needs throughout their lives, particularly in their earlier years, seem to develop exceptional power to withstand present or future thwarting of these needs simply because they have strong, healthy character structure as a result of basic satisfaction. They are the strong people who can easily weather disagreement or opposition, who can swim against the stream of public opinion, and who can stand up for the truth at great personal cost. It is just the ones who have loved and been well loved, and who have had many deep friendships, who can hold out against hatred, rejection, or persecution. I say all this in spite of the fact that there is a certain amount of sheer habituation, which is also involved in any full discussion of frustration tolerance. For instance, it is likely that those persons who have been accustomed to relative starvation for a long time are partially enabled thereby to withstand food deprivation. What sort of balance must be made between these two tendencies, of habituation on the one hand, and of past satisfaction breeding present frustration tolerance on the other hand, remains to be worked out by further research. Meanwhile, we may assume that they are both operative, side by side, since they do not contradict each other. In respect to this phenomenon of increased frustration tolerance, it seems probable that the most important gratifications come in the first 2 years of life. That is to say, people who have been made secure and strong in the earliest years tend to remain secure and strong thereafter in the face of whatever threatens. Degree of relative satisfaction. So far, our theoretical discussion may have given the impression that these 5 sets of needs are somehow in a stepwise, all-or-none relationships to each other. We have spoken in such terms as the following. If one need is satisfied, then another emerges. This statement might give the false impression that a need must be satisfied 100% before the next need emerges. In actual fact, most members of our society who are normal are partially satisfied in all their basic needs, and partially unsatisfied in all their basic needs at the same time. A more realistic description of the hierarchy would be in terms of descending percentages of satisfaction as we go up the hierarchy of prepotency. For instance, if I may assign arbitrary figures for the sake of illustration, it is as if the average citizen is satisfied perhaps 85% in his physiological needs, 70% in his safety needs, 50% in his love needs, 40% in his self-esteem needs, and 10% in his self-actualization needs. As for the concept of emergence of a new need after satisfaction of the prepotent need, this emergence is not a sudden, saltatory phenomenon, but rather a gradual emergence by slow degrees from nothingness. For instance, if prepotent need A is satisfied only 10%, then need B may not be visible at all. However, as this need A becomes satisfied 25%, need B may emerge 5%, and as need A becomes satisfied 75%, need B may emerge go percent, and so on. Unconscious character of needs. These needs are neither necessarily conscious nor unconscious. On the whole, however, in the average person, they are more often unconscious rather than conscious. It is not necessary at this point to overhaul the tremendous mass of evidence which indicates the crucial importance of unconscious motivation. it would by now be expected, on a priori grounds alone, that unconscious motivations would on the whole be rather more important than the conscious motivations. What we have called the basic needs are very often largely unconscious, although they may, with suitable techniques and with sophisticated people, become conscious. Cultural specificity and generality of needs. This classification of basic needs makes some attempt to take account of the relative unity behind the superficial differences in specific desires from one culture to another. Certainly, in any particular culture, an individual's conscious motivational content will usually be extremely different from the conscious motivational content of an individual in another society. However, it is the common experience of anthropologists that people, even in different societies, are much more alike than we would think from our first contact with them, and that as we know them better, we seem to find more and more of this commonness. We then recognize the most startling differences to be superficial rather than basic, e.g., differences in style of hairdress, clothes, taste in food, etc. Our classification of basic needs is in part an attempt to account for this unity behind the apparent diversity from culture to culture. No claim is made that it is ultimate or universal for all cultures. The claim is made only that it is relatively more ultimate, more universal, more basic than the superficial conscious desires from culture to culture, and makes a somewhat closer approach to common human characteristics. Basic needs are more common human than superficial desires or behaviors. Multiple motivations of behavior. These needs must be understood not to be exclusive or single determiners of certain kinds of behavior. An example may be found in any behavior that seems to be physiologically motivated, such as eating, or sexual play, or the like. The clinical psychologists have long since found that any behavior may be a channel through which flow various determinants. Or, to say it in another way, most behavior is multi-motivated. Within the sphere of motivational determinants, any behavior tends to be determined by several or all of the basic needs simultaneously, rather than by only one of them. The latter would be more an exception than the former. Eating may be partially for the sake of filling the stomach, and partially for the sake of comfort and amelioration of other needs. One may make love not only for pure sexual release, but also to convince oneself of one's masculinity, or to make a conquest, to feel powerful, or to win more basic affection. As an illustration, I may point out that it would be possible, theoretically, if not practically, to analyze a single act of an individual and see in it the expression of his physiological needs, his safety needs, his love needs, his esteem needs, and self-actualization. This contrasts sharply with the more naive brand of trait psychology in which one trait or one motive accounts for a certain kind of act, i.e., an aggressive act is traced solely to a trait of aggressiveness. Multiple determinants of behavior. Not all behavior is determined by the basic needs. We might even say that not all behavior is motivated. There are many determinants of behavior other than motives. Footnote: I am aware that many psychologists and psychoanalysts use the term motivated and determined synonymously, e.g., Freud. But I consider this an obfuscating usage. Sharp distinctions are necessary for clarity of thought and precision in experimentation. End of footnote. For instance, one other important class of determinants is the so-called field determinants. Theoretically, at least, behavior may be determined completely by the field, or even by specific isolated external stimuli, as in association of ideas, or certain conditioned reflexes. If in response to the stimulus word table, I immediately perceive a memory image of a table, this response certainly has nothing to do with my basic needs. Secondly, we may call attention again to the concept of degree of closeness to the basic needs, or degree of motivation. Some behavior is highly motivated, other behavior is only weakly motivated. Some is not motivated at all, but all behavior is determined. Another important point, footnote, to be discussed fully in a subsequent publication, end of footnote, is that there is a basic difference between expressive behavior and coping behavior, functional striving, purposive goal-seeking. An expressive behavior does not try to do anything. It is simply a reflection of the personality. A stupid man behaves stupidly, not because he wants to, or tries to, or is motivated to, but simply because he is what he is. The same is true when I speak in a bass voice rather than tenor or soprano. The random movements of a healthy child, the smile on the face of a happy man even when he is alone, The springiness of a healthy man's walk, and the erectness of his carriage are other examples of expressive, non-functional behavior. Also, the style in which a man carries out almost all his behavior, motivated as well as unmotivated, is often expressive. We may ask, then, is all behavior expressive or reflective of the character structure? The answer is no. Rote, habitual, automatized, or conventional behavior may or may not be expressive. The same is true for most stimulus-bound behaviors. It is finally necessary to stress that the expressiveness of behavior and goal-directedness of behavior are not mutually exclusive categories. Average behavior is usually both. Goals as centering principle in motivation theory. It will be observed that the basic principle in our classification has been neither the instigation nor the motivated behavior, but rather the functions, effects, purposes, or goals of the behavior. It has been proven sufficiently by various people that this is the most suitable point for centering in any motivation theory. Footnote: the interested reader is referred to the very excellent discussion of this point in Murray's Explorations in Personality. End of footnote. Animal and human centering. This theory starts with a human being rather than any lower and presumably simpler animal. Too many of the findings that have been made in animals have been proven to be true for animals, but not for the human being. There is no reason whatsoever why we should start with animals in order to study human motivation. The logic, or rather illogic, behind this general fallacy of pseudo-simplicity has been exposed often enough by philosophers and logicians, as well as by scientists in each of the various fields. It is no more necessary to study animals before one can study man than it is to study mathematics before one can study geology or psychology or biology. We may also reject the old, naive behaviorism, which assumed that it was somehow necessary, or at least more scientific, to judge human beings by animal standards. One consequence of this belief was that the whole notion of purpose and goal was excluded from motivational psychology simply because one could not ask a white rat about his purposes. Tolman has long since proven in animal studies themselves that this exclusion was not necessary. Motivation and the theory of psychopathogenesis. The conscious motivational content of everyday life has, according to the foregoing, been conceived to be relatively important or unimportant, accordingly as it is more or less closely related to the basic goals. A desire for an ice cream cone might actually be an indirect expression of a desire for love. If it is, then this desire for the ice cream cone becomes extremely important motivation. If, however, the ice cream is simply something to cool the mouth with, or a casual appetitive reaction, then the desire is relatively unimportant. Everyday conscious desires are to be regarded as symptoms, as surface indicators of more basic needs. If we were to take these superficial desires at their face value, we would find ourselves in a state of complete confusion, which could never be resolved, since we would be dealing seriously with symptoms rather than with what lay behind the symptoms. Thwarting of unimportant desires produces no psychopathological results. Thwarting of a basically important need does produce such results. Any theory of psychopathogenesis must then be based on a sound theory of motivation. A conflict or a frustration is not necessarily pathogenic. It becomes so only when it threatens or thwarts the basic needs, or partial needs that are closely related to the basic needs. The role of gratified needs. It has been pointed out above several times that our needs usually emerge only when more prepotent needs have been gratified. Thus, gratification has an important role in motivation theory. Apart from this, however, needs cease to play an active determining or organizing role as soon as they are gratified. What this means is that, e.g., a basically satisfied person no longer has the needs for esteem, love, safety, etc. The only sense in which he might be said to have them is in the almost metaphysical sense that a sated man has hunger, or a filled bottle has emptiness. If we are interested in what actually motivates us, and not in what has, will, or might motivate us, then a satisfied need is not a motivator. It must be considered for all practical purposes simply not to exist, to have disappeared. This point should be emphasized because it has been either overlooked or contradicted in every theory of motivation I know. Footnote. Note that acceptance of this theory necessitates basic revision of the Freudian theory. End of footnote. The perfectly healthy, normal, fortunate man has no sex needs or hunger needs, or needs for safety, or for love, or for prestige, or self-esteem, except in stray moments of quickly passing threat. If we were to say otherwise, we should also have to aver that every man has all the pathological reflexes, e.g. Babinski, etc., because if his nervous system were damaged, these would appear. It is such considerations as these that suggest the bold postulation that a man who is thwarted in any of his basic needs may fairly be envisaged simply as a sick man. This is a fair parallel to our designation as sick of the man who lacks vitamins or minerals. Who is to say that a lack of love is less important than a lack of vitamins? Since we know the pathogenic effects of love starvation, who is to say that we are invoking value questions in an unscientific or illegitimate way, any more than the physician does who diagnoses and treats pellagra or scurvy? If I were permitted this usage, I should then say simply that a healthy man is primarily motivated by his needs to develop and actualize his fullest potentialities and capacities. If a man has any other basic needs in any active, chronic sense, then he is simply an unhealthy man. He is as surely sick as if he had suddenly developed a strong salt hunger or calcium hunger. Footnote: If we were to use the word sick in this way, we should then also have to face squarely the relations of man to his society. One clear implication of our definition would be that 1. Since a man is to be called sick who is basically thwarted, and 2. Since such basic thwarting is made possible ultimately only by forces outside the individual, then 3. Sickness in the individual must come ultimately from sickness in the society. The good or healthy society would then be defined as one that permitted man's highest purposes to emerge by satisfying all his prepotent basic needs. End of footnote. If this statement seems unusual or paradoxical, the reader may be assured that this is only one among many such paradoxes that will appear as we revise our ways of looking at man's deeper motivations. When we ask what man wants of life, we deal with his very essence. 4. Summary. 1. There are at least 5 sets of goals which we may call basic needs. These are briefly physiological, safety, love, esteem, and self-actualization. In addition, we are motivated by the desire to achieve or maintain the various conditions upon which these basic satisfactions rest, and by certain more intellectual desires. 2. These basic goals are related to each other, being arranged in a hierarchy of prepotency. This means that the most prepotent goal will monopolize consciousness and will tend of itself to organize the recruitment of the various capacities of the organism. The less prepotent needs are minimized, even forgotten or denied. But when a need is fairly well satisfied, the next prepotent, higher need emerges, in turn to dominate the conscious life and to serve as the center of organization of behavior, since gratified needs are not active motivators. Thus man is a perpetually wanting animal. Ordinarily, the satisfaction of these wants is not altogether mutually exclusive, but only tends to be. The average member of our society is more often partially satisfied and partially unsatisfied in all of his wants. The hierarchy principle is usually empirically observed in terms of increasing percentages of non-satisfaction as we go up the hierarchy. Reversals of the average order of the hierarchy are sometimes observed. Also, it has been observed that an individual may permanently lose the higher wants in the hierarchy under special conditions. There are not ordinarily multiple motivations for usual behavior, but in addition many determinants other than motives. 3. Any thwarting or possibility of thwarting of these basic human goals or danger to the defenses which protect them, or to the conditions upon which they rest, is considered to be a psychological threat. With a few exceptions, all psychopathology may be partially traced to such threats. A basically thwarted man may actually be defined as a sick man, if we wish. 4. It is such basic threats which bring about the general emergency reactions. 5. Certain other basic problems have not been dealt with because of limitations of space. Among these are a. The problem of values in any definitive motivation theory. b. The relation between appetites, desires, needs, and what is good for the organism. c. The etiology of the basic needs and their possible derivation in early childhood. d. Redefinition of motivational concepts, i.e., drive, desire, wish, need, goal. E. Implication of our theory for hedonistic theory. F. The nature of the uncompleted act, of success and failure, and of aspiration level. G. The role of association, habit, and conditioning. H. Relation to the theory of interpersonal relations. I. Implications for psychotherapy. J. Implication for theory of society. K. The theory of selfishness. L. The relation between needs and cultural patterns. M. The relation between this theory and Alport's theory of functional autonomy. These, as well as certain other less important questions, must be considered as motivation theory attempts to become definitive. References. 1. Alder, A. Social Interest. London. Faber and Faber, 1938. 2. Cannon, W. B. Wisdom of the Body. New York. Norton, 1932. 3. Freud, A. The Ego and the Mechanisms of Defense. London. Hogarth, 1937. 4. Freud, S. New Introductory Lectures on Psychoanalysis. New York. Norton, 1933. 5. Fromm, E. Escape from Freedom. New York. Farrar and Reinhardt, 1941. 6. Goldstein, K. The Organism. New York. American Book Company, 1939. 7. Horney, K. The Neurotic Personality of Our Time. New York. Norton, 1937. 8. Cardiner, A. The Traumatic Neuroses of War. New York. Hober, 1941. 9. Levy, D. M. Primary Affect Hunger. American Journal of Psychiatry, 1937, 94, 643 through 652. 10. Maslow, A. H. Conflict, Frustration, and the Theory of Threat. Journal of Abnormal Social Psychology, 1943, 38, 81 through 86. 11. Maslow, A. H. Dominance, Personality, and Social Behavior in Women. Journal of Social Psychology, 1939, 10, 3 through 39. 12. Maslow, A. H. The Dynamics of Psychological Security, Insecurity. Character and Personality, 1942, 10, 331 through 344. 13. Maslow, A. H. A Preface to Motivation Theory. Psychosomatic Medicine, 1943, 5, 85 through 92. 14. Maslow, A. H. and Middleman, B. Principles of Abnormal Psychology. New York. Harper and Brothers, 1941. 15. Murray, H. A. et al. Explorations in Personality. New York. Oxford University Press, 1938. 16. Plant, J. Personality and the Cultural Pattern. New York. Commonwealth Fund, 1937. 17. Shirley, M. Children's Adjustments to a Strange Situation. Journal of Abnormal Social Psychology, 1942, 37, 201 through 217. 18. Tolman, E. C. Purposive Behavior in Animals and Men. New York. Century, 1932. 19. Wertheimer, M. Unpublished Lectures at the New School for Social Research. 20. Young, P. T. Motivation of Behavior. New York. John Wiley and Sons, 1936. 21. Young, P. T. The Experimental Analysis of Appetite. Psychology Bulletin, 1941, 38, 129 through 164. End of A Theory of Human Motivation, Sections 3 and 4. Recording by Matthew Reece, Davenport, Iowa.
Attitudes and Cognitive Organization by Fritz Heider. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Maust. Attitudes towards persons and causal unit formations influence each other. An attitude toward an event can alter the attitude towards the person who caused the event, and, if the attitudes towards a person and an event are similar, the event is easily ascribed by the person. A balanced configuration exists if the attitudes towards the part of a causal unit are similar. It is tempting to generalize from this statement and to omit the restriction to causal unit formation. Do units in general interact with attitudes in a similar way? In trying out this hypothesis, we shall understand by attitude the positive or negative relationship of a person P to another person O, or to an impersonal entity X, which may be a situation, an event, an idea, or a thing, etc. Examples are to like, to love, to esteem, to value, and their opposites. A positive relation of this kind will be written capital L, and a negative one tilde capital L. Thus, P capital L-O means P likes, loves, or values O. Or, expressed differently, O is positive for P. The relation unit will be written U. Examples are similarity, proximity, causality, membership, possession, or belonging. P capital U-X can mean, for instance, P owns X, or P made X. P tilde capital U-X means P does not own X, etc. Other relations which in many ways seem to function like units are P is familiar with, used to, or knows well, O or X, and P is in situation X. In lumping together all these relations we are, of course, aware of dissimilarities between them. Only in a first approximation can they be treated as belonging to one class. The hypothesis may be stated in greater detail thus. A. A balanced state exists if an entity has the same dynamic character in all possible respects, e.g. if P admires and at the same time likes O. In other words, if P capital L-O or P tilde capital L-O is true for all meanings of capital L, we may anticipate there the analogous statement for P capital U-O does not seem to hold in a general way. B. A balanced state exists if all parts of a unit have the same dynamic character, i.e. if all are positive or all are negative, and if entities with different dynamic character are segregated from each other. If no balanced state exists, then forces towards this state will arise. Either the dynamic characters will change, or the unit relations will be changed through action or through cognitive reorganization. If a change is not possible, the state of imbalance will produce tension. The first part of a hypothesis refers to the influence of dynamic relations or attitudes on each other. Since the different dynamic relations are not included in each other logically, P likes O does not imply P admires O. The same O or X can be positive in one respect and negative in another. An example in point is a conflict between duty and inclination. A tendency exists to make the different dynamic relations agree with each other by means of cognitive restructuring, excuses, or rationalizations. Another example would be the tendency to admire loved persons and to love admired persons. More numerous are the possibilities to which the second part of the hypothesis refers. They can be grouped according to the entities making up the configurations. A. Person and non-person P and X. B. Two persons P and O. C. Two persons and a non-person P, O, X. D. Three persons P, O, Q. Many of the examples seem to substantiate the hypothesis. Examples which do not fit may eventually lead to greater insight into the nature of the dynamic characters and of the unit relations. All examples refer to P's life space. This is true even of O capital L P, which therefore means P thinks that O likes or admires P. A. P and X. Since the own person P is usually positive, a balanced state will exist if P likes what he is united with in any way, or if he dislikes the X he is segregated from. The cases PLX plus PUX and P tilde LX plus P tilde UX are balanced. Examples: P likes the things he made. P wants to own the things he likes. P values what he is accustomed to. B. P and O. Analogously, the two balanced states for P and O will be PLO plus PUO and P tilde LO plus P tilde UO. Examples: P likes his children, people similar to him. P is uneasy if he has to live with people he does not like. P tends to imitate admired persons. P likes to think that loved persons are similar to him. PUO is a symmetrical relation, i.e. PUO implies OUP. That they belong to a unit is true for P and O in the same way, though their roles in the unit may be different, for instance if U is the causal unit. However, PLO is non-symmetrical since it does not imply OLP. It is in line with the general hypothesis to assume that a balanced state exists if PLO and OLP, or P tilde LO and O tilde LP, are true at the same time. Attraction or repulsion between P and tilde O are then two-way affairs. The relation is in symmetrical harmony. PLO is a non-symmetrical relation logically, but psychologically it tends to become symmetrical. Examples: P wants to be loved by an admired O. P dislikes people who despise him. OLP is similar to PLO, admire him, to PUO. Examples: P likes to meet people who, he is told, admire him. C. P, O, and X. The combinations become more numerous with three entities making up the configurations. Only a few possibilities can be mentioned. We shall always give the balanced state in symbols before stating the examples which refer to it. PLO plus PLX plus OUX. Both O and X are positive and parts of a unit. Examples: P admires clothes of a loved O. P wants to benefit his friend O. P likes to think that his friend benefits him. A seeming exception is the case of envy. If O owns X, OUX, and P likes X, PLX, P tilde LO may often follow. This exception can be derived from the fact that ownership is a one-many relation. A person can own many things, but each thing ordinarily can be owned only by one person. Therefore, O owns X excludes P owns X, or OUX implies P tilde UX. Since PLX may tend toward PUX, conflict is introduced. Implications between unit relations often lead to conflict. Lewin's three cases of inner conflict rest on implications. Approach to a positive valence may imply withdrawal from another positive valence. Withdrawal from a negative valence may imply approach to another negative valence. Finally, approach to a positive valence may imply approach to a negative valence if both are located in the same region. Analogously, one can talk of three cases of outer conflict between persons. PUX may imply O tilde UX, for instance, if U means ownership, and if both want X, conflict or competition will arise. In the same way, conflict appears if P and O want to get away from X, but only one of them can do so, if P tilde UX implies OUX and vice versa. Lastly, it may happen that P likes S and O hates it, but P and O have to move together. PUX implies OUX, e.g. in marriage. They can either both have X or both not have it. Trying out variations of the triad PLO plus PLX plus OUX, we find that PLO plus PLX plus OLX also represents a balanced case. Examples: P likes what his friend O likes. P likes people with the same attitudes. This case is not covered by the hypothesis unless we treat L as equivalent to U. Actually, in many cases, the effects of L and U in these configurations seem to be the same. Furthermore, this case shows the psychological transitivity of the L relation. A relation L is transitive if ARB and BRC imply ARC. Thus, P tends to like X if PLO and OLX hold. As in the case of the symmetry of the PLO relation, we again have to stress the difference between logical and physiological aspect. Logically, L is not transitive, but there exists a psychological tendency to make it transitive when implications between U relations do not interfere with transitivity. The relation U, too, seems, OUX, can lead to be in this sense psychologically transitive, PUO plus PUX. P feels responsible for what people belonging to him do. Taking into account these considerations, we can reformulate the hypothesis. A. In the case of two entities, a balanced state exists if the relation between them is positive or negative in all respects, i.e. in regard to all meanings of L and U. B. In the case of three entities, a balanced state exists if all three possible relations are positive in all aspects. The question arises whether, with a triad, one can make any generalizations about balanced cases with negative relations. For instance, PLO plus O tilde UX plus P tilde LX is balanced. Examples: P likes O because O got rid of something P dislikes. In this case, two entities, P and O, are positively related to each other, while both are related negatively to the third entity X. This holds generally. The triad of relations is in balance, if two relations are negative and one positive. This statement can be derived from the assumption that L and U are, in a balanced configuration, exchangeable, symmetrical, and transitive. L and U can then be treated as formally analogous to an identity relation. The balanced cases with three terms are for this relation: A equals B, B equals C, A equals C. A equals B, B does not equal C, A does not equal C. A does not equal B, B does not equal C, A does not equal C. By substituting L or U for the identity sign, one obtains the balanced cases for these relations, though the case with three negative relations does not seem to constitute a good psychological balance, since it is too indeterminate. Therefore, the second part of the hypothesis must be stated as follows: tilde B. In the case of three entities, a balanced state exists if all three relations are positive in all aspects, or if two are negative and one positive. PLO plus OLX plus PUX. Examples: P likes O because O admired P's action. P wants his friend O to like P's productions. P wants to do what his friends admire. PUO plus PLX plus OLX. Examples. P wants his son to like what IE likes. P likes X because his son likes it. D. P, O, and Q. Among the many possible cases, we shall only consider one. PLO plus OLQ plus PLQ. Examples. P wants his two friends to like each other. This example shows, as the parallel case with X instead of Q, the psychological transitivity of the L relation. However, the transitivity of the L relation is here restricted by implications between unit relations, when L represents a 1-1 love relation. P does not want his girlfriend to fall in love with his boyfriend, Q, because OLQ in this case implies OLP, which conflicts with PLO. Jealousy as well as envy and competition is derived from implications between unit relations. After this discussion of the different possibilities, there are several more points worth mentioning which refer to examples of different groups. One of the problems of self-evaluation. High regard of P can be expressed as PLP, low self-regard by P tilde LP, though the two P's in these expressions are not strictly equivalent. All of the examples so far presupposed PLP. However, one also has to take into account the possibility of P tilde LP. As to be expected, it plays a role contrary to that of PLP. Examples. If P has low self-regard, he might reject a positive X as too good for him. If P has guilt feelings, he will think he ought to be punished. If his friend admires his product, he will think it only politeness. A negative action attributed to himself will produce P tilde LP, etc. The equivalence of the L and U relations seem to be limited by the fact that often the U relation is weaker than the L relation. One can assume that PLX brings about PUX, P wants to have a thing he likes, more often than PUX produces PLX, P gets to like a thing which belongs to him. Again, PLO plus OLX usually will lead to PLX transitivity, but PUO plus OUX will not do so if there holds at the same time P tilde LO. We saw that one can derive forces towards actions or goals from the configurations. It can also happen that a choice of means to a goal is determined by these patterns. If P wants to produce OLX, and he knows that OLP holds, he can do so by demonstrating to O the relation PLX, because OLP plus PLX will lead to OLX. If P wants to bring about OLP, and he knows that OLX holds, he can produce PUX, for instance. He will perform an act that O approves of. An examination of the discussed examples suggests the conclusion that a good deal of interpersonal behavior and social perception is determined or at least co-determined by simple cognitive configurations. This fact also throws light on the problem of understanding of behavior. Students of this problem often mentioned the aspect of rationality which enters into it. Max Weber and others pointed out that one kind of rationality in behavior, namely the rationality of the means-end relation. Choosing the appropriate means to gain an end makes for a good, a rational action, and we can understand it. In Lewin's concept of methodological space, this kind of rationality is elaborated. However, understandable human behavior often is not of this sort, but is based on the simple configurations of U and L relations. Since they both determine behavior and perception, we can understand social behavior of this kind. End of Attitudes and Cognitive Organization by Fritz Heider.
Significant aspects of client-centered therapy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Om123. Significant Aspects of Client-Centered Therapy by Carl R. Rogers, 1946, University of Chicago. First published in American Psychologist, Volume 1, pages 415 to 422. In planning to address this group, I have considered and discarded several possible topics. I was tempted to describe the process of non-directive therapy and the counselor techniques and procedures which seem most useful in bringing about this process. But much of this material is now in writing. My own book on counseling and psychotherapy contains much of the basic material, and my recent more popular book on counseling with returning servicemen tends to supplement it. The philosophy of the client-centered approach and its application to work with children is persuasively presented by Allen. The application to counseling of industrial employees is discussed in the volume by Cantor. Curran has now published in book form one of the several research studies which are throwing new light on both process and procedure. X-Line is publishing a book on play and group therapy. Snyder is bringing out a book of cases. So, it seems unnecessary to come a long distance to summarize material which is or soon will be obtainable in written form. Another tempting possibility, particularly in this setting, was to discuss some of the roots from which the client-centered approach has sprung. It would have been interesting to show how in its concepts of repression and release, in its stress upon catharsis and insight, it has many roots in Freudian thinking, and to acknowledge that indebtedness. Such an analysis could also have shown that in its concept of the individual's ability to organize his own experience, there is an even deeper indebtedness to the work of Rank, Taft, and Allen. In its stress upon objective research, the subjecting of fluid attitudes to scientific investigation, the willingness to submit all hypotheses to a verification or disproof by research methods, the depth is obviously to the whole field of American psychology, with its genius for scientific methodology. It could also have been pointed out that although everyone in the clinical field has been heavily exposed to the eclectic team approach to therapy of the child guidance movement, and the somewhat similar eclecticism of the adult mayors, Hopkins School of Thought, these eclectic viewpoints have perhaps not been so fruitful in therapy, and that little from these sources has been retained in the non-directive approach. It might also have been pointed out that in its basic trend away from guiding and directing the client, the non-directive approach is deeply rooted in practical clinical experience, and is in accord with the experience of most clinical workers, so much so that one of the commonest reactions of experienced therapists is that you have crystallized and put into words something that I have been groping toward in my own experience for a long time. Such an analysis, such a tracing or root ideas, needs to be made, but I doubt my own ability to make it. I am also doubtful that anyone who is deeply concerned with a new development knows with any degree of accuracy where his ideas came from. Consequently, I am, in this presentation, adopting a third pathway. While I shall bring in a brief description of process and procedure, and while I shall acknowledge in a general way our indebtedness to many root sources, and shall recognize the many common elements shared by client-centered therapy and other approaches, I believe it will be to our mutual advantage if I stress primarily those aspects in which non-directive footnote. Classics editor's note. Sometimes Roger hyphenates this term and sometimes not. I have rendered it as it does at each instance. And footnote. Therapy differs most sharply and deeply from other therapeutic procedures. I hope to point out some of the basically significant ways in which the client-centered viewpoint differs from others, not only in its present principles, but in the wider divergences which are implied by the projection of its central principles. The predictable process of client-centered therapy. The first of the three distinctive elements of client-centered therapy to which I wish to call your attention is the predictability of the therapeutic process in this approach. We find, both clinically and statistically, that a predictable pattern of therapeutic development takes place. The assurance which we feel about this was brought home to me recently when I played a recorded first interview for the graduate students in our practicum immediately after it was recorded, pointing out the characteristic aspects and agreeing to play later interviews for them to let them see the later phases of the counseling process. The fact that I knew with assurance what the latter pattern would be before it had occurred only struck me as I thought about the incident. We have become clinically so accustomed to this predictable quality that we take it for granted. Perhaps a brief summarized description of this therapeutic process will indicate those elements of which we feel sure. It may be said that we now know how to initiate a complex and predictable chain of events in dealing with a maladjusted individual, a chain of events which is therapeutic and which operates effectively in problem situations of the most diverse type. This predictable chain of events may come about through the use of language as in counseling, through symbolic language as in play therapy, through disguised language as in drama or puppet therapy. It is effective in dealing with individual situations and also in small group situations. This experience, which releases the growth forces within the individual, will come about in most cases if the following elements are present. 1. If the counselor operates on the principle that the individual is basically responsible for himself and is willing for the individual to keep that responsibility. 2. If the counselor operates on the principle that the client has a strong drive to become mature, socially adjusted, independent, productive, and relies on this force, not on his own powers, for therapeutic change. 3. If the counselor creates a warm and permissive atmosphere in which the individual is free to bring out any attitudes and feelings which he may have, no matter how unconventional, absurd, or contradictory these attitudes may be. The client is as free to withhold expression as he is to give expression to his feelings. 4. If the limits which are set are simple limits set on behavior and not limits set on attitudes. This applies mostly to children. The child may not be permitted to break a window or leave the room, but he is free to feel like breaking a window, and the feeling is fully accepted. The adult client may not be permitted more than an hour for an interview, but there is full acceptance of his desire to claim more time. 5. The therapist uses only those procedures and techniques in the interview which convey his deep understanding of the emotionalized attitudes expressed and his acceptance of them. This understanding is perhaps best conveyed by a sensitive reflection and clarification of the client's attitudes. The counselor's acceptance involves neither approval nor disapproval. If the counselor refrains from an expression or action which is contrary to the preceding principle, this means refraining from questioning, probing, blaming, interpretation, advice, suggestion, persuasion, reassurance. If these conditions are met, then it may be said with assurance that in the great majority of cases, the following results will take place. 1. The client will express deep and motivating attitudes. 2. The client will explore his own attitudes and reactions more fully than he has previously done, and will come to be aware of aspects of his attitudes which he has previously denied. 3. He will arrive at a clearer conscious realization of his motivating attitudes, and will accept himself more completely. This realization and this acceptance will include attitudes previously denied. He may or may not verbalize this clearer conscious understanding of himself and his behavior. 4. In the light of his clearer perception of himself, he will choose, on his own initiative and on his own responsibility, new goals which are more satisfying than his maladjusted goals. 5. He will choose to behave in a different fashion in order to reach these goals, and this new behavior will be in the direction of greater psychological growth and maturity. It will also be more spontaneous and less tense, more in harmony with social needs of others, will represent a more realistic and more comfortable adjustment to life. It will be more integrated than his former behavior. It will be a step forward in the life of the individual. The best scientific description of this process is that supplied by Snyder. Analyzing a number of cases with strictly objective research techniques, Snyder has discovered that the development in these cases is roughly parallel, that the initial phases of catharsis is replaced by a phase in which insight becomes the most significant element, and this in turn by a phase marked by the increase in positive choice and action. Clinically, we know that sometimes this process is relatively shallow, involving primarily a fresh reorientation to an immediate problem, and in other instances so deep as to involve a complete reorientation of personality. It is recognizably the same process whether it involves a girl who is unhappy in a dormitory and is able in 3 interviews to see something of her childishness and dependence and to take steps in a mature direction, or whether it involves a young man who is on the edge of a schizophrenic break, and who in 30 interviews works out deep insights in relation to his desire for his father's death, and his possessive and incestuous impulses toward his mother, and who not only takes new steps but rebuilds his whole personality in the process. Whether shallow or deep, it is basically the same. We are coming to recognize with assurance characteristic aspects of each phase of the process. We know that the catharsis involves a gradual and more complex expression of emotionalized attitudes. We know that characteristically the conversation goes from superficial problems and attitudes to deeper problems and attitudes. We know that this process of exploration gradually unearths relevant attitudes which have been denied to consciousness. We recognize too that the process of achieving insight is likely to involve more adequate facing of reality as it exists within the self, as well as external reality, that it involves the relating of problems to each other, the perception of patterns of behavior, that it involves the acceptance of hitherto denied elements of the self, and a reformulating of the self-concept, and that it involves the making of new plans. In the final phase, we know that the choice of new ways of behaving will be in conformity with the newly organized concept of the self. The first steps in putting these plans into action will be small but symbolic, that the individual will feel only a minimum degree of confidence that he can put his plans into effect, that later steps implement more and more completely the new concept of self, and that this process continues beyond the conclusion of the therapeutic interviews. If these elements seem to contain too much assurance, it sounds too good to be true, I can only say that for many of them we now have research backing, and that as rapidly as possible we are developing our research to bring all phases of the process under objective scrutiny. Those of us working clinically with client-centered therapy regard this predictability as a settled characteristic, even though we recognize that additional research will be necessary to fill out the picture more completely. It is the implication of this predictability which is startling. Whenever in science a predictable process has been discovered, it has been found possible to use it as a starting point for a whole chain of discoveries. We regard this as not only entirely possible, but inevitable with regard to this predictable process in therapy. Hence, we regard this orderly and predictable nature of non-directive therapy as one of its most distinctive and significant points of difference from other approaches. Its importance lies not only in the fact that it is a present difference, but in the fact that it points toward a sharply different future, in which scientific explorations of this unknown chain of events should lead to many new discoveries, developments, and applications. The discovery of the capacity of the client. Naturally, the question is raised, what is the reason for this predictability in a type of therapeutic procedure in which the therapist serves only as a catalytic function? Basically, the reason for the predictability of the therapeutic process lies in the discovery, and I use that word intentionally, that within the client reside constructive forces whose strength and uniformity have been either entirely unrecognized or grossly underestimated. It is clear-cut and disciplined reliance by the therapist upon those forces within the client which seem to account for the orderliness of the therapeutic process and its consistency from one client to the next. I mentioned that I regarded this as a discovery. I would like to amplify that statement. We have known for centuries that catharsis and emotional release were helpful. Many new methods have been and are being developed to bring about release, but the principle is not new. Likewise, we have known since Freud's time that insight, if it is accepted and assimilated by the client, is therapeutic. The principle is not new. Likewise, we have realized that revised action patterns, new ways of behaving, may come about as a result of insight. The principle is not new. But we have not known or recognized that in most, if not all individuals, there exist growth forces, tendencies towards self-actualization, which may act as the sole motivation for therapy. We have not realized that under suitable psychological conditions, these forces bring about emotional release in those areas and at those rates which are most beneficial to the individual. These forces drive the individual to explore his own attitudes and his relationship to reality, and to explore these areas effectively. We have not realized that the individual is capable of exploring his attitudes and feelings, including those which have been denied to consciousness, at a rate which does not cause panic, and to the depth required for comfortable adjustment. The individual is capable of discovering and perceiving truly and spontaneously the interrelationships between his own attitudes and the relationship of himself to reality. The individual has the capacity and the strength to devise, quite unguided, the steps which will lead him to a more mature and more comfortable relationship to his reality. It is the gradual and increasing recognition of these capacities within the individual by the client-centered therapist that rates, I believe, the term discovery. All of these capacities I have described are released in the individual if a suitable psychological atmosphere is provided. There has, of course, been lip service paid to the strength of the client and the need of utilizing the urge toward independence which exists in the client. Psychiatrists, analysts, and especially social case workers have stressed this point. It is clear from what is said, and even more clear from the case material cited, that this confidence is a very limited confidence. It is a confidence that the client can take over if guided by the expert, a confidence that the client can assimilate insight if it is first given to him by the expert, can make choices providing guidance is given at crucial points. It is, in short, the same sort of attitude which the mother has toward the adolescent, that she believes in his capacity to make his own decision and guide his own life, providing he takes the directions of which she approves. This is very evident in the latest book on psychoanalysis by Alexander and French. Although many of the former views and practices of psychoanalysis are discarded, and the procedures are far more nearly in line with those of non-directive therapy, it is still the therapist who is definitely in control. He gives the insights. He is ready to guide at crucial points. Thus, while the authors state that the aim of the therapist is to free the patient to develop his capacities and to increase his ability to satisfy his needs in ways acceptable to himself and society, and while they speak of the basic conflict between competition and cooperation as one which the individual must settle for himself, and speak of the integration of new insight as a normal function of the ego, it is clear when they speak of procedures that they have no confidence that the client has the capacity to do any of these things. For in practice, as soon as the therapist takes the more active role we advocate, systematic planning becomes imperative. In addition to the original decision as to the particular sort of strategy to be employed in the treatment of any case, we recommend the conscious use of various techniques in a flexible manner, shifting tactics to fit the particular needs of the moment. Among these modifications of the standard technique are using not only the method of free association, but interviews of a more direct character, manipulating the frequency of the interviews, giving directives to the patient concerning his daily life, employing interruptions of long or short duration in preparation for ending the treatment, regulating the transparency relationship to meet the specific needs of the case, and making use of real-life experiences as an integral part of therapy. At least, this leaves no doubt as to whether it is the client's or the therapist's hour. It is clearly the latter. The capacities which the client is to develop are clearly not to be developed in the therapeutic sessions. The client-centered therapist stands at an opposite pole, both theoretically and practically. He has learned that the constructive forces in the individual can be trusted, and that the more deeply they are relied upon, the more deeply they are released. He has come to build his procedures upon these hypotheses, which are rapidly becoming established as facts, that the client knows the areas of concern which he is ready to explore, that the client is the best judge as to the most desirable frequency of interviews, that the client can lead the way more efficiently than the therapist into deeper concerns, that the client will protect himself from panic by ceasing to explore an area which is becoming too painful, that the client can and will uncover all the repressed elements which it is necessary to uncover in order to build a comfortable adjustment, that the client can achieve for himself far truer and more sensitive and accurate insights than can possibly be given to him, that the client is capable of translating these insights into constructive behavior which weigh his own needs and desires realistically against the demands of society, that the client knows when therapy is completed and he is ready to cope with life independently. Only one condition is necessary for all these forces to be released, and that is the proper psychological atmosphere between client and therapist. Our case records and increasingly our research bear out these statements. One might suppose that there would be a generally favorable reaction to this discovery, since it amounts in effect to tapping great reservoirs of hitherto little known energy. Quite the contrary is true, however, in professional groups. There is no other aspect of client-centered therapy which comes under such vigorous attack. It seems to be genuinely disturbing to many professional people to entertain the thought that this client upon whom they have been exercising their professional skill actually knows more about his inner psychological self than they can possibly know, and that he possesses constructive strengths which make the constructive push by the therapist seem punny indeed by comparison. The willingness fully to accept this strength of the client with all the reorientation of therapeutic procedure which it implies is one of the ways in which client-centered therapy differs most suavely from other therapeutic approaches. The client-centered nature of the therapeutic relationship. The third distinctive feature of this type of therapy is the character of the relationship between therapist and client. Unlike other therapies in which the skills of the therapist are to be exercised upon the client, in this approach the skills of the therapist are focused upon creating a psychological atmosphere in which the client can work. If the counselor can create a relationship permeated by warmth, understanding, safety from any type of attack, no matter how trivial, and the basic acceptance of the person as he is, then the client will drop his natural defensiveness and use the situation. As we have puzzled over the characteristics of a successful therapeutic relationship, we have come to feel that the sense of communication is very important. If the client feels that he is actually communicating his present attitudes, superficial, confused or conflicted as they may be, and that his communication is understood rather than evaluated in any way, then he is freed to communicate more deeply. A relationship in which the client thus feels that he is communicating is almost certain to be fruitful. All of this means a drastic reorganization of the counselor's thinking, particularly if he has previously utilized other approaches. He gradually learns that the statement that the time is to be the client's hour means just that, and that his biggest task is to make it more and more deeply true. Perhaps something of the characteristics of the relationship may be suggested by excerpts from a paper written by a young minister who has spent several months learning client-centered counseling procedures. Because the client-centered non-directive counseling approach has been rather carefully defined and clearly illustrated, it gives the illusion of simplicity. The technique seems deceptively easy to master. Then you begin to practice. A word is wrong here and there. You don't quite reflect feeling, but reflect content instead. It is difficult to handle questions. You are tempted to interpret. Nothing seems so serious that further practice won't correct it. Perhaps you are having trouble playing two roles, that of minister and that of counselor. Bring up the question in class, and the matter is solved again with a deceptive ease. But these apparently minor errors and a certain woodenness of response seem exceedingly persistent. One gradually does it dawn that if the technique is true, it demands a feeling of warmth. You begin to feel that the attitude is the thing. Every little word is not so important if you have the correct accepting and permissive attitude toward the client. So you bear down on the permissiveness and acceptance. You will permit and accept and reflect the client if it kills you. Footnote. Classics editor's note. Rogers is inconsistent in his use of quotation marks in this passage. And footnote. But you still have those troublesome questions from the client. He simply does not know the next step. He asks you to give him a hint, some possibilities. After all, you are expected to know something, else why is he here? As a minister, you ought to have some convictions about what people should believe, how they should act. As a counselor, you should know something about removing this obstacle. You ought to have the equivalent of the surgeon's knife and use it. Then you begin to wonder. The technique is good, but does it go far enough? Does it really work on clients? Is it right to leave a person helpless when you might show him the way out? Here, it seems to me, is the crucial point. Narrow is the gate, and hard the path from here on. No one else can give satisfying answers, and even the instructors seem frustrating because they appear not to be helpful in your specific case. For here is demanded of you what no other person can do or point out, and that is to rigorously scrutinize yourself and your attitudes towards others. Do you believe that all people truly have a creative potential in them? That each person is a unique individual and that he alone can work out his own individuality? Or do you really believe that some persons are of negative value and others are weak and must be led and taught by wiser, stronger people? You begin to see that there is nothing compartmentalized about this method of counseling. It is not just counseling, because it demands the most exhaustive, penetrating, and comprehensive consistency. In other methods, you can shape tools, pick them up for use when you will. But when genuine acceptance and permissiveness are your tools, it requires nothing less than the whole complete personality. And to grow oneself is the most demanding of all. He goes on to discuss the notion that the counselor must be restrained and self-denying. He concludes that this is a mistaken notion. Instead of demanding less of the counselor's personality in the situation, client-centered counseling in some ways demands more. It demands discipline, not restraint. It calls for the utmost insensitivity, appreciative awareness, channeled and disciplined. It demands that the counselor put all he has of these precious qualities into the situation, but in a disciplined, refined manner. It is restrained only in the sense that the counselor does not express himself in certain areas that he may use himself in others. Even this is deceptive, however. It is not so much restraint in any area as it is a focusing, sensitizing one's energies and personality in the direction of an appreciative and understanding attitude. As time has gone by, we have come to put increasing stress upon the client-centeredness of the relationship, because it is more effective the more completely the counselor concentrates upon trying to understand the client as the client seems to himself. As I look back upon some of our earlier published cases, the case of Herbert Bryan in my book, or Snyder's case of Mr. M, I realize that we have gradually dropped the vestiges of subtle directiveness which are all too evident in those cases. We have come to recognize that if we can provide understanding of the way the client seems to himself at this moment, he can do the rest. The therapist must lay aside his preoccupation with diagnosis and his diagnostic shrewdness, must discard his tendency to make professional evaluations, must cease his endeavors to formulate an accurate prognosis, must give up the temptation subtly to guide the individual, and must concentrate on one purpose only, that of providing deep understanding and acceptance of the attitudes consciously held at this moment by the client, as he explores step by step into the dangerous areas which he has been denying to consciousness. I trust it is evident from this description that this type of relationship can exist only if the counselor is deeply and genuinely able to adopt these attitudes. Client-centered counseling, if it is to be effective, cannot be a trick or a tool. It is not a subtle way of guiding the client while pretending to let him guide himself. To be effective, it must be genuine. It is this sensitive and sincere client-centeredness in the therapeutic relationship that I regard as the third characteristic of non-directive therapy, which sets it distinctively apart from other approaches. Some implications. Although the client-centered approach had its origin purely within the limits of the psychological clinic, it is proving to have implications, often of a startling nature, for very diverse fields of effort. I should like to suggest a few of these present and potential implications. In the field of psychotherapy itself, it leads to conclusions that seem distinctly heretical. It appears evident that training and practice in therapy should probably precede training in the field of diagnosis. Diagnostic knowledge and skill is not necessary for good therapy, a statement which sounds like blasphemy to many. And if the professional worker, whether psychiatrist, psychologist, or caseworker, received training in therapy first, he would learn psychological dynamics in a truly dynamic fashion, and would acquire a professional humility and willingness to learn from his client, which is today all too rare. The viewpoint appears to have implications for medicine. It has fascinated me to observe that when a prominent allergist began to use client-centered therapy for the treatment of non-specific allergies, he found not only very good therapeutic results, but the experience began to affect his whole medical practice. It has gradually meant the reorganization of his office procedure. He has given his nurses a new type of training in understanding the patient. He has decided to have all medical histories taken by a non-medical person trained in non-directive techniques. In order to get a true picture of the client's feelings and attitudes towards himself and his health, uncluttered by the bias and diagnostic evaluation which is almost inevitable when a medical person takes the history and unintentionally distorts the material by his premature judgments. He has found these histories much more helpful to the physicians than those taken by physicians. The client-centered viewpoint has already been shown to have significant implications for the field of survey interviewing and public opinion study. Use of such techniques by Likert, Lagersfeld, and others has meant the elimination of much of the factor of bias in such studies. This approach has also, we believe, deep implications for the handling of social and group conflicts, as I have pointed out in another paper. Our work in applying a client-centered viewpoint to group therapy situations, while still in its early stages, leads us to feel that a significant clue to the constructive solution of interpersonal and intercultural frictions in the group may be in our hands. Application of these procedures to staff groups, to interracial groups, to groups with personal problems and tension is underway. In the field of education too, the client-centered approach is finding significant application. The work of Cantor, a description of which will soon be published, is outstanding in this connection. But a number of teachers are finding that these methods, designed for therapy, produce a new type of educational process, an independent learning which is highly desirable, and even a reorientation of individual direction which is very similar to the results of individual or group therapy. Even in the realm of our philosophical orientation, the client-centered approach has its deep implications. I should like to indicate this by quoting briefly from a previous paper. As we examine and try to evaluate our clinical experience with client-centered therapy, the phenomena of the reorganization of attitudes and the redirection of behavior by the individual assumes greater and greater importance. This phenomena seems to find inadequate explanation in terms of the determinism which is the predominant philosophical background of most psychological work. The capacity of the individual to reorganize his attitude and behavior in ways not determined by external factors nor by previous elements in his own experience, but determined by his own insight into those factors, is an impressive capacity. It involves a basic spontaneity which we have been loath to admit into our scientific thinking. The clinical experience could be summarized by saying that the behavior of the human organism may be determined by the influences to which it has been exposed, but it may also be determined by the creative and integrative insight of the organism itself. This ability of the person to discover new meaning in the forces which impinge upon him and in the past experiences which have been controlling him, and the ability to alter consciously his behavior in the light of this new meaning has a profound significance for our thinking which has not been fully realized. we need to revise the philosophical basis of our work to a point where it can admit that forces exist within the individual which can exercise a spontaneous and significant influence upon behavior, which is not predictable through knowledge of prior influences and conditioning. The forces released through a catalytic process of therapy are not adequately accounted for by a knowledge of the individual's previous conditioning, but only if we grant the presence of a spontaneous force within the organism which has the capacity of integration and redirection. This capacity for volitional control is a force which we must take into account in any psychological equation. So, we find an approach which began merely as a way of dealing with problems of human maladjustment, forcing us into a re-evaluation of our basic philosophical concepts. Summary. I hope that throughout this paper I have managed to convey what is my own conviction, that what we now know or think we know about a client-centered approach is only a beginning. Only the opening of a new door beyond which we are beginning to see some more very challenging roads, some fields rich with opportunity. It is the facts of our clinical and research experience which keep pointing forward into new and exciting possibilities. Yet, whatever the future may hold, it appears already clear that we are dealing with materials of a new and significant nature, which demand the most open-minded and thorough exploration. If our present formulations of those facts are correct, then we would say that some important elements already stand out, that certain basic attitudes and skills can create a psychological atmosphere which releases, frees, and utilizes deep strengths in the client, that these strengths and capacities are more sensitive and more rugged than hitherto supposed, and that they are released in an orderly and predictable process which may prove as significant a basic fact in social science as some of the laws and predictable processes in the physical sciences. Selected references. 1. Alexander F. and French T. Psychoanalytic Therapy, New York, Ronald Press, 1946. 2. Alan F. Psychotherapy with Children, New York, Norton, 1942. 3. Cantor Ann. Employee Counseling, New York, McGraw-Hill Book Company. 4. Cantor Ann. The Dynamics of Learning, unpublished manuscript, University of Buffalo, 1943. 5. Kuran C.A. Personality Factors in Counseling, New York, Gruen and Stratton, 1945. 6. Rank O. Will Therapy, New York, Alfred N. Knopf, 1936. 7. Roger C.R. Counseling, Review of Educational Research, April 1945, Volume 15, pages 135 to 163. 8. Roger C.R. Counseling and Psychotherapy, New York, Houghton Mifflin Company, 1942. 9. Roger C.R. The Implications of Non-Directive Therapy for the Handling of Social Conflicts, paper given to a seminar of the Bureau of Intercultural Education, New York City, February 18, 1946. 10. Roger C.R. and Wallen J.L. Counseling with Returned Servicemen, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1946. 11. Snyder W.U. An Investigation of the Nature of Non-Directive Psychotherapy, Journal of General Psychology, Volume 33, 1945, pages 193 to 223. 12. Tuft J. The Dynamics of Therapy in a Controlled Relationship, New York, Macmillan, 1933. End of Significant Aspects of Client-Centered Therapy.